What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. It's hump day, ladies and gentlemen. It's 67 degrees and mostly cloudy here in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live. We're alive. And there's a lot happening in the world. But before we get into a lot happening in the world, as always, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And not much has actually taken place in terms of personal news-wise in my life, in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, I'm still going to explain it. I'm still going to tell you all about it. Have you fixed the jet lag at least? I personally think every morning when I wake up that I have fixed the jet lag situation. But then by the time the afternoon rolls around, I feel as though I may not have actually fixed the jet lag situation. Okay? There's going to be a free DLC for Expedition 33. I did not know that. Okay, so did you watch Fandy give birth? It was amazing commentary from Will and Wake. I did not. I did not see that. I heard that Fandy was giving a live birth on Twitch, which is crazy. I didn't know that that was a thing that people did, but congratulations to her. And congratulations to the platform, I think. In any case, what was I going to say? Oh, oldest HasanAbi viewer being born live. True. So, personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast last night. I was incredibly fucking tired, and I didn't really do much. I didn't even get to watch Code Gay Ass at all. I just basically passed the fuck out around. I went to bed at like 9 and went to sleep by 10. Woke up at 6 a.m. sharp on the dot. Immediately went and worked out, as I always do. And then here's nephew and uncle and dad watching a birth. That's crazy that like this was a live broadcasted, live televised situation. Did they show? Did they actually show? Because, like, that's crazy. I didn't even know that that's, like, a thing you can do. I can't believe there was a live birth that took place on stream. Doing it live is I guess it's exactly where we're at. There was no nudity. It was on camera, but not visible. Okay, because I'm worried about, seeing it. Anyway, but other than that, personal news-wise, scheduling some events and things of that nature. Dan Clancy was in Fandy's chat. That's not surprising. That's like that makes sense for Dan to be there. I mean, it's a big event for Twitch, as crazy as that sounds. To be fair, the only thing that stopped people from doing it before is the platform rules of service. Bitch your ass, someone would have done it ages ago if they could have. Yeah. There were 4 OnlyFans girls in the room. They had a professional operation hiding the nudity. From the Cont to the PC, Kaya will be free. Yes, I will be addressing that as well. Don't worry. Imminently, as a matter of fact. There is a lot of, why are people mad about you, Kaya, / what were you doing? There's a clip out there that in the aftermath of me getting my internet getting pooped, I come back live and I'm very frustrated. And while I'm fucking tweaking around, I give Kaya the place command as I usually do. And there's literally a fucking emote for it in the chat for place, which is one of the things that she knows, is she's like professionally trained. And I think while she was like getting up and down from the bed, she, I don't know exactly what happened, but I suspect that she tweaked her dew nail, like the upper nail that's like on the side of the bed. People speculated that I was actually shocking her dew claw. People were like, "Oh, you're fucking shocking her." Then I suspect that a bunch of people who have never trained a dog, never had a dog that required training, being completely idiotic. Yeah, I mean, it is basically a perfect shitstorm, because obviously I have a lot of haters. Obviously, a lot of people love dogs, myself included. The clip looks fucking horrible. And people were like speculating because I was like moving around, and they're like, "Oh, he was like hitting a button on his desk." It is what it is. They say you never take her outside too. I know. The worst part about it is that a lot of people, the most insane part about it is that a lot of people were just like automatically under the assumption that I've been like abusing my dog, that I love more than most human beings. You know? Dogs hurt themselves sometimes. It literally looks like she got caught and it hurt. You literally gave her belly rubs right after. I know. It did get heavily blasted in the orbit, and a lot of people are like losing their minds over it. It's okay. It is what it is. They were saying Jen Welch was going to reveal it to us, but you shut her up. No, she was saying that the collar is too tight. The collar that she has on is too tight, and I was trying to tell her that like the reason why the collar is too tight is because she has too much neck meat. And that's it. Maya did not corroborate yet, so that must be true that you're the worst. I know. She's been secretly, as an animal conservationist, she's been secretly actually participating in the abuse of, once again, one of the most beloved dogs on the planet. Here's March in the chat. Funny part is Kaya legit lives a better life than most people I know. Lamau, I know. It is pretty fucking nutty that is like an angle of attack here. Yes, Mike Vick is not going to be the next guest that I have. I saw it all over my ex. For every 15 posts I saw saying you shocked her, there wasn't even one in your defense, and those horrific posts had millions of views. It's okay. It is what it is. This is literally one of the I mean, I have people who have made it their full-time jobs to like professionally hate on everything that I do. This is an inevitable byproduct of this. It'll blow by in like a couple days. But as far as Hasan getting upset for targeted hate when that's his job is hilarious. See, this is the meta. Like, people think that I'm like directing targeted hate at others, and now I'm getting my comeuppance. In any case, it is what it is. I do think that there are people out there who saw the clip and were like, this looks so bad. And they got completely fucking duped by the framing of it. And it's all right. I understand. For those of you who are confused by it, I do not have a shock collar for Kaya, as I said yesterday, but it doesn't matter. People don't give a shit. And all of the other clips that people have been showing are either the AirTag or the vibration collar that she has, which I use when she's free roaming. You didn't refute the claims until now? No, I have. I did immediately. I did. Okay. My dog has a vibration collar like that because the shock collar wouldn't stop the barking. Yeah. And the vibration collar for off-leash training doesn't work in the way that you guys think it does. Asman was making it worse. No, but you don't have to refute people who talk regardless. Yeah. In any case, her hair is far too thick, as this chatter also correctly pointed out, for there to work in it, for there to be any sort of collar that actually works in that way. Asman said police should use lethal force. Why is Swoosh letting him say that kind of stuff? I don't know, because he's Asmongold and he gets to say whatever he wants. But once again, this is like this is one of the most insane sagas that I have participated in so far. You have to be aware that your haters shipped the clip like 30 minutes later, happened on stream. I know. It is what it is. But I had a dream that Elon got you banned over this. Yeah. It is laughable because, once again, I have been around so many other content creators, people that do like literally animal welfare advocacy and things of that nature. This dog is a famous dog. And she is one of the best taken care of dogs of all time. Like straight up. Lives a better existence than I do. Lives a better existence than many of you do. Definitely lives a better life than my haters do. That's for sure. As someone who almost always agrees with you on stuff, the clip where you mentioned buying a shock collar before and the other clip where you talk about Frenchies and your response to the collar being too tight were all disappointing. But yeah, I'm sorry. Everyone is just accusing you of something so awful. Yeah, the clips that they're using are from like 10 years ago when I was talking about not using a shock collar. That's what I mean. That's what's so crazy about it, because like in the clip that they're using from like literally 10 years ago when I had a different dog, my former dog that passed away, I'm straight up in the OG clip being like, someone suggested I get a bark collar because Fish actually barks quite a bit. Fish is my previous dog. Okay. This is the clip that was not manipulated, and I think they like clipped it in a way where here.
Wanted to use a shock collar.
Here, this is what
wanted to use.
There's a bunch of clips that are going around right now, and people are trying to build this like people are trying to build this narrative, and here it is. Here's the 19-second clip. I'm going to show you what they're using currently.
My old roommate wanted to use a shock collar for Fish and his dogs. I have it still. I bought it.
That's weird. What is that flash cut in between?
Dogs. I have it still. I bought it. They are incredibly effective.
Jordan.
My old roommate wanted to use a
Here is the original clip.
They wanted to use a shock collar for Fish and his dogs. For Fish and his dogs barking. I couldn't do it. I have it still. I bought it. They are incredibly effective.
That's literally from like 2018 or some shit.
But I couldn't do it.
Damn, why'd they cut it like that? Why don't you let her roam around the house? I'm not a hate watcher, just curious. Okay, so let me address a couple things really quickly. First and foremost, I have done this. I have addressed this a million times over. And not only have I addressed this, but I've also shown like not only have I addressed this, but I've also shown in videos like Kaya's day-to-day experiences and stuff like that. Obviously, she gets out. She has an incredibly active morning. And not only that, but she also has an incredibly active afternoon. She gets 2 hours of playtime every morning at either the gym or at the park that I go to. And then as a big dog, as big dogs oftentimes do, she passes the fuck out for extended periods of time throughout the day. As far as not letting her roam in the room itself, there's a very specific purpose for that. That is because, and this is something that I've described over and over again, the reason why she's not allowed to roam inside of this room, with the exception of like stretching or getting up, getting down, drinking water, things like that, is because she likes to lay on the ground. When she lays on the ground, that's terrible for her fucking joints. Every single thing that I do with this dog is either with a professional dog trainer or with a vet. Okay? Professional dog trainer or a vet. A lot of people don't understand how serious this is to take care of your dog, how important it is to make sure that you have like proper activity, proper socializing, and to make sure that your dog gets out, make sure that your dog is actually active, and more importantly, make sure that your dog has a regimented and very structured life. Okay? Especially when you have a very large dog. I have a very large dog. Okay? Large dogs have a tendency to get hip dysplasia. Okay? Large dogs have a tendency to get hip dysplasia later on in their lives, and they have joint issues. She is 120 pounds. The other reason why it's important that a large dog is very properly trained is because a large dog can accidentally hurt someone. If not properly trained, a large dog can be very consequential for others. If she accidentally played with someone and nipped at someone, that would be a massive issue. It's a little different than like a Chihuahua, okay? It's a little bit different than a Chihuahua. They can also hurt themselves as well. So, that is part of the reason why I take this very, very seriously and have taken this very, very seriously from the start. And there was a lot of like weird fucking comments. Like, I'll bracket off the criticisms into 3 different categories, okay? The number one is the broadest majority of people who saw that clip and were like, oh my God, this looks terrible. Like, this guy is fucking abusive or whatever, right? Which is hilarious to say about someone like myself, especially considering that, you know, I am very, very careful and very good with Kaya. Like, I spend every waking moment with her. She is the love of my life. She's the most important thing in my life, okay? I love her more than I love most human beings. The notion that I would be abusive to her is obviously ridiculous, but it is what it is. And not only that, but also virtually every single person that has been around us would attest to that, for the record. That's number one. So looking at like a 20-second clip over an 8-hour time frame that is negatively framed, okay, that is negatively framed in a way to make it seem as though like I'm abusive or anything like that is, you know, it can reach a much larger audience. And if people are oblivious to it, they will get duped by it. And it is what it is. Okay. Number 2, the second type of people that took advantage of this was the regular guys, like the rape tones and the pedo underscroll trolls of the world. From what I understand, Ethan himself was in some hot water for using a prong collar, which, by the way, ironically enough, I had used the prong collar in the past for Fish, my previous dog. So I think he was like using that as well to be like, oh, look, see, Hasan used a prong collar. And it's like, yeah, I don't anymore. And also, you know, it's just, I don't know how that has anything to do with me. Like, your audience is yelling at you over that sort of thing. And then on top of that, there was like the third category of people who are totally in the periphery. Why not, instead of attacking your enemies, why don't you actually try clearing up genuine concerns? People instead, I am doing that. I'm going bit by bit, piece by piece, through all of the fucking common things that I heard. The idea that, like, Hasan, you don't actually fucking let Kaya roam in the house. This is untrue. I do. I don't let her lay on the ground, and instead I make her lay on her bed. The reason why I do that is because I don't want her joints to be fucked up. Okay? She's a big dog. Big dogs have issues with their joints. Okay? Big dogs have issues with their joints. Especially if they lay on the hardwood floor for an extended period of time. Not only that, but also, as you can see here, Kaya gets a tremendous amount of fucking play in the mornings with her boyfriend and girlfriend. He gets 2 hours of unstructured playtime. And that is the reason why she just fucking passes out. You only go one VOD bag and Kaya roams the entire VOD amount. I know, but it doesn't matter, right? Because if you are in here for an extended period of time, you already know this. You already know that Kaya gets to run the show, do whatever the fuck she wants. Okay? But the problem here is we're not invested in, like, the narrative is not being guided by people who are interested in having a reasonable opinion on this. Okay? I've never seen a Malinod with a docked tail before. Did something happen? Yes. Unfortunately, he bit into his tail so much that they had to literally do a medical intervention when he was wearing a Halloween costume. He had a lion's tail and a lion's mane. And when he was a little puppy, he basically chomped on it so much that they literally had to clip it. It's so sad. Anyway, so that's number one. Number two, she gets a tremendous amount of fucking activity in the morning. And that's the reason why she's mostly passed out for the entire duration of the stream. And then, on top of that, at night, in the afternoon, she gets another hour-long walk. The reason why she gets another hour-long walk is because sometimes she gets bored, and that's understandable. Other times she runs up to the door when my mom comes in. But of course, if you know, if you are in here, if you're in here for an extended duration, you've already seen that. Okay? Crazy to me that you have given, you have to give attention to this matter. All your viewers should know better. No, it's okay. It's understandable. Especially because this is like a big deal. I jokingly said dogfighting ? The clips don't show her trying to lay on the hardwood floor. She just stepped off her pad. Please explain. No, that's what I'm saying. That's she steps off the pad to go lay on the hardwood floor. That's why I give her the place command. The place command is done for multiple different reasons, but for the most part, the reason why, if you've ever trained a dog professionally or anything like that, you know that the place command is given oftentimes if your dog is like getting excited or barking or things of that nature. It's supposed to like ground them and calm them down because you're giving them a command. Dogs respond to order and a rigid, structured regimen. In any case, I don't know the exact reason as to why she yelped. She has done so in the past as well. I suspected it was because she like either tripped or she got her dew claw, like the higher thumb looking claw, clipped on the side. but I suspect that is the reason. I don't know, but I know that there's a lot of people that immediately were like, oh, this is what's going on. I see exactly what happened. He fucking is like secretly fucking like pressing a button that he has on his desk or something like that. I have multiple collars. I'm going to address the collar thing in a second as well. But I have multiple collars for Kaya, and I put an air tag on them. I put an air tag on all of her collars to make sure that, I know where she's at. And one of the collars that people are pointing to in the from previous days or from like months ago is the collar that is a vibration collar, a collar that I use specifically to communicate with Kaya when she's free roaming at the park or when she is, off leash running around. Okay? Because when you leave your dog to free roam, to go out on the trail or whatever, there are going to be instances where you can yell for her to come back to do recall, but because she's so far away that she can't hear you. Okay? That's where the vibration collar comes in. It vibrates. It doesn't actually have any sort of like shocking component. Okay? And there are multiple different versions of this. There are the no bark collars that I believe both vibrate and also emit like a large sound, like a loud sound. There are shock collars as well. They all look very similar to one another. Okay? But the vibration collar is what they were pointing to. Okay? To be like, oh my God, he has a collar that he's using to abuse her and shocking her. There are a lot of dogs who use this. Okay? There are also a lot of dogs, working dogs, that use a shock collar as well. Is the vibration collar a positive reinforcement technique? No. But positive reinforcement techniques are necessary for any kind of training. Like, it's neutral. This is by far your stupidest controversy yet. I know. But it's a lot of people, understandably, love dogs. I do think it's kind of crazy that one of the 1,000 times you yelled place on stream, the yelping only happened once. I know. It's such a common thing. It's such a common thing that I do that there's an emote for it. Can you explain docking to the new viewers, please? What do you mean? Dude, none of these guys crying about it train their dogs. They know nothing. Yeah. Shock collars are not bad for dogs if used correctly. Any dog trainer will have you put the shock collar on your arm and feel it. Yes, I have. I have done that. It's not even, a shock collar is not even like actual electrocution. It's like a Thames machine. Okay? That's the other thing that people are fucking completely oblivious to. Yes, a shock collar is like, if you've ever used a Thames machine, it feels like ants. It's a Thames machine. That's what the sensation feels like. Okay? But it doesn't even matter because that's not what she was, that's not, like, I don't have that anyway. I think you should wear the collar and bark for chat. Would make everybody happy, including us degens. E-collars are used for training, especially for dominant breeds. Shock collars are not bad for dogs if used correctly. My friend used to use it around his neck. I'm a vet assistant. It is meant to break them out of a fixation if they're not responding to commands. And yes, it does have to be tighter than a normal collar. No, the reason why her collar is tight is because she just has a lot of neck meat. That's it. That's the only reason. There's no other reason why she has a tight collar. From a psychological standpoint, a shock collar that vibrates is that it's still considered a form of positive punishment, but is extremely minimal in terms of actual damage. Yeah, there's no real damage there at all. I think the worst aspect of it was the worst aspect of it was that I was frustrated because the internet had cut out, and I didn't immediately like rush to her. I went to her afterwards to see if she was all right, but she was, of course. And that's it. And I do take accountability for that. Like, it's fucked up. I should have immediately went over when I saw her yelping. And that's it. Like, but the idea that I'm like a abusive dog parent is completely fucking ridiculous. But now that I've already addressed this, I'm sure we will. I'm sure that the rest of the stream will be normal as we get to the regular broadcast. You looked hella guilty afterwards? Yeah, brother. I'm currently immensely jet lagged. Okay. Also, they saw a clip of you teaching her, showing her in the pool, and went there drowning her. Yeah. But that's why I'm like, I mean, it's the same as this. Like, you see, if you watched Kaya play fight with her friends, this Belgian Malinois gets very aggressive, but they're just fucking playing. They're not like for the uninitiated, especially if you don't have a dog and everyone's dog is different. You can look at it from afar and think, oh my God, this person is, this person is like engaging in a dogfight or anything like that. Anyway, I plan on doing a video on the different collars that she has eventually, so that I can show you. Maybe do like a dog trainer style video, or like a day in the life of Kaya video where I show you what she does every single day. Service dog and behavioral dog trainer here. Vibration collars are used as a cue to get the dog's attention back to the command. Also, the place command and laying in one spot for long periods of time are used to ground the dog, maintain structure, and is even used with service dogs and other working dogs for them to have a spot where they can be a dog. I agree with Hasan for protecting her joints. I know, but like, it doesn't matter. There are people who like professionally train dogs who will look at that and be like, no, this is like, I don't know exactly what happened here, but the place command is perfectly fucking normal. Is this what you have to deal with on a regular? Dumb controversies and desperate attempts to discredit you? Yes. Just a fair warning, certain ex-co-hosts going to do an entire episode about this with you and the Thumbo, so just going to happen all day, King. I'm sorry, this is their new meta. I know. It is what it is. I think it's really funny. I think it's really funny for a lot of people to like assume that she's like,
shit. Like I'm a little worried now. Whenever you guys say like oh,
what is happening with fucking Twitter? Twitter is not working.
Whenever you guys,
is that her just no leash walking?
look at this.
Oh my God. How is this possible?
Bro, when you have discipline in your life, when you have a rigid structure in your life, when you work hard, you can achieve anything. Okay.
What the fuck? Buddy would never do that.
Yeah,
if Kevin was here, he would have ran right in front of that van and got hit and died.
Buddy would have at a certain point loved to do that. You just didn't teach Buddy that.
We tried.
Gaia, let's walk.
Oh my God, this is insane.
Good girl.
You know what?
There's some shit like I'm
I don't know why this is like not working. Can you just show the caller? Shut everyone up. XU said he would donate 50K to a shelter if he did. Okay. Sure. October 7th, free hostage Kaya. I can't even tell if people are like saying that in jest and they're making memes about it, or if there's like people who are sincerely saying stuff like that because they're like, you're abusive to your dog. With the maid outfit too. Yeah, man, you explain things well and shit, but show the caller though, dude. Kaya, okay. Come here. This is one of Kaya's many collars. Come here. Sit. Good girl. This is the one that people are talking about. Okay, this is the one. This is the one that they saw. It has the capacity to vibrate. And that's it. Are you happy? That's it. Good. There's the air tag. There's the fucking vibrator. It also has a flashlight component to it at nighttime. And it also has a tracker on it when she gets lost. If she were to actually get fucking lost, you are able to, it emits a sound. Okay? Kaya, come. Kaya. Come here, baby. Good girl. Place. There are days where Kaya doesn't wear a collar. There are days where she wears a different collar. Okay? This, in and of itself, doesn't actually work in the way that you think it does. Okay? Here. This is the flashlight. Okay? And this is when it vibrates. All right, come here. Place. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay? I understand. I understand why people are concerned about it. It's okay. It makes sense why people will be like, "Oh my God, this person is being abusive." If they only saw that clip, it doesn't matter. And this will not go away, for the record. I'm sure that the people that are saying that this is not like the real deal will continuously and expertly scrutinize every minutia to say, "Oh no, you don't understand. This is you know, this is a situation where he's trying to get out of it or anything like that. Even an e-collar that uses a low current as in a shock collar is no worse than a cell phone vibration if used correctly. Yes. Will all those that slandered you apologize now? No, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, because they've been targeting you before this and they will continue to do so in the future. Exactly. And they will continue saying like, I don't believe it. I don't, it's this or that. I think the greatest counter to this shit would be to basically the greatest counter. Why did you use it then? I didn't. The greatest counter to this would be the 7 million hours of me, 7 million hours of me hanging out with Kaya. And there are already people who are saying this. There are already people who are fucking going crazy in the chat talking about how this is, it doesn't matter. You're still defending shock collars, all this shit. Like, she's been on stream for 10,000 fucking hours at this point. She's grown up on this stream. She's been outside on stream. Why can't you just grab the collar and show us? I just did. It doesn't matter. Genuine ask, aren't Tibetan Mastiffs advised to give large open space to roam around in, though, apart from everything else? You ever sitting for hours on end in one spot? Is that okay for her? Yes. Everything that I do with Kaya, is from professional trainers and from vets, okay? I am perhaps a little bit too type A of a dog parent. If anything, I'm a little too I'm a little too hyper critical. But that's it. But the reason why I do that is because I don't want to fuck up. Large dog, what were you reaching for in the clip? What do you think? That's where all my fucking Zintins are. Anyway, it is what it is. But people will continuously hyper scrutinize everything that I do. They will continue to look for anything that they can. It's one of the funniest things that you could yell at me over, though, because like I am very I'm very on it in terms of like reinforcing the training. Okay? Because if you actually train your dog, or you take your dog to a trainer and then refuse to reinforce that behavior, you ultimately allow your dog to slowly but surely expand the permission structure, and dogs need good guidance at every given moment. Okay? A lot of people who are like talking shit right now are completely oblivious to that reality. They've either never taken care of a pet, they've never actually taken care of another living, breathing, organic thing, okay? Whether it be a fucking hamster or a dog or anything else. And for that reason, they just don't understand it. Overprotective? Maybe. Abusive? Laughable? Yes. I am very overprotective. Anyway, let's get to Donald Trump potentially arresting me. Not over the dog thing, but over
Probably
Antifa.
some of the people I know, some of the people I dine with. But if they do, they're in deep trouble. So we're going to be looking very strongly at the people that are funding these operations. When you see the signs, and they're all made out of a beautiful, beautiful paper, beautiful, nice, stiff, very expensive paper with beautiful wood handles, all the same color. They come from very expensive printing machines. These are not people that write out their signs in a basement that believe in something. These are paid anarchists. At least 3 of these courageous...
I forgot to blast off.
Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa thugs for his work in Andy is a very serious person, too, I have to tell you. I've been watching him for a long time. Is Andy here? That's what I thought. Hello, Andy. I thought that was you. You're looking better than you do out on those streets, huh? You look much better. It's nice to have you. You feel a little safer here, I think, maybe. Well, not that safe, because you have them. You have to worry about that. But thank you very much. Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa, and including one assault that left him with a brain hemorrhage. Only days ago, Nick Sortor was assaulted in Portland by a flag-burning mob, and we've made it 1-year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. I've never seen anything like it on both sides, and you end up with riots. So we're going on that basis. We're looking at it not from the freedom of speech, which I always felt strongly about, but never passed the courts. This is what they do, is they incite. When you burn an American flag, you incite tremendous violence. We have many examples of it, many examples of it, and it's actually down on tape, and you see things happen that just don't happen unless it's the flag that's burning. Very recently, Katie Davis Court was hit in the face with a flagpole in Portland by an Antifa radical, leaving her with a very blackened eye. So, Katie, thank you very much. And I'd like to also say that I watched Nick. Where's Nick? Is Nick here? Nick? Hi, Nick. That was a rough time you went through. I hope you got my little note. I wrote you a note.
Yeah, I really appreciated that. It helped a lot because it was a difficult situation. It was very stressful. And your note helped a lot. I truly appreciate it.
I thought it was terrible, actually. I thought it was terrible. So we'll talk about it a little bit. Under the last administration, the Department of Justice targeted faithful Catholics, Christians, and patriotic parents as domestic extremists. They said, oh, they're extreme because they believe in God. They're extreme because they go to Catholic church, or evangelicals, where everybody was under the gun. Unless you were a really bad, sick person, then they left you alone. Under the Trump administration, we're going after Antifa criminals, and all who fund and support their campaigns are in serious trouble. And we have a lot of records already, a lot of surprises, a lot of bad surprises. It's people that you would never think. I want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi, who, by the way, yesterday was incredible in Congress. It was amazing, and she just did it from the heart and the brain, because she's very smart, in all fairness. But she did it from the heart, and she did it an incredible. Everybody was talking about it. She exposed some of these fake senators, these terrible senators, people like Blumenthal that had a phony war record. For 20 years, he talked about what a hero he was, and it turned out he never went to Vietnam. For 20 years, he talked about being a hero in Vietnam. Then it was exposed when he said what platoon he was with, and it was exposed that somebody was watching from that particular platoon. They said he was never with us. And then he went out and he cried, and he was ready to drop out of the election. And disgraceful. And then he looks at people like Pam and he starts criticizing her, and she's a patriot. They ought to do something with that. You know, we have a young congressman that's right now in jail for lying about where he went to college and other things. It was, you know, frankly not good. It was pretty bad. But it was nothing compared to Blumenthal. I mean, what Blumenthal did, he was for 20 years a hero, a great war hero. And then he sits back and, sanctimonious kind of a guy, looks down, how dare you do this to the American public, What a fake. But I thought Pam was incredible yesterday, as well as Secretary Kristi Noem, who's really out there courageously, and I appreciate it, Kristi, amazing what you're doing. FBI Director Kash Patel, who's really coming up with some great information, Kash. It's great. Keep it coming, because there's plenty of it. Deputy Attorney General, one of the best lawyers you'll ever find. Todd Blanche, who I know personally is a good lawyer because I'm here. Thank you very much, Todd. Good job, Todd. Let me ask Attorney General Bondi to say a few words, and then we'll follow it up with Secretary Noem and Director Patel. And we're going to have some of the people around the table, very courageous people, and they're going to be talking, journalists, almost all, and they're going to be talking, and we'll take some questions from the press at the end. Okay, Pam, please.
Thank you, President Trump. And as you made clear, Antifa is a domestic left-wing terrorist organization. We've seen them on video for years because they wanted to be seen and they got away with it. They beat journalists, they attack courthouses, they attack police stations, they dox and assault our law enforcement officers. The Biden administration let them commit these crimes with total impunity for years. So did Democrat leaders like Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson. Last week, independent journalist Nick Sorter was arrested just for protecting himself against Antifa. I saw it online and I called Nick. I couldn't believe what happened. He did all this just trying to save our American flag from being burned. He was pushed down and assaulted, yet the local police arrested Nick, not the Antifa thugs who did this to him. Antifa feels empowered to operate in the open because weak Democrats have turned a blind eye to their actions. Their hatred for President Trump and for law and order agendas fuels their violence. We've seen more than 1,000% increase in attacks against our ICE agents since January 20th. Secretary Noem is out there fighting for you firsthand.
Twitch hearing was supposed to be today, but no CEO committed to it. To be clear, this doesn't mean a hearing with Twitch Discord execs isn't happening at all, but it does seem that as of last week, oversight hasn't gotten any CEOs to commit to testify. Congress isn't compelling CEOs to testify as far as I know yet. Staying on this. Update here, which I neglected to mention, this hearing is not happening today. I'm told that oversight is still communicating with Reddit, Steam, Discord, and Twitch on testimony, but also House has canceled this hearing scheduled for this week anyway because of shutdown. Yeah, the shutdown today was supposed to be the congressional hearing. Not like it's just an informational congressional hearing, but because Congress is shut down, they couldn't do that. And from what I understand, they haven't actually gotten any like CEOs to be on board with it anyway. And I don't think they were ever going to get Gabin, for example. It's just not going to happen. But, it is what it is.
Deputy Attorney General Blanche were in Chicago yesterday. While Secretary Noem was in Portland, we are around this country fighting against this domestic terrorism. We had Apple and Google take down the ICE block apps. Hope they continue to comply.
I'm going to blast off. Hold on. Do we have a blast off meme?
Of our federal law enforcement officers. We're not going to stop at just arresting the violent criminals we can see in the streets. Fighting crime is more than just getting the bad guy off the streets. It's breaking down the organization brick by brick. Just like we did with cartels, we're going to take the same approach, President Trump, with Antifa. Destroy the entire organization from top to bottom. We're going to take them apart. Thanks to your bold leadership and the designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization, which is exactly what they are, Americans will no longer tolerate their unhinged violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Christine.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting today and focusing on Antifa and the terrorists that they are. Let's not make any mistake. These individuals do not just want to threaten our law enforcement officers, threaten our journalists, and the citizens of this country. They want to kill them. Their agenda is to destroy the American people and our way of life, and this president is standing in their way. He is stopping them from bringing their death and their destruction to the individual citizens in this country that just want to raise their kids and their grandkids in peace and in safety. I want to also thank everyone around this table for being so bold and so brave, for standing up and recognizing the threat that Antifa is to our way of life. By recognizing how advanced they are, how sophisticated their networks are, how they've infiltrated our entire country, and we're seeing them play out with their tactics from city to city, and how they have built out their funding mechanisms. And, sir, I also want to thank our Treasury Secretary for his work in getting to the bottom of these funding mechanisms and individuals who are perpetuating this violence on our American cities. I was in Portland yesterday and had the chance to visit with the governor of Oregon and also the mayor. They're in town, and they are absolutely covering up the terrorism that is hitting their streets. While you talked about some of the stories of our ICE agents, our Border Patrol agents, how they have been attacked, how they have been shot at, injured, the damage that they've done, these leaders in these local cities, along with Pritzker and Johnson, ignore what's going on, or, sir, they're helping Antifa cover it up. We have arrested dozens of individuals that are Antifa members or affiliated with them, and I want to thank our Attorney General for prosecuting them and making sure they never see the light of day again. They have been so bold in making sure we're bringing those individuals to justice. One of the individuals we arrested recently in Portland was the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, and that we are hoping that as we go after her,
what are we talking about, man? The girlfriend of the founder of Antifa.
About the network and how we can root them out and eliminate them from the existence.
What is the founder of
society.
Antifa?
I want to thank the new journalists here today for telling their stories.
You're a loser. If you just shot your dog, you could be the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. It's true.
Here in America. Many times the legacy media has looked the other way, refused to tell the stories. The networks have not really focused on what this is and what damage it is doing to our country, and how this network of Antifa is just as sophisticated as MS-13, as TDA, as ISIS, as Hezbollah, as Hamas, as all of them. They are just as dangerous. They have an agenda to destroy us, just like the other terrorists we've dealt with for many, many years. And today is the day that we have a president that won't tolerate it and will stand up and fight for the American people. So thank you for being here, for being so bold, and for standing in the gap at such a time as this. It will matter. It will make a difference, and your life will be one of significance because of what you've done today. So with that, God bless you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the American people gave you a sweeping mandate in your victory in this election cycle, and they demanded safety and security for our citizens. And your administration, with your leadership, has provided us with the resources that we need, which is a whole-of-government approach to go after criminals absolutely everywhere, not just outside of this country, but within this country. And that takes a whole-of-government approach. The interagency seated up here with the Department of Homeland Security, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and your White House staffers, including Stephen Miller's leadership, has allowed us to go out there and map out these networks. What we are doing at the FBI is simple. It does not require rocket science. We are following the money. Money never lies. And that's what it's going to take to bring down this network of organized criminal thugs, gangbangers, and yes, domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities. And the folks you see here on the right and left, they're some of the bravest men and women we have today. They're reporting the stories live time because the mainstream media won't cover it. They're putting their lives on the line. They're standing up for the flag. The least we can do is stand up for them. So you have my thanks. I read more of your stories than I do theirs because you guys are putting out the truth. And we deserve a country where you are protected as equally as they are. We, in this FBI, will go after with the criminals with a vengeance. We will not rest until we find every single seed, money, donor, organization, and funding mechanism that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Bessent, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities, which has been going on for decades. And I would like to remind the American public, they built this disease temple.
Their criminal activities that they're talking about is directly constitutionally protected expressions, like political expressions. Okay? I just want you to understand that there is no circumstance where they are allowed to do this. Okay? Technically, if we're abiding by the constitutional protections set forth, The First Amendment is supposed to protect. The First Amendment is supposed to protect people from this kind of government overreach. In the United States of America, the federal government, or any sort of government really, is not allowed to monitor, or not monitor necessarily, but like just to compel your speech, your political expressions. And I mean, like, we have a maximalist position on this, okay? With the exception of like harm, immediate harm, whether it be threats or whether it be, I guess, like inciting a riot or something along those lines. Even then, it's like, given the First Amendment's protection is so high, like you have to clear a very, very, very high bar. You know, yelling fire in a crowded theater is the exemption that people use. The First Amendment itself, for the record, for those who don't understand it, is not a law. The better way to think about the Constitution is a law for the government, a law not restricting the average citizen's behavior, but instead it is a law that restricts the government from compelling the average citizen's behavior. Not even just the average citizen, by the way. The Constitution obviously expands to every single person on U.S. soil. Persons is the specific terminology that the founders, the framers used, okay? The Constitution is a government document that is supposed to have limits to what the government can do. It's not about limiting what the regular people can do. It's about limiting the government.
It was not a good night for me. Let's just say that. It was not fun sitting in that jail, but I'm glad to see what has come of it.
They brought this fucking Tim Pool guy, by the way, Nick Sorter, because he got arrested for, like, I think beating on someone.
DHS agents that I didn't even know existed until I went there and went to that ICE facility. And the morale is at an all-time high. It is so exciting to see these guys know now that they have the backing of the Secretary, the DOJ, as well as the President of the United States, and they are there to do their job. They are going to fulfill this mission and deport these violent criminals. I believe one of the ones that I did a ride-along with Secretary Noem yesterday, President Trump, and there was a pedophile that had come into the country 5 times over the past 7 years. 7 years, and apparently under the Biden regime, that was just allowed to happen. That was fine, no problem. It's concerning to me that you're seeing the Portland Police Department, as well as the governor of Oregon, and the mayor, of course, coming out and running defense for pedophiles that have entered the country illegally 5 times. It's crazy. I'm glad it's taking a front row seat in the media. And, you know, they're being forced to talk about it in reality because, you know, we're the ones that were on the ground. We're the ones that are actually reporting what's going on. And you know, much of the legacy media has been either ignoring it or covering for Antifa for years now. So thank you guys so much for taking this seriously. And President Trump, you mentioned that flag. So remember, you put out a truth right after
That's right. I saw that.
Took this flag from that man that was burning it in the street.
I saw it. Do you know who he is?
Oh, yeah, I know exactly who it is.
So why don't you give it to Pam? Give it to the Attorney General, and let's start prosecutions.
I actually have a second flag.
Once again, burning the American flag is constitutionally protected speech, okay? And the Supreme Court has actually defended this constitutionally protected speech. Just so you understand.
President Trump, after that happened to Nick, I called Harmeet Dillon and we opened a pattern and practice investigation into the Portland police very publicly as to how they let this happen.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, Brandy Cruz, you're going to hear us be very fired up today, and you can tell, and it's because some of us have been covering Antifa for 15 years and have never had anyone in a position of authority even acknowledge their existence. And I'll also tell you that I think that had you not done, the single most powerful thing you've done to deal with this scourge has been acknowledging that Antifa is a real thing. I genuinely believe there would be people at these tables who would be dead today and would have been killed in Portland had you not called them a terror organization and said, we're going to bring the full weight of the federal government to bear. I talked to Katie Daviscourt in Portland the other day. She'd been assaulted all summer. And she said the same thing. They didn't seem quick to violence as soon as you made that designation. So they're thinking in their heads, they're worried. There's been 24 or so arrested in Portland. They don't want to go to federal prison. There's this video of them, one of them who was in the face of an ICE agent, and then he's in custody shaking. Once you take the mask off, they're nothing. And I was told by probably a dozen people not to tell you this. I'm going to tell it to you anyway, because it's relevant to what we're talking about. I'm living proof that you can recover from TDS. I had strong Trump derangement syndrome for probably 8 years. This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier, I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement syndrome. Yes. You know, I'm a reporter in Seattle, and frankly, I could not care any less what any of you have to say about this meeting. Could not care any less. We're not here for you. I'm not here to convince any of you that Antifa is a real thing, because if you have not come to that conclusion by now, you are never going to come to that conclusion because you don't want to see it. And you're going to go and you're going to say it's a bunch of right-wing conservative influencers who are here spinning a tale. I was one of you. I was a mainstream reporter in Seattle for 10 years. I was a TV reporter on the streets doing my job, and I was still assaulted by Antifa. So it's not about being conservative. It's about people who go there and show what they're doing. And when I saw, after all those years, that the media wouldn't be honest about what was happening, that Democratic politicians wouldn't be honest about what was happening, I thought, well, gosh, if they're not being honest about that, maybe they're not being honest about President Trump either. And it opened my mind to just looking at things for what they were. And now I find you quite funny, actually. Now it's like I said, I'm much happier about it. But, you know, for me, again, I could not care any less the stories that they go to print. This is what I care about. We have 3.5 years. Nothing is guaranteed, although I think if Democrats keep it up, we'll probably have Republican presidents for the next 3 decades. But nothing is guaranteed, and so what I want to see over the next 3.5 years is a full court press to dismantle Antifa once and for all in a meaningful way. I know, Andy, we talked before this about some ideas. That's really what we want to. I don't care what the media says. I don't care what Democrats say. They will never wake up to this fact. So we want the federal government to take as many of these cases as possible, look at the interstate travel between Portland and Seattle when it comes to these people who are committing violent acts, and hopefully in 3.5 years, they will be a shell of their former selves.
Very close to done, and it's Antifa and many others, unfortunately. Yes. There are many others, bad ones. Most have been named terrorist organizations. There are a couple that we're going to. But I think we've got it pretty well covered. But there are many others. But very specifically today, it's Antifa, and it's really bad. And we're going to get it
this
cleaned
is
up.
every
Andy,
time.
Thank you very much. I'm glad.
Every time people are talking about like fucking Portland is a war zone, it's just really funny to think. It's really funny to just like tune into Portland and show exactly what's going on in Portland when they're like, Portland is a war zone. Army of Antifa. And then this is the Army of Antifa. And this is the Army of Antifa. This is what they're doing in Portland, the war zone, right? It's just, it kind of reminds me of that fucking, it kind of reminds me of that, that Amon animations where, like in real time, as Ethan was like talking about how I'm like this dangerous neo-Nazi terrorist or whatever, and then you tune in and it's like me and Maya and I'm explaining to her like what docking is. That happened in real time, apparently. Okay, you are no different from Israel. Stop hurting your dog, idiot. It's insane. Like, it's basically like that. But it doesn't really matter because, once again, if you just stay on the other side, you can be perfectly comfortable knowing that, like, Portland is on fire, knowing in your heart of hearts, knowing in your mind that Portland is, as a matter of fact, on fucking fire. Okay? Meanwhile, I mean, it happens all the time. It happens all the time with, like, protests. It happens all the time with protests in general, where you will see people go, the cars are The cars are on fire. The cars are on fire. It's completely out of control. They're burning the Waymos. And then you like will watch me go to a protest, the exact protest they're talking about, like Los Angeles is on fire. And I walk 3 blocks away and I go get a fucking ice cream at like a Japanese ice cream restaurant. It is so difficult to cut away at these insane narratives because a lot of people don't want to see the other side. They just want to continue being deluded. Now, under different circumstances, that would be fine. That delusion, that level of delusion would be fine. Okay? As long as it just kept people scared and it's whatever. But now, after the government has expertly crafted this hysterical narrative, manufactured this outrage, they're using this narrative to continue ridiculous political prosecution, illegal political prosecution of people who are exercising their constitutionally protected, for now, constitutionally protected right to exercise their First Amendment rights, to protest against police, to protest against whoever the fuck they want to protest against. That is the most fundamental American value. It is more fundamental an American value than racism is, okay? That is the most important, most fundamental American value, okay? There's a reason why it's the First Amendment. Now, on top of that, this administration is obviously actively trying to create an alternative. This administration is actively trying to erode that constitutional protection. And this is going to hurt everybody. Okay? A lot of people don't understand. They think, oh, those guys are simply radicals. They're Marxists. They're this, they're that. Not realizing that it's not just the radical Marxists or whatever that these guys want to prosecute, even though that shouldn't be prosecutable regardless, right? Those guys actually want to stamp out any matter of political dissent. That's what they want to do. They want to go after all dissent. They recognize that they are unpopular. They recognize that they don't have the broad popular mandate that they thought that they had, or that they deluded themselves into believing that they had. So now, the only alternative at a time when there is like an unprecedented wave of unpopularity, the only thing that they can do is basically force the issue. If you can't become popular with your policies, then you just make it so that it's illegal to demonstrate how unpopular you are, to demonstrate against the administration. That's precisely what's going on.
The governor, and she acts like everything is totally normal. There's nothing wrong. It's almost like, are you waking up from a dream or something? You see it on your network. You see it all over the place. And it's so bad. It's so crazy. It's like the movies you see for the kids, I guess not only the kids, adults also, where you have these bombed out cities and these bombed out people. It's like worse than that. I don't think they could make a movie as bad. And then the governor will get up and say, I don't know why they're coming here. It's such a wonderful place. And the amazing thing is the people want us to be there. The people, when they get the real people that live there, many of them have left, but the real people want us to be there. The same thing in Chicago. So they've had 60, 70 murders over a short period of time. Murders, people that got shot. They've had hundreds of people shot, and then a guy like Pritzker or this low IQ mayor gets up I mean, he got up. He's got a 5% approval rating.
How does he still have
And
support for the people
are all
enforcing
against
Trump's
him. They want
ridiculous
people to
orders?
come.
I mean, a lot of people in that
Beautiful
position,
black women
a lot of
are
people in
women.
the role of the police or even in the military are obviously used to just following orders no matter how fucking silly it is, right? Because the organizational unit revolves around breaking your autonomy down and making you a part of like a larger structure. It's so you become more compliant when people give you orders. That's at the heart of how the military operates. And it can be quite rewarding as well for a lot of people. It can be rewarding for a lot of people who, don't have that kind of structure in their lives, right? And need that kind of structure in their lives. But ultimately, that is the goal of the military, and that's why the military will at times do things that every single individual within the military structure will follow through on. It's organizational obedience.
I believe they're scared. They're actually frightened for their lives. Jack, please say a few words.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us here today and holding this roundtable. Antifa is real. Antifa has been around in various iterations for almost 100 years in some instances, going back to the Weimar Republic in Germany. And it's now been just under 1 month since we saw a far leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and we saw thousands upon thousands of people, other far leftists and people in positions of authority, people like nurses and pilots and doctors and HR departments celebrating the death and the murder of Charlie Kirk. This sickness that's out there is absolutely real. And Mr. President, thank you for mentioning the fact that one of the bullet casings read, "Hey fascist, catch" on it. One of the other bullet casings right next to that had Bella Ciao written on it. Now, Bella Ciao is a song that is known in Antifa circles as the international anthem of Antifa. And all of us around this room that have studied Antifa, we're very familiar with these symbols. And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse. When you look at people like Luigi Maggioni in his 20s, Thomas Matthew Crooks, of course, who took a shot at you, sir, the ICE shooter in Dallas, and now this Tyler Robinson, we're starting to see a pattern of more and more murderous violence. And this same violence is not just random. It is targeted assassinations, which are getting worse. And every single one of us in this room that goes out there, and obviously you as well, sir, and all the staff, we are now under that threat every single day. And working there at Turning Point USA, and I've spent just about the last month out there in Phoenix with Erica, with the family, with the team. And I will tell you this, Mr. President, even though going through something like that, which is an absolute nightmare, and people say,
how can you watch this for so long is nauseating? I have to. This is the future of the country.
It was horrible. But we're not going to quit.
And it's like specifically impacting
the tour that Charlie was
people,
on.
not just like myself, but just like people like yourselves as well.
5,000 people last night in Montana, if you can believe that. We are continuing to organize on campus.
None of these are journalists, by the way, and they're not asking questions. They're here to just like chirp.
This threat, knowing what happened to Charlie. But Mr. President, we need to do something about this, because I fear that the next one who could be killed could be sitting at this table right now. And we're not going to stop, but they need to stop, and they will not stop until they are stopped. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it very much. One thing I have to say is that Washington, D.C. was almost as bad. I don't know what could be worse than Portland. You don't even have stores anymore. They don't even put glass up. They put plywood on their windows, but most of the retailers have left. But Washington, D.C. was so bad. And Pam, I'd say it took 12 days to really make it pretty good and a month to make it great. And now people are going out to dinner. The restaurants are booming. They don't have enough seats. They're opening up new restaurants because many of them closed. And people are walking down the street totally safe. A reporter, I'm not sure if she's there. I can't see somebody reported there. She is. She was violently assaulted. And I don't know, she tends to be somewhat liberal, but she wasn't liberal on this one. I appreciated your honesty, but that won't happen again. It won't happen again. You're lucky you're alive, frankly, with what happened. I know exactly what took place. So Washington, D.C., our capital, we thought we'd start there appropriately, and it's safe, and people are so happy. They're so happy. And now it's a couple of months. I went to dinner there. I felt totally safe. I gave a press conference right in the middle of the street, which I don't think Secret Service was thrilled about. But, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have wanted to do it 6 months ago. It's incredible what happened. Now we're in Memphis. As you know, we're having a great impact in Memphis. It's been only a week, but it's, Cash, I hear it's been amazing what's happening there just very early. But you take a look at D.C. and you take a look at some of the other. We've had a big impact there. What we haven't said, because Pritzker said, well, crime is going down in Chicago. Well, 5 months ago, Cash went to Chicago with a lot of FBI agents just to prepare it so that we went in with, I guess you could call it a surge, call it whatever you want, but would be even more effective. And we're going to be doing that and very, very strongly doing that because Chicago is a very unsafe city. It's a great city. The head of the Union Pacific Railroad said, sir, please save Chicago. It's a great city. It can be saved. Other cities are gone. I mean, they're lost. They can get better, but they're just
totally.
Really, they've been so decimated. But I'm so proud of what they've done so quickly in D.C. And it's taking place quickly in Memphis, where we were asked to go by the mayor and by the governor. And it's really incredible what we can do and how fast we can do it. Let's go for two more. Would you like to go? And then, Katie, you'll go. Okay, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for having us here. And not to sound like a broken record, but it needs to be said that Antifa is real. Yeah. It's real. It's a threat. I just saw them last weekend over in Portland while they're causing mayhem over there. And the reason why there's such a big problem is because we have Democrats and a lot of people in the mainstream media refusing to acknowledge that they even exist, right? So how can we as a country begin to address it when you have large swaths of these people who are supposedly decision makers and people who are supposed to inform, they don't want to say that it exists. Because the common argument is like, well, they're not a real organization because there's no national leadership, they don't have a national headquarters, so how can law enforcement go after a group that doesn't exist like that? Well, law enforcement goes after criminal groups that organize to rob banks or do smash and grabs. They don't have a registered LLC, they don't have official membership cards, they don't have a business address, but law enforcement still goes after them because they're working as a group. These people don't just show up, randomly at the same time.
It's because anti-fascism is not an organization. It is an action. Okay? You miss when Jack Posobiec said Antifa has been doing terrorism since the Weimar Republic when they were fighting actual Nazis. These people think opposing Hitler was terrorism. I know, because they're fucking Nazis. And that's the only reason why you would criminalize anti-fascist protests. The only reason why you would ever turn around and criminalize anti-fascist protests is if you are a fascist. Antifa is not an organized unit, okay? Anti-fascism is an action. Anti-fascism is a principled action, okay? If you call out someone being racist, you can consider that anti-fascist action in that moment. If you go out and you counter-protest against fascist protesting, that's anti-fascist action, okay? There is no, Antifa headquarters. There is no getting together and rounding up the troops and then deciding that we are going to operate in an organized capacity to go and do anti-fascist mobilization. It doesn't work that way. And not only does it not work that way, but even if it did, even if there was an Antifa organization, okay, even if there was a centralized anti-fascist organization, it would still be constitutionally protected, okay? The American Constitution as it stands currently does not have any domestic terrorism tools that they can use to prosecute people who are individuals who are getting together and gathering together and doing acts of political expression. Okay. Yet the Trump administration is trying to change that. Now, this is such a maximalist position that you can literally have the Patriot Prayer and the 3%ers and the Oath Keepers and things of that nature. actually participate in mass demonstrations around the country. Okay? That is the reason, because the First Amendment makes it so that as long as you are not directly engaging in some kind of like violent or some kind of criminal action, then you can't prosecute them. He said the government goes after orgs that rob banks. I guess that means all banks are safe now. There's a difference, right? There's a difference there. That is a criminal element getting together to do a crime. It is, as of now, not a crime to protest. Thank you. That's the point, right? It is a crime to try and rob a bank. It is a crime to successfully rob a bank. It's even a crime to attempt to rob a bank. It is not a crime to organize a protest. It is not a crime to mobilize to organize a protest. Is it not only not a crime, it's a right. It is a constitutionally protected right. There is no constitutionally protected right to robbing a bank. There is, however, a constitutionally protected right to organize a fucking protest. Okay? It is ridiculous.
Do it because it's an important topic, it's an important issue. The American people deserve to know what's happening in these chaotic situations, and we're more than happy to do it. So thank you, sir.
Great job. Thank you very much. Katie, please.
Hi, Mr. President. It is an honor being here today, and I first wanted to start by thanking you guys for designating Antifa a terrorist group. It's exactly what this group is. It's a long time coming. I'm an investigative journalist from Seattle. I work for the Post Millennial alongside Andy No and Jack Posobiec. I have been infiltrating Antifa cells in Seattle and Portland for the past decade. I know their inner workings, and Antifa uses extreme political violence to crush the civil rights of their political enemies and believes that violence is justified by any means necessary. But today, I want to focus on what is happening in Portland at the ICE facility. I've been covering this for the past 4 months, and this is a call out to corporate media who has completely ignored this story or has falsely reported on it. This is nothing short other than a sustained attack on the United States, which is being supported by Democratic elected officials. The Portland Police Bureau has completely abandoned several blocks outside the ICE facility, giving away their jurisdiction to a terrorist group who has spent the past 4 months harassing, assaulting, and intimidating anyone they perceive to be against their cause. Not only have federal agents been relentlessly assaulted for more than 100 consecutive days, black-clad anarchist militants concealing their identities behind black facial coverings have been assaulting reporters just for trying to cover their crimes. Today, I am sitting here with a black eye and a concussion after being violently hit in the face with a metal pole while reporting outside the ICE facility just this past week. After the attack, I immediately went to three Portland police officers who refused to detain the suspect. I took the time to chase down the suspect in the streets, had her held for 35 minutes. I was waiting for Portland police to come, and they never came. Then that's what opened my eyes to what this group is actually doing. I watched 20 Antifa militants help my assault suspect escape into an Antifa safe house that is 1 block away from the ICE facility. And this safe house is where Antifa-affiliated protesters are conducting paramilitary operations. It's where they're arresting, they're showering, they're eating to continue this occupation. I have staked out this safe house and have observed shift changes. This group is highly organized. It is being funded through mutual aid groups, and they have no plans of stopping. Residents living across the ICE facility have been held hostage by Antifa. They're begging for federal intervention. The city, and they want you, President Trump, to come in and restore law and order. I want to stress the importance of taking this situation seriously, because when I first started reporting on this occupation, I went undercover in Black Bloc. I talked to these Antifa militants. I lasted for about a month. They believe that ICE agents are the Nazi Gestapo who need to be killed. They told me that directly, and I think that if this situation is not taken as seriously as it is, it's just a matter of time before someone gets killed. And thank you for having me.
Thank you, Katie. That's pretty incredible. The only question nobody can answer is why. Why are they doing this? They're like insurrectionists. They're terrible people. But you really wonder why. Why are they doing it? What are they gaining other than they're obviously paid? They're paid a lot of money. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, if I can answer that question, the reason why they're doing it is because the same media that's sitting in this room with us has declared all of us at this table Nazis and fascists, and they've been doing this for years. This is why Antifa feels emboldened to attack us. Now, almost every single person at this table has been threatened with a steel bat. We've been assaulted, we've been harassed, we've been threatened, and that is in huge part due to the media. So my message right now is for you guys. Because 2 years ago, back in 2020, by the way, I was censored for my reporting on Antifa here in Washington, D.C. You were talking about how safe it is now, Mr. President. It wasn't so safe back then. Back in 2020, I watched as a father was being mobbed and surrounded by Antifa members as his terrified, crying children looked on and the police here did nothing. I watched as a woman had her hair violently ripped out of her skull simply for waving an American flag on the streets of Washington, D.C. And by the way, if you guys try to go and find any of this footage, you won't find any of it because Twitter deleted all of it because our president shared my reporting and they deleted my entire account immediately after. So now, if you want to know what happened in 2020, all you're going to see is the media headlines that said that it was fiery but mostly peaceful. Thanks for that one, CNN. The reality is that it was an extremely violent period of time, and for the last 10 years, Antifa has been wreaking havoc on law-abiding and innocent American citizens, and it needs to end. Now, I'm with Turning Point USA. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President. Thank you guys so much, everybody in the administration, for giving us a seat at the table, because the media has not only been demonizing us for so long, but immediately after the brutal assassination of our founder, Charlie Kirk, our Turning Point USA chapters have seen an uptick in violence across the nation as Antifa chapters that are embedded in our universities go and target them. It's been extremely difficult to report on the ground, and for a long time I was afraid to go to Portland because I knew that the only people who would have my back, like Julio said, were one of my friends on the ground because there is no police force there. I was terrified to go because I knew if I got shot or stabbed, and I have been assaulted, I've been mobbed and robbed in Austin, Texas by Antifa, that nobody would come to help me. So my plea to the entire administration, especially to the DOJ, is every single radical left-winger who is in front of the ICE facility in Chicago, in New York, in Portland, please make sure that you use the full force of the law to come after each and every single one of them, because it is us being soft on left-wing violence that has fomented all of the terror that we have seen in this country, and it is the left wing getting away time and time again with assaulting law-abiding American citizens that has led us to this place. So,
is this level of dick sucking allowed on television? Yes. And also, what's really remarkable about this particular type of dick sucking is that it's happening while the government is shut down. This is what they're predisposed with. The government's fucking shut down, and what these guys are doing, instead of like trying to address that, instead of, I don't know, offering people additional funds, offering people additional subsidies so they can continue fucking paying their unimaginably expensive healthcare premiums, but at least like manage it to a certain degree, because that's what the government is shut down over, for the record. Instead of coming to terms with that and then taking a fat dub, you know what I mean? Because Donald Trump could just easily be like, that's right, I love healthcare. Democrats hate healthcare. That's why we're doing healthcare. And then said, we're doing Trump care. I'm calling it Trump care, right? If he actually wasn't such a empty suit that is a servant of capital, that's what he would do. If he was truly the populist leader, that's what he would do. If he truly cared about even like advancing a nationalist project, like doing a nationalist project, he would offer at least like his base some treats. And I don't mean just treats necessarily, but I mean he would offer his base something like some kind of financial leg up at a time when people are experiencing unprecedented levels of this affordability crisis. That's where we're at. He's not doing that. And instead, he's just offering the base red meat like
Soros
this.
Network, the Open Society Network, its other funding networks, the Arabella Funding Network, the Tides Funding Network, Neville Roy Singham and his network, Foreign Cash. And it's also big left-wing funders. Some of them are not citizens of this country. Mr. Hans-Jörg Wyss of Switzerland. They're pouring money into this entire ecosystem. And so I want to share 3 money facts with you about what we call Riot Inc. Number 1, like any corporation, Riot Inc. has many divisions. It doesn't just have the Antifa boots on the ground division. It has PR divisions. It has marketing divisions. It has a very well-funded legal division to get these boots on the ground back on the streets as quickly as possible. But it does have those investors that I mentioned. Number 2, we have identified dozens of radical organizations, not just the decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Inc. investors. These would be the lawyer groups. These would be the groups that advocate
what they're
for
talking
calling,
about here is like bail funds, right? Like people who set up bail funds specifically so that people who are arrested for not breaking any fucking laws or anything, people who are simply arrested and detained can be quickly released. Okay? That's what this is for. But they call it the fucking Riot Inc. or whatever.
Charged with domestic terrorism, these groups received money for that from both the billionaire class as well as taxpayer money. So one other thing, this
like
money helps fund the decentralized crowdfunding.
These
are ways
the
Antifa
legal observers that are participating in the protests and are there specifically to the Lawyers Guild that specifically is there to look at violations. The National Lawyers Guild is there to write down violations of constitutional protections. Like they even consider Act Blue, which is like the funding vehicle for the Democratic Party, to be a part of this as well. It's just a payment processor. It's just so ridiculous.
Cash or Pam.
Absolutely.
Or Christie.
Yeah, we'll do that.
As soon as you can. That's all of you.
This well-funded legal org works to protect Antifa terrorists from prosecution, according to the Federalist newspaper.
But these are people that
there's a reason why they're covering this shit right now, by the way, because they want to go after every single. They want to go after every single organization that specifically works to ensure that people's constitutional rights are not fucking violated. Okay? I'm sorry. If it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it's probably not a cow. Okay? If you are prosecuting people who are anti-fascist for simply engaging in anti-fascist demonstrations, if you are saying that anti-fascism is a terrorism designation, if you are actively trying to go after all of these other groups, all of these other like 501c3s, for example, that work to ensure that the administration doesn't violate every administration, by the way. Like this is not, these organizations are not, Democrat run or Democrat funded, by the way. These organizations also operate when the Democrats are in charge. The National Lawyers Guild and the ACLU and all these other like civil liberties, like civil rights organizations, human rights organizations, work under every administration. They're agnostic. They're not specifically working when Republicans are in charge or anything like that. They were literally there when protests were happening on college campuses and the Biden administration was in charge and people were getting packed up. 3,500 people got arrested on college campuses for protesting against Israel. They were there. They're there to protect civil liberties for all Americans. Okay? That's what they're there for.
Dangerous, and I thank you, Mr. President, and your administration as well for acknowledging that.
Thank you very much. It's too bad you have to go through it.
I know, it's a little crazy, right, Mr. President?
Well, you're going to get to the bottom of it, so it's a very important thing you're doing. Thank you very much. Please, Cam.
Yeah, I've just got something very short. I'm attacked Every time I do my job.
I do find it
Leave
pretty
my
crazy,
house to go-
though, that like they're basically looking at the situation, right? They're looking at the situation and they're like, they did January 6th. A lot of these groups that participated in January 6th were responsible for other criminal acts as well, not just protests, but like straightforward incidents of like domestic terror, right? And these guys are looking at that and saying January 6ers are actually good. And that is not like a real insurrection. They were just simply visiting the halls of Congress, but maybe were a little too aggressive in their visitation. Okay, maybe they expanded on their visitation rights. Okay, and they must be freed. And Donald Trump actually got them free. He pardoned every single person, and some of those guys literally had to go back to jail because they were pedophiles. Okay, but what's crazy is, on the one hand, those guys are good as long as you are doing an insurrection, like a legitimate insurrection at the behest of the president, the current president, then that's fine. If you're a brown shirt, that's fine. That's really good. On the other hand, however, if you are protesting against the administration, then you're bad. Then you're bad, and you should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. You should be treated like a terrorist. You should be black-bagged, and you should be arrested. It's ridiculous.
Also, just the stories that they publish about what's the ICE enforcement operations that are so heavily slanted that it's no longer, as I was saying, no longer just Antifa, but Americans that are becoming radicalized. So they've been very irresponsible with how they've been reporting.
Who is
on it. MSNBC, for example, they're...
Would you rate them the worst?
Probably.
Who would you rate second?
Well, they ran a story about an operation in Southern California about how a father of 3 Marines was arrested, and they made it seem like they just did it because he's brown. But there's video of that same man charging at the agents with a weed whacker. Now, I've worked with weed whackers back in the day, and you don't want to be in the receiving end of one of those. So that's why he was arrested, but the story was presented as if it's a brown guy just simply being arrested. And I've been around ICE agents, and I'm a citizen, so I feel fine. But it's just that's why. It's not just Antifa. It's not happening in a vacuum. It's
working in conjunction. I think they work in conjunction with some of the media. I think ABC is very bad. I think NBC is very bad. And CBS has a new owner, so we have hope for CBS. CBS has a great new owner, my opinion. But I will tell you, ABC is terrible. NBC is terrible. NBC's MSNBC too. They changed it. They moved it over legally so they couldn't be tainted by the words MSNBC, but they are absolutely terrible. There are a lot of them. What about independents? Independent networks.
They're a little bit better, but I would say that we're an example of how you don't need to be part of a super large company to be able to do just basic journalism. All you got to do is sit and record, and you'll let the story play out. And that's why they hate us. That's why Antifa targets us.
Well, I watched a level of dishonesty that's incredible, where answers are changed. Like just before the election, an answer was changed by Kamala. She gave a horrible, death-defying, election-defying answer, and they took the answer out and they replaced it with another answer that she gave 5 minutes later, having to do with a different subject, but at least it wasn't election-defying. No, the level of dishonesty with the media is incredible, whether it's on Antifa or many of the other groups. You're talking about Antifa, and I know that's close to your heart because that's the one that's most affecting you, but there are others that are as bad or almost as bad as Antifa, having to do with different people, different sections of the world, but it's terrible. We're not going to let it go on in this country. We're not going to let it go on. And a big problem is not all of them, but some of the networks out there. And you do wonder why. You really do. Okay, please. Go ahead. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you again.
Thank you.
My name is Jonathan Cho. I am an investigative reporter for Frontlines Turning Point USA. I'm also a senior fellow at Discovery Institute in Seattle. And I cover far-left extremism as well as the homeless drug crisis in America. And I find it oftentimes those worlds intersect. And hot off the presses, what I wanted to bring to your attention today is a report from a Capital Research Center here in DC in conjunction with Discovery Institute. They just put out this study right now. And what it shows is that Antifa is heavily embedded in the homeless and housing nonprofit sector. In many cases, the homeless industrial complex is running cover for
Bro, this is a
Antifa.
real who's who for literally all of the worst scumbags. It's like, this is, if you've ever been on a, what's the guy's name? What's that fucking guy that like, Asmongold watches all the time? The guy who goes to like, what was his name? I'm forgetting now. Tyler? Was it Tyler or something?
To make the police look bad.
The fuck was that guy's name? Jesus Christ. Tyler Oliveira, huh? Yes. It's basically a real who's who. If you've ever appeared on a Tyler Oliveira video, if you've ever set up a grift specifically to talk about the dangers of Antifa, you have been invited to this panel. It's fucking insane. Even this guy, who is like a relatively newcomer to this reactionary content slop industry, was invited. This guy, I've dunked on before. He's just like too stupid to make a coherent argument. It's crazy.
The needle and change the game. But what's also come
Just
out
a straight up
again
clown
is
show.
that there is a connection, a deeply embedded connection with the homeless housing nonprofit game.
Yeah. Each speaker goes like this. Hello, glorious President Trump. You are so beautiful and hot, and I love you. Antifa thugs insulted me, and it made me sad. And we need to make protests illegal. I'm so lonely. I'm a journalist also, by the way. Lamau, one of these freaks just said, Antifa deeply embedded in the homeless industrial complex. Like, it's fucking crazy.
You know, and he helped us get elected, us. It's really
But once
us.
again, you can say whatever the
It's even
fuck you
some of
want.
them, but not too
And
many
it
of them,
blows
not enough
my
of them.
mind.
And
It blows my mind that you can say whatever the fuck you want. And nobody is going to go, hey, I don't think that's true. I don't think what you're saying is correct. I don't think there's like a big homeless industry that specifically benefits from there being more homeless people. Like, there is no homelessness industrial complex.
Handful of those other outlets that have been lying about, I mean, various things, but especially what ICE, the brave men and women over at ICE have been doing. I was talking to Antifa members in Portland the other day, and you know, a lot of these people genuinely believe, they buy these lies, and they genuinely believe that they're fighting against literal Nazis and not brave men and women that are putting their lives on the line to basically, enforce basic immigration law, right? That everyone seemed to agree with up until maybe a few years ago, a handful of years ago. So once again, thank you so much for having me. My name is James Klug. While my primary job is traveling around the country, having conversations with Americans about various political topics and issues, I have had a lot of run-ins with Antifa over the last 5 years. And I do think that Antifa is a primary reason why many conservatives are afraid to go out and protest and make their voices heard and maybe bring friends and family to a demonstration and exercise their First Amendment right, because they are literally deathly afraid. And I talk to these people all the time. They're afraid of militants showing up in black bloc and hurting them and their families. And, I've personally witnessed Antifa assaulting hundreds of police officers. I've witnessed them firebombing police departments and federal property. I've witnessed them making death threats against federal agents, police officers, journalists. I think I've witnessed every single person here, maybe not personally, but I've seen them get, hunted down and attacked. And so,
that's an incredible
this is a group
claim.
that is responsible for a good percentage, if not a majority, of the violent riots in 2021 and 2020, when Democrat mayors had a kind of a hands-off approach with these left-wing militants. Just as a quick reminder for everybody, we're talking about dozens of murders that happened.
We probably
in those
watched a video
riots.
with
We're
all of
talking
these
about
guys.
Billions of dollars of damage to
These
property and
is a real
communities
who's
all
who
over
of some of the
country. We're talking
worst
about thousands of
motherfuckers out
officer
there.
Injuries. So this isn't just like some little thing that they're, they punch a journalist here and there. No, they're responsible for a lot of damage and a lot of people that have, unfortunately died and basically suppressing people's voices, And so what I did want to talk about is to get this footage almost every single person in the room here, to get this footage, you have to go undercover because you are at risk of being beaten or worse. You have to go undercover. You have to film low-key to capture them committing crimes. This is stuff that the mainstream media was not doing and has not been doing. They'll show when Antifa is maybe, it's a little bit more peaceful, and they'll show when it's more mellow, but they'll remove the cameras when things get violent and it's actually dangerous to be here. And I have personally witnessed legacy media vans showing up at a riot 300 yards away, getting out of the vehicle, filming for 30 seconds, saying something like, you know, fiery but mostly peaceful, packing up, and to add insult to injury, you have Democrat politicians that are saying it's just an idea, right? That's all this is. So it's just an idea. After all of this chaos, it's just an idea. Well, that idea has threatened to kill me and many of my friends that are here today. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for bringing this to the forefront, and it's definitely making a big change.
The guy talking about, right, the guy talking right now, James Klug, is a YouTuber whose most popular video is Not All Black Lives Matter. They have Asmold and the Twitch's hentai guy in the White House before long. Oh, for sure. The White House is bringing on straight up Nazi slop tubers. That is where we're at already. Like, it's one step removed from like having literal VTubers beaming in. Antifa's job is to literally make fascists afraid to do fascism. Antifa is not a organization, as we already talked about, but it's like anyone and everyone that takes it upon themselves to say, fuck Nazis. It can be something as simple as that. And that's precisely the reason why everyone is technically liable for prosecution.
Thing is Antifa, or someone has a patch that says Antifa. It doesn't matter. You know, did they assault someone? Did they assault a federal agent? Were they engaged in rioting? What is it? And so they're always using that, oh, well, they don't call themselves Antifa, even though some of them literally do. It's called Rose City Antifa. How long has it been around in Portland, Andy?
Since 2007.
They call themselves Antifa. In Seattle, I was outside the federal building, and they were yelling, there's no police here, this is Antifa land. And then at the same time, Democrats, like our governor, oh, Antifa is an idea. But yeah, I think Antifa can overlap with a lot of other entities and organizations.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You know, President Trump, I just wanted to add this real quick, because you were asking which mainstream media outlet is the worst. What I think, it's any of them that decided to call Kilmar Abrego Garcia Maryland Dad. Because when I'm out there on the street talking to these people,
there it is.
They call it Maryland Dad.
This is not about like addressing a serious threat. This is about forcing this administration down your fucking throat to say anyone and everyone that has ever criticized the administration or saw like the humanity of a random migrant that the admin decided was actually a scary MS-13 terrorist, you're fucking going to get prosecuted. It's because these guys can't cope with the reality that they're like their narratives are not working. Their narratives, in spite of no adequate counter messaging operation coming from the Democrats, is still not reaching a broad enough base of support. So they just have to turn around and say, all right, well, if you don't fuck with us, then you're going to jail. That's what
Trump
it is.
Gonna come and
This
help us.
is straight up prosecuting discontent. Oh, you don't think I'm cool? Fuck you. You're going to jail. It's simultaneously fascist, but it's also childish, you know? It's also fucking childish, if that makes sense.
Off by these rioters, children crying because they, can't sleep at night and they're scared of all the noise outside, and they can't leave. They can't. I mean, they got a lease. You can't just leave. These people aren't wealthy individuals, and that's one of the major problems here. And these people are afraid to come out and speak out. And they're getting no help from their government at all. They've been begging for the noise ordinance to be enforced outside of their apartment complex for months now, and the city of Portland has ignored them every single time. The victims are, as I said, they're afraid, but the governments aren't doing anything because they want to spite the administration. It's all political.
And the politicians make you feel like you're foolish, like there's something wrong. Like, how could President Trump be saying that about Chicago? And yet the night before you see that, 11 people were shot, 5 people died, and you have him talking about like it's a wonderful situation. They make you feel guilty. And a lot of people don't get over that. They just don't get over it. I think they convince the people. Do wealthy people leave too or not? Places like Portland, are the wealthy people leaving? People that can leave, are they leaving?
I think that they're moving to the areas that have been gentrified. I mean, the Oregon governor, when she was saying, we don't need Trump here, she's walking around. It's a very tight shot, if you notice that. And she said, Portland's just fine. Look at me. And they'll focus on the couple areas of Portland that are very nice.
That, and there were explosions in the background.
Yeah. I mean, there was a reason they cropped it in.
Explosions in the background.
Sir,
Anybody have anything else to say over here? And then we'll get, should we be taking questions, or is it just a waste of time? Because they're going to ask questions, but, well, there's Brian, he's good. But you know what? In a way, it's a waste of time, because if you give a great answer, they don't put it on. If you give a horrendous answer, or even if you give a great answer, they make it sound like it's not a great answer. They're very dishonest. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, and I think part of that dishonesty comes from what they see. For instance, I've never been asked to go on any other show besides Fox News. My clips go viral everywhere, but they've never even asked, like CNN's never asked, MSNBC's never asked. And a lot of times when I go to hotels, I'll stay and I'll watch like MSNBC.
Fortunately, their ratings are terrible.
Dude. You see? No, this is literally, I'm not popular. Why am I not popular? Please arrest these people. They've made me feel bad, and they don't use my clips.
Job.
Yeah, and it's not hard to show what's going on these days. You literally have an iPhone and you can post it on X.
They don't believe in the star system, It's just one of those things, right? Okay, Nick, you finished, Nick?
Yeah,
Are you
thank you very
finished,
much.
Nick?
Oh my
Good
God.
job. Thank you very much.
Even
We've
he
been
said,
through hell.
even
I
he's
tell
like,
you
all
that,
right,
but
enough,
you're
Nick.
Really incredible patriots, incredible people. Go ahead, please, Brian. Brian, go ahead.
I'm so thankful for each and every one of you here right now, and I'm very grateful that my network, Real American Voice, has partnered up with many of you. Jack and Sylvan, you have a show on a network. Many of you, Savannah, have appeared on a network as well, so thank you for being here. My question is this: in terms of following the money, I would just notify that the city of Austin is cleared to vote tomorrow to basically waive a $120,000 fee so that a no kings, basically an anti-Trump rally can occur in their city. They're bypassing the fees, rolling it to the taxpayers. So my question is to you, what can the people of Austin, Texas do right now to make sure that their tax dollars don't fund a no kings, anti-Trump rally coming up?
Well, you just tell me. I would love to do something about that. Bring a lawsuit, do something. The best thing you can do is have honest elections, because the elections are totally rigged in so many of these places. You take a look. The people, they're all loving you. They can't breathe. They love so much, every one of them. You don't see one negative. Then all of a sudden you lose the election by 20 points. The elections are so rigged, and we proved that in 2020 more than any other time. But even the last election, there were areas that I won by much more. We won in a landslide, but I actually won in more of a landslide than we thought. I said, you got to get out, make it too big to rig. And fortunately, the people made it too big to rig. They tried. But the biggest thing you can do is have honest elections. If you don't have, and you need great media. You need borders. Wait. You need borders. You need honest media. You need honest elections, and you have a great country, and you need all three of them. Yeah, go ahead.
Blue Tent had ties to all these radical groups that you talked about inside here. So thank you for removing.
I would like you to make a big deal, though, if they're waiving a fee, but I guarantee they wouldn't waive it if it was. It's not Trump. If it were a conservative rally, they wouldn't be waiving it. So maybe you can look into that, Pam. Todd.
Mr. President.
That sounds like one for Todd, Pam. Go ahead, Todd. Good luck.
There's proof that Antifa actually infiltrated on.
Who are you?
I am with
What network?
Oh my God.
It's an Arabic network based in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia.
but I am referring to Pula today. Mr. President, you said that you might go to the Middle East on Sunday. Do you mean Egypt and Israel? And would you consider going to Gaza to see what things are on the ground?
I would. I might do that. I may do that. We haven't decided exactly. I'll be going to Egypt most likely. That's where everybody is gathered right now, and we appreciate that very much. But I'll be making the rounds, as the expression goes. I probably will.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza. You're saying that's the first topic. I'm representing the TV pool, but I'm with NBC, sir.
That's too bad.
Okay. Well, just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza, and then the second question I had earlier today, you said the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois should be jailed. Have you asked the Justice Department to look at possible charges?
No, I've seen
what the
law,
fuck?
And when you have a group of people where the police call off the safety for ICE officials, I've understood that, and I've read it today in numerous journals, that that's illegal. What they did is I guess it was ICE, Christie, right? They were under threat, and the police were helping beautifully, and it was fine, and then all of a sudden, a woman was on the line saying, everybody, move back, get out, and they were given an order by the second person in the police department, and the governor knew about it, the mayor knew about it. I understand that's a criminal offense. Do you want to comment?
MAGA manufactures AI slop videos.
Sir,
oh
seeing
my
that
God,
kind of happen with local
we're
law
not going to make
enforcement and
it.
state
We're
law
not going to make it. We're not going to make it. We're not going to make it. We're not going to make it. These are the fucking things that your parents, who have no capacity to understand AI from like real videos, are watching all over fucking Facebook. This was one of the major problems. This was one of the major problems that I brought up with AI and having more and more bots pollute more and more chatbots pollute every single social media outlet. Every single social media platform is now polluted with these bots, and they just like deploy them in a unidirectional manner. Whenever there's an issue, they can just do this now. It's so fucked. I don't know how we're going to. I do not know how we are going to regulate this. I think if I was in charge, obviously this administration would never do that, but if I was in charge, one of the things that I would do is make it so that it's illegal to not make it illegal to post an AI video without actually declaring it AI. There needs to be a fucking watermark that says like, this is an AI video, like a disclosure or something. There has to be a mandatory watermark, dude. It is so fucking bad. I mean, look at what Chris Cuomo did the other day. And Chris Cuomo is a media guy. He should know better. Remember when he posted the AOC thing? When it was like so obviously, it had a fucking watermark. Actually, now that I remember, that video had a watermark, and that dumb fuck still posted it. That video literally said, this is AI. This is an AI video. And he still posted it. Oh my God, we are so cooked. I don't see this going anywhere good, man. I don't see this going anywhere good.
They've emphasized that Antifa, it's not necessarily this big organized thing. It's a bit ambiguous. It's deorganized. I think that's one of the words that Andy used. What is the challenges of going after a group that makes it intentionally difficult to go after and find? That could be for you, the Attorney General, anyone up there.
Well, they're smart people, and they deceive. A lot of them are crooked people. A lot of them have been staying out of trouble their whole lives, and they've been bad from the day they were born, frankly. But these are sick people. Pam, go ahead, please.
Well, they're smart, but they're not smart enough. Oh, my microphone's broken. They're smart, but they're not smart enough. They have been covered by these liberal cities for so many years. And that's why we're all working with Treasury, with all these different departments, to find the criminal conspiracy.
Okay. I'm just giving. I was just given a note by the Secretary of State saying that we're very close to a deal in the Middle East, and they're going to need me pretty quickly. So I will take a couple of more questions. Please.
Thank you, sir. I also have two questions for you, if I may. Have you given any more thought to possibly suspending habeas corpus to not only deal with these insurrectionists across the nation, but also to continue rapidly deporting illegal aliens?
Yeah, it's suspending who?
Habeas corpus, sir.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather leave that to Christie. What do you think?
No,
Due
sir, I
process.
haven't been a part of any discussions on that.
Chat. They are talking about suspending due process. Oh my Lord!
This is CNN speaking, by the way.
Okay, it's awesome that Trump doesn't know what habeas corpus is, by the
one
way.
of the
It's
worst-
very clear he did not know what it is, and I don't even think fucking Kirsty Noem knows what it is either.
How will you decide which workers get back pay? and which
Habeas
workers
corpus
do
is
not?
due
Well, we're going to
process.
see. Most of them are going to get back pay, and we're going to try and make sure of that. But some of them are being hurt very badly by the Democrats, and they therefore won't qualify. Go ahead, please.
What will the administration do to foreign Antifa organizers and funders who are located overseas?
Go ahead. In the yellow, please.
So the Nobel Peace Prize will be announced on Friday. You've been nominated by many world
By many, many countries. That's
by many
right.
countries as well as the hostage families. Do you think you will win?
I have no idea. I mean, look, I did settle. Marco would tell you we settled 7 wars. We're close to settling an 8th. And I think we'll end up settling the Russia situation, which is horrible. 7,000 people died last week, by the way, in Russia, between Russia and Ukraine. I think we'll settle that. So I don't think anybody in history has settled that many, but perhaps they'll find a reason not to give it to me, you know? Perhaps they will. Thank you.
Going to the shutdown quickly, what is your position on the extension of health care subsidies, which is what Democrats are asking for?
Well, all I want to do is very simple. I want to get the country open, and then we're going to discuss that. And we'd like to, Obamacare is a horrible mess, and it has been from the beginning. We want to make it better, stronger, even if it costs more money, we want to make it better. The Democrats want to make it worse. The Democrats want to approve health care for illegals coming into our country, many of them coming in from prisons and mental institutions and drug dealers. They want to give them health care. We don't want that for our people because that's going to destroy the health care that we already have. We'd like to make Obamacare better for people, less expensive and better health care. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President.
I'm wondering if you've been briefed on the organization and funding of Antifa, and if so, what have you learned?
I have been, and they have pretty good knowledge, but they're going to have a very good knowledge. And I really ask these very brave patriots that we're surrounded with today to let us know, because I think you probably have some pretty good ideas. And even if you're not sure, let us know and we'll figure it out, okay? If you could do that. You're from Italy?
No, I'm from France. Can you specify how close we are to the deal? Would that be announced today, tomorrow? And do you want to see the hostages released before you travel to the region?
No, I think I'll probably go maybe before the hostages are released or shortly thereafter, pretty much shortly thereafter. Yeah, please.
Participating in these negotiations.
Go ahead. Who you with? Who you with?
The Center Square. I had the honor of asking you originally if you would designate Antifa a terror organization. And I stand here before you today, and I'm echoing what Andy said over here. Are you going to work with your administration, as the Secretary of State's here, are you going to work with your administration to designate it a foreign terror organization?
You mean a terror?
Antifa? A foreign terror organization.
Well, has that been done? Pretty close, right? Would you like to see it done?
Yes, Mr. President.
You think it would help?
They have foreign
I'd be
links
glad
all
to
across
do it. I
Western
think it's
Europe.
the kind of thing I'd like to do. If you'd like, does
Middle
everybody
East.
agree? If you agree, I agree. Let's get it done, okay? Let's get it done. Marco, we'll take care of it.
Mr. President.
That's international, you mean?
Yes.
International.
Mr. President.
Sounds good to me.
Foreign terror organization.
Steve, are you okay with it?
Yes, it's true. There are extensive foreign ties, and I think that would be a very valid step to take.
Good, I think so too.
Yes.
Good, I think it's a good point. Thank you.
President Trump, President, are you planning on formally participating in this?
On the shutdown, we are now about 1 week away from military service members missing their paychecks.
We'll always take care of our military.
Would you encourage Congress to pass a standalone bill to pay our service members?
Yeah, that probably will happen. We don't have to worry about it yet. That's a long time. You know what 1 week is for me? An eternity. 1 week for me is a long time. We'll take care of it. Our military is always going to be taken care of. Yeah, please. Blue dress. Blue.
President, Rebecca with Blaze News. I'm curious to know, so you're talking about the money funding these Antifa organizations, and somebody brought up Roy Singham, I think it was you, who, by the way, is married to one of the co-founders.
I want to mention something here. What is what is anti-fascist protesting against? They're protesting against this administration doing fascism. That's the due diligence that he does before designating someone a foreign terrorist org. Does everyone agree? Okay, let's do it. Exactly. But on the other side, while these guys are trying to talk about how like the dudes wearing fucking frog costumes or whatever are like dangerous terrorists, dangerous homegrown terrorists that must be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, maybe shot and killed by the military. On the other hand, what is ICE doing? What is the unit of the federal government, the armed jackbooted thugs of the state doing? That's a question you might have. So far, they've shot and killed an unarmed man, lied about the circumstances, shot a woman 5 times for obstructing their vehicle, roughed up elderly women, zip-tied small children, shot a clergyman in the face with a pepper ball, beat the fuck out of a 79-year-old like car wash owner, okay? Marched through downtown Chicago masked and armed. And also, they have not, and this is David Axelrod's brief summary here, they have not done the thing that they said they were tasked to do, which is going after the worst and the worst of all criminals. In the same time frame that since Donald Trump actually became president, ICE has also literally killed 17 people in detention. So as far as like which organization, if we were to even assume Antifa is an organization at all, which one is worse? It's not even a fucking question. Of course people are going to complain about this. Of course people are going to yell about this. And I'll tell you another thing that's really fucked up. While they are focusing all of their initiatives on targeting people at factories, targeting people at courthouses, as in people who are following the letter of the law, right? People who are already in constant communication with the federal government. They're going to their immigrant court hearings and they're getting apprehended at their court hearings next to their fucking families. While that's going on, the ICE resources and federal law enforcement resources in general, and this is their own admission, is being exhausted on doing that instead of investigating drug trafficking, sex crimes, and other various different crimes that are supposed to be dealt with by the federal law enforcement authorities. It is fucking insane. It is insane to me that anyone and everyone still to this day makes it seem as though this is totally appropriate. Like, even if you care about law and order, okay? Even if you care about law and order, a lot of people understandably do, right? But if you're like one of those guys who's like, I want criminals to be punished, right? Because there's a difference between like, I want law and order and I really want to stick it to the fucking real criminals, right? Even if you were duped by Donald Trump's initial assessment that the Brandon administration was simply refusing to prosecute the worst of the worst criminals and worst of the worst offenders, okay? You should be fucking frustrated right now, considering that they're not doing that. Like, they are literally not doing that at all. They are just simply doing everything in their power to terrify black and brown people, terrify migrants, both documented and undocumented, terrify neighbors of migrants, both documented and undocumented. And in the process, because there's only a finite amount of resources that exist to do this, they have stopped actually prosecuting and investigating real criminals. It's fucking insane, dude.
Cash, thanks for the great job. Always my man back down there.
Thank you, Jay Drizzle, for the 25 get the subs.
Thank you all. We're going to get peace in the Middle East. That's what we want to do. Thank you very much, everyone.
Who is they? Whites? Just saw it. Anyway, I honestly feel like the moral majority is just jealous of a stronger family values of immigrant families, and no one can change my mind. No, it's just like it's fear. It's pure. It's not even fear. It's just pure hysteria, right? It's hysteria that they themselves designed as a galvanizing force. The notion that like undocumented migrants are responsible for heinous crimes and whatnot. And they did that because they wanted to get votes. They wanted people to vote for them, right? They wanted people to go out and vote for the administration. So in the absence of like any sort of real problem that they could commit to solving, like the cost of living crisis, right? Which is a major driving force behind why Republicans voted against the pre-existing administration, against the Democratic administration, because they had experienced real negative wage growth, negative real wage growth for a year and a half under the Biden administration. So they were very frustrated, and they felt like Kamala Harris was not adequately addressing these issues, right? They felt as though a lot of people felt as though Kamala Harris was not going to represent the change that they wanted to see. And they foolishly thought perhaps the Republicans would represent said change. Now, of course, for some people, they do care about this like racist shit, right? They do care about, prosecuting migrants because they're scared. They feel bad. They're worried. For others, perhaps they believed Donald Trump's false presentation that migrants were responsible for unimaginable shares of crimes, when in fact it was the exact opposite, right? When you look at the data, when you look at the actual data, it shows that undocumented migrants are responsible for a lower percentage of crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. Significantly lower, especially if you factor in documented and undocumented migrants together, because these guys are also, remember, going after documented migrants as well. They're not just going after undocumented migrants. It is magnitudes lower, as a matter of fact. So they pay, the undocumented migrants and documented migrants alike pay taxes. They do not receive anything in return for said taxes that they pay. They work for pennies on the dollar. They work tirelessly, and then instead of getting their documentation cleared, because that's simply what this is. These people are not committing heinous crimes. They are simply not getting the proper documentation. They're not getting the proper paperwork cleared. Instead of expeditiously offering them the proper paperwork that they deserve to have to work freely on U.S. soil, right? The Trump administration has decided to punish these people. The Trump administration has decided to punish people just as pawns. They have decided to punish people specifically. What is this? Oh, the Stephen Miller sparked suspicion after glitch on CNN when he mentioned plenary authority. So what was that? What the fuck was that? Because that clip was very weird. He just like glitched. He glitched like a robot. But yeah, here's what I had talked about already. This is an example of what you're referencing. Exclusive. Federal drug prosecutions fall to the lowest level in decades as Trump shifts focus to deportations. While you were muted, he said prosecute Code Pink. Oh my God.
I'm curious
Medea, get behind me.
to know, So you're talking about the money funding these Antifa organizations, and somebody brought up Roy Singham, I think it was you, who, by the way, is married to one of the co-founders of Code Pink, this infamous left-wing organization. I'm curious to know the administration.
Who is that? Who is that?
Roy Singham. He's married to.
No, did you say they're here?
No, he's not. A journalist brought him up, but
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seamus, thank you.
Good bring up.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
He's somebody who's been reported on extensively, and I'd love to know what the administration is going to do to actually bring consequences to some of these names you mentioned.
Well, I don't know the name, but I would like to ask Pam to take a look at it. You know, a lot of the best information we find are through you and other people like you. So I'd like you to look at it, Pam.
I do appreciate that he does not know anything. Like, he doesn't know who he wants to prosecute. He doesn't know any of these people. Here's a TikTok explaining it.
Oh, he just came out and said it.
Of the California National Guard. Under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has plenary authority. Stephen?
He knows he
Stephen?
He knows what he just said.
Hey, Stephen, can you hear me?
It seemed, Stephen, I apologize. It seems like we're having a technical issue.
So wait, that wasn't a glitch? I thought he was just trying to say the president has plenty of authority. Like, that was actually plenary authority, as in the president has assumed total power over the decision to deploy the National Guard in some states. It is unclear whether Miller paused due to the technical difficulties or stopped himself after realizing the implications of what he's saying. What is plenary authority? The plenary authority, check your ears. Wait, no, he did say plenary authority. They also cut it out of the CNN. Okay. They cut him saying that directly out of the CNN interview. We saw it after the fact. Plenary authority refers to complete, absolute, or unrestricted power over a particular matter, often described as limitless for all practical purposes by the Cornell Legal Information Institute. Anyway, I'm sure the video will explain it.
Plenary authority. Plenary authority. Remember that. That's what he's claiming. At least now we know that his fear response is freeze. And if you're not sure what plenary means, I gotcha. Complete in every respect. Absolute. Unqualified. No, not that type of unqualified. Though in that case, yes. What little SS Miller is claiming here is that Trump has complete, unlimited control over the military to do with it what he pleases. No. And by the way, we need to make sure that this ends up in the hands of all the state's attorneys. They need to know for all their legal battles against the White House that someone from the White House and very high up in the administration is arguing plenary authority. And the funny thing is, he immediately realizes he messed up. This whole technical difficulty thing does not make sense. That's not what happened here. Little SS Miller was talking completely uninterrupted, said a word, and then froze. By the way, if you needed any more confirmation about the brain power behind this hate, if the audio had just cut out, he would have had no idea because he was the one talking. If he started getting a different audio issue, maybe like a weird noise or interference, he would have said that, or at least any normal human being would have said, I'm getting a...
Why are people debating over what he said? Trump deployed the National Guard in blue states already, and they disregarded the governor's orders. It's been done in the past, and everyone kept giving up more power to the executive. I don't know where they're fixated on this. It's already fucking happening. Yeah, I do kind of feel like... like they're reading into it a little bit more, a little bit further than is necessary, because like it already is happening. I guess maybe I was more interested in the fact that he just glitched for some reason. Like, I don't know why he stopped. I also don't know why CNN didn't show that. You know, on Monday afternoon, Donald Trump aide went on CNN's News Central to discuss the president's deployment of national troops to U.S. cities. CNN asked Miller when the Trump administration will abide by a district judge's order blocking the Guard's deployment in Oregon. Well, the administration filed an appeal this morning with the Ninth Circuit, Miller began. I would note the administration won an identical case in the Ninth Circuit just a few months ago with respect to the federalizing of the California National Guard. Then Miller said, under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has plenary authority, has before making an abrupt stop. Miller blinked several times. The anchor bore Sanchez, calling out his name, though he did not respond. Stephen, I apologize. It seems like we're having a technical issue, Sanchez said, before the show cut to a break and resumed after with Sanchez saying some wires got crossed. The interview with Miller continued, but neither Sanchez nor Miller brought up plenary authority again. A CNN spokesperson confirmed that there was a technical issue during the interview, though did not specify the details. So I am... I guess, like, for me, either this is a grand conspiracy where, like, CNN is actually covering up the footsteps of the administration, actively revealing the ways in which they're going to enact ultimate authority on this subject, especially as it pertains to the National Guard deployments, like the military being deployed. Or there was actually a technical difficulty, and Stephen Miller was going to say that anyway, and the technical difficulty stopped it from, yeah, here. Because we watched the edited video upload, and I didn't see it. Yeah, Stephen Miller said the quiet part out loud. Trump has plenary authority, and then suddenly went silent. The plan wasn't made to be public. Clearly, someone hit the panic button in his earpiece. I can see it. You missed it, Hasan? No, we... Did that even... we watched the CNN video. We initially watched the re-upload of the interview. I didn't see it, but then again, I was pissing. Did that actually happen? Did they show that? I said, if you remember, when we watched it on stream yesterday, I said, oh, was this on the video and I missed it because I was peeing? Because we watched it after the fact. It aired live and they edited it out. No, but like when they uploaded it, where's the YouTube video? Send me the YouTube video and we'll rewatch it right now and see if the pause is there. Because we did watch CNN after, like we did watch the uploaded part. Because I don't remember...
Insufficient.
I don't remember the Stephen Miller part being there when he talks about plenary authority. We did, however, watch it after the fact. And this video doesn't have it. Anyway. They reshot that whole segment for the upload. This was it. This was the video we watched.
Illinois and the city of Chicago are filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration.
No, they are.
No, guys, in my video, at 1930, I'm watching him say plenary authority, but that's after the fact. I watched the original YouTube video. I'm trying to figure out if they had it in the original YouTube video. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I worked in TV for 2 decades. If whoever was editing it saw that it was going to be called an error, I'd have cut it out without paying attention. Oh, it's at 0.
My question was whether the administration comment. White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Stephen Miller. My question was whether the administration still plans to...
So that flash cut that they have in between, okay, that flash cut in between doesn't have it. We saw it together. You were pissing in the chat. Had you rewind? No, I watched the glitch after the fact on a separate video on Twitter. The stitching of 2 separate videos as 010 leaves out critical footage regarding plenary authority. Why did you so blatantly remove part of the interview clip at 010 of Stephen Miller saying that the president has plenary authority? Where's the part you cut out, CNN? The part where he says Trump has plenary authority. It seems like I saw this clip in a Hasan reaction channel, the video this morning. Pretty sure you were pissing. No, you did watch the glitch. I know I watched the glitch. I watched the glitch after the fact. I watched the glitch on Twitter. I did not watch the glitch on the OG YouTube video. Okay? I watched the glitch after someone said, hey, did you notice? Did you notice that this happened in the interview? And I looked at it and I was like, did this happen in the interview while I was pissing? What the fuck? It was not in the uploaded CNN video. And it's clear that it's no longer, even if it was in the uploaded CNN video when it was immediately uploaded, it's no longer in the uploaded videos. So they edited it after the fact, potentially. Because you can see in my look, did you see? I think he might have had a stroke. So here.
Deployment of National Guard in Oregon, illegal insurrection. Does the administration still plan to abide by that ruling?
Well,
notice how it was a clip that someone sent. Notice how it was a clip that someone sent. And it wasn't actually in the original YouTube video. CNN only showed that plenary part on the live reporting and it was removed for the upload. Nice. Why are you debating chat on this? I don't know. Chat loves to debate. Chat is fond of spirited debate. And this is one of those moments. Why fixate on this? Who cares if you saw it in the original or not? We know CNN edited it out. Yes, I was just trying to see if they kept it in on the YouTube upload as well, but then they deleted it after the fact or not. But it seems like they didn't have it in the OG YouTube re-upload of the stream, and people only got it from clipping it from the live broadcast. So they redacted it from the initial upload.
Weird noise. This was little SS Miller realizing immediately that he really, really stuck his foot in it. He said the quiet part out loud. One commenter even suggested that perhaps he had been rehearsing this argument to roll out at a later date. And I think that that might not be far off. Maybe it wasn't so much rehearsal, but it's clear that this is language that slipped out because that is how he's viewing it and how he's talking about it. They are prepared to claim complete, unlimited authority to do whatever he wants with the military. Wake up. By the way, if you wanted any confirmation of why AI overviews or tech companies are not your friends, when I went to pull up US Code Title 10, which by the way, everyone should download before they try anything sneaky.
I think the irony is that Stephen Miller basically communicates that the administration has plenary authority all the time without using those exact words. That entire interview is him summarizing that position over and over again, but never actually using those words. So I do kind of feel as though maybe CNN is, or not CNN, but like liberals are looking at this and reading too much into it, because that is what they're doing. That is precisely what they're doing. When they, like, what do we think they're doing when they say, like, oh, I don't give a fuck about the governor, and ultimately the Supreme Court will abide by our wishes as they have done so in the past. I guess the interesting part about this is like whether CNN actually cut it because it was just like dead air and a glitch, and they thought, oh, it's due to our, it's due to our broadcasting issues or whatever, or whether it's because they are like in on it and they are complicit in the administration actively behaving in a fascist way. And I don't think the dude who was like grilling Stephen Miller quite aggressively would be involved in that. I don't think it's like a, I don't know. I think the liberal argument is that it will be used in states' legal battles against the admin. Okay, that makes a little bit more
It
sense.
was clear people had been looking this up because the top suggested search was U.S. Code Title 10 Plenary Authority. I clicked to see what people were being served up. And sure enough, in the AI overview, it says that while the U.S. Code does not explicitly use the term plenary authority, instead it defines the authority of the president to call members and units of the National Guard into federal service to suppress rebellion, repel invasion, or execute federal laws, which is a form of broad or plenary power over military forces. And I think it's important that we understand what's happening here because too many people are relying on these AI overviews and ChatGPT, which, by the way, you should never go to for factual answers. Plenary does not mean broad. Some people may use it that way, but it means unqualified. Absolute. And by definition, even according to this AI overview, the fact that the powers are defined and limited to specific circumstances makes them not plenary. That qualifies them. Now, can you debate exactly how broad those powers are under those specific circumstances? Sure, and they are. But this is also not the only place in our legal code where these powers are defined or limited. Lastly, by the way, even if we were to just look at this statute, even if he calls the National Guard into federal service to quote unquote quell rebellion, quote, orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of these states. And guess what? Governors, while they have to follow federal law, cannot be compelled to follow a presidential order because we have something called the anti-commandeering doctrine. It's part of that little states' rights thing. Basically, the principle is that the federal government cannot take over or commandeer a state government to use it as part of the federal government. Ojo, or oye, as it were. It's called a doctrine because this is Supreme Court interpretation of our Constitution. The idea that commandeering would violate the structure of federalism, which means, and yes, you already see where this is going, that the Supreme Court could in fact decide to walk that back. However, that still doesn't give the president plenary powers over the military. The good news, if you can call it that, is that number one,
Lawyer here, like the other chatter said, it could be important for legal cases. Usually executive overreach gets hand-waved because no officials are saying the quiet part out loud and they just blame exigent circumstances or other temporary language. Hard claiming something like plenary authority obviates those excuses. That's interesting. I mean, are they? I feel like this admin, unlike any other, does say the quiet part out loud quite frequently. You're right about exigent circumstances. That's the reason why they have to say immigrants constitute a serious threat, and the previous administration didn't actually prosecute immigrants, and then didn't actually arrest and detain and deport immigrants expeditiously, which is why we have to violate due process. Stuff like that, right? Like they'll try to build a reason for it. Like they'll try to really heighten the tension, right? In this situation, I guess like he's basically saying we have absolute authority over this. We have absolute authority over like sending the National Guard, but even if he uses like plenary authority as a term instead of talking about how like they do have the absolute authority as the Supreme Court has given them this authority before. I don't know. I don't understand like what the distinction is there, you know?
This isn't surprising that this is their goal. Number two, if attorneys are made aware of this, at least they can start preparing their arguments against this language that's obviously going to start being rolled out as part of some argument or another very soon. The third bit of good news is I figured out what Stephen Miller sounds like. First, what you gotta understand is that because he's trying to come off as tough and he's a widow baby, he's in a perpetual pout when he talks like this. Number two, you gotta understand that he's a California boy, so you gotta place that pout on one of the characters from SNL's The Californians. I'm totally taller than 4'10". Oh, and the last bit of good news is I'm fairly certain he had to go change his pants after that interview.
They were just cutting dead air. Maybe I can see that. I can see that happening, to be honest. Anyway. President Donald John Trump says Johnson and Pritzker should be in jail.
Breaking right now, within the past hour, President Donald Trump took to his social media platform, Truth Social.
Trump wants to investigate if Antifa dressed up like Trump supporters on January 6th. Oh my God, I love this argument.
Saying the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker should be in jail for, quote, failing to protect ICE officers. We reached out to both offices for...
Chicago mayor should be in jail for failing to protect ICE officers. Governor Pritzker also. Incredible stuff. Incredible insanity.
Comment and are waiting to hear back.
Look, he's a coward. He says a lot of things to the camera. He likes to pretend to be a tough guy. Come and get me. Come and get me. What kind of a country are we living in where the president...
Yeah. MAGA man brandishes spoils of petty theft in the White House. President promises to prosecute victim of said theft. That's a funny way to approach this, but that is kind of what happened here. Sorter, I took this flag from the man who was burning it in the street. Do you know who he is? Oh, yeah. You should prosecute him. That is literally what happened. It is quite literally legal to burn a flag. It is constitutionally protected speech. The United States of America is one of the few unique countries that allows this to happen. Okay? You might not like it, but that's tough titties for you. You are allowed to do it. Okay? There's a tremendous amount of precedent for this. Okay? The Supreme Court has protected it. The Supreme Court has protected it as a legal, a legally recognized form of demonstrating your First Amendment rights. Now, what is illegal, however, is to steal, technically. If we're going to get into the technicalities, it is illegal for someone to steal the flag that you are burning. That would be theft. So Andrew Egger is correct when he says, MAGA man brandishes spoils of petty theft in White House. President promises to prosecute victim of said theft. Just to be clear, Scotus has decided law enforcement officers have no obligation to protect the people, but the governor must protect the special widow Gestapo under threat of law. I know. That makes things a little bit more complicated, doesn't it? Trump, Truth Social, is this new? My goal is very simple. Stop crime in America. 7 times presidents have activated U.S. troops on American soil. I do like this because while he's posting about this, I know his ass didn't read it, because every single other instance, with the exception of some, was quite literally to... It was being used to make sure that the violent racists cannot directly stop desegregation from happening, for example. Okay? Here it is. Desegregation of Southern... obviously, number one is the Civil War. There was no National Guard, such as during the Civil War, but when war broke out in 1861, President Abraham Lincoln activated the state militias of the Union to fight the secessionist states of the Confederacy, actively stamping out a secessionist terrorist movement, right? And then number two, desegregation of Southern schools. A landmark 1954 decision in Brown v. Board of Education declared that racial segregation in public schools was unconstitutional, but it took years for Southern states to enforce integration. In 1957, the integration of all-white Central High School in Little Rock, Arkansas, became the first true test of desegregation. MLK's march from Selma to Montgomery. In 1965, President Lyndon B. Johnson clashed with Governor Wallace and federalized Alabama's National Guard troops to protect the lives of civil rights activists, including Martin Luther King Jr. Okay? The Detroit uprisings in 1967, then it gets a little trickier. Across the U.S., frustrations over systematic racism and police brutality and unemployment boiled over in the long, hot summer in 1967. There were over 160 riots in American cities that summer, but none worse than the violence and chaos that erupted in black communities of Detroit. The trouble began when Detroit police raided an unlicensed after-hours bar called a Blind Pig in the city's predominantly black near West Side. As the police made arrests, somebody threw a brick through a patrol car window. That spark ignited a powder keg of anger in the streets of Detroit that resulted in 4 days of rioting, looting, fires, and armed clashes. President Johnson federalized 8,000 Michigan National Guard troops in Detroit and authorized an additional 5,000 federal troops to quell the riots. Pillage, looting, murder, and arson have nothing to do with civil rights, Johnson said. These are criminal conduct. Number 5, riots following the assassination of MLK. The murder of Martin Luther King Jr. on April 4th, 1968 was a tipping point for many black communities in America. The same anger and frustration that ignited the long, hot summer of 67 exploded again in 68 with the shocking news of MLK's death. Cuban refugee crisis in 1980. The National Guard is airborne wing of the Air National Guard is the airborne wing of the National Guard. But there isn't an equivalent for the sea. Instead, the state or federal governments need additional help with an ocean emergency. They call on the U.S. Coastal Guard Reserve. In 1980, President Jimmy Carter activated the USCGR in response to an unprecedented refugee crisis out of Cuba. By 1980, many Cubans had grown frustrated with life in communist Cuba. They suffered economically under American economic sanctions and culturally under the repressive rule of Fidel Castro. For decades, it was impossible to leave Cuba legally, but that changed on May 1st, 1980. When a fed-up Castro declared that the door was open, those who have no revolutionary genes, those who have no revolutionary blood, we do not want them, we do not need them, Castro said. Any Cuban who wanted to leave was directed to the port of Mariel, the closest port to the United States. For the next 6 months, they could leave legally. President Carter famously welcomed Cuban exiles with open arms, expecting maybe 5,000 arrivals over the next 5 months. However, more than 125,000 Cuban refugees fled to the U.S. as a part of the historic Mariel boat lift. And the U.S. Coast Guard, accustomed to policing boat traffic from Cuba, switched to a search and rescue role, assisting the more than 5,000 boats ferrying Cuban refugees to Florida. 1992 L.A. riots. Obviously, you had the Rodney King, the police officers in Los Angeles Police Department beating unarmed black motorist Rodney King on the side of the road. The real shock came a year later when all 4 LAPD officers were acquitted. As news spread of the not guilty verdict, black neighborhoods across South and Central Los Angeles exploded in anger. And this, like with the exception of the last couple here, like historically, the deployment of the National Guard has either happened when there is like unprecedented amounts of conflict. Okay, unprecedented amounts of conflict when there is like there's obviously tremendous discontent for valid reasons, and then people obviously protest, and those protests actually fucking get out of control. Meanwhile, or in the past when like the National Guard was ever like federalized or deployed, it has oftentimes been deployed to in civil proceedings, right? In proceedings that don't require like the heavy-handed government intervention. It's usually civil rights or civil liberties related. Okay. Now there are some other instances where they've like that they've not mentioned because it's not just 7 times that U.S. presidents activated U.S. troops on American soil. But what's unique about this particular instance is that the Trump administration, and you're talking about governors deploying the National Guard of their individual states. That's different. Governors have deployed National Guards. That's not the case here. This is not the governor deploying the National Guard. This is the president not abiding by the wishes of the governor in deploying the National Guard. Okay? So if you have the governor that says, we don't actually want the National Guard to be deployed right now, we're fine, we can actually deal with this with our local law enforcement, and the federal government says, nope, we're stepping in, and we are, as the federal government, we are federalizing the National Guard. That is an important distinction. Okay? But it has never happened. It has never happened in a moment where it's never happened in a moment where there's like no discontent whatsoever or marginal discontent, right? The notion that like Portland is on fire and this requires the administration to take this like unprecedented action is fucking ridiculous. I love that people are like, where is your dog? Free your dog. My mom is here. So Kaya is hanging out with my mom. It's like, do you want... Get your fucking narrative straight, chatters. What is it? Am I constantly arresting and refusing to allow my dog to fucking roam? Or am I letting her roam too much? Like, get your fucking narrative straight. It is ridiculous. It almost feels it almost feels as though if you get duped by a fucking 10-second clip by absolute psychopaths and you assume that, like, my dog is never allowed to roam in the house or anything like that, and you just come in and you're like, protect Maya, not even knowing the name of the fucking dog to begin with, yeah, you're not going to be able to figure it out. You're not going to be able to figure out what's going on at all. Anyway, no, I've seen that. There's like hella people that are like, most people don't even know Kaya's name. It goes to show you that, like, people don't know what the fuck's going on. Anyway. Just stop with the dog shit. They won't let it go if you keep talking about it. It's true. Question. There's compelling proof that Antifa did infiltrate on January 6th dressed up like Trump supporters and incited violence. Is that something you'd like the new J6 committee to look at? Trump. Well, I've heard that. Yeah, we will be acting on some of that. That's incredible. Incredible. Also, yeah, to the people saying like they'll let it go, they will never let it go. Just like they still fucking call me a terrorist. They say like, oh, you're a Diddy associate. They even say I'm a fucking Epstein associate. You know what I mean? Like, they're just a bunch of insane shit, and they'll just consistently keep pushing it over and over again. It's just like fucking weirdo behavior. It is what it is. There's not much you can do about it. You know? No, they moved the goalpost instantly. No 50K donation. Yeah, it's whatever. Let's just keep it going. Let's just keep it pushing. Please stop. It's the same. Like, dude, I'm Hamas. I own a house. I fucking bought a Gucci shirt. Just all of these things. All right, let's continue.
In the back, please.
Proof that Antifa did infiltrate on January 6th, dressed up like Trump supporters and incited violence. Is that something that you would want the new J6 committee at Congress to look into?
Well, I've heard that. They dress up like, they're fresh out of MAGA, but they have nothing to do with MAGA. And they make trouble and they try and blame it. And yeah, we know some of that and we will be acting on some of that. We've seen it. So I think you could stay a little longer, but the problem is, although you have some very honest journalists in here, you also have some largely dishonest journalists like MSDNC and CNN.
So this never really made sense to me. Because, like, I thought January 6th was good. So this narrative never actually made sense. Because, like, if January 6th is good and totally legal, right, then is Antifa totally good and totally legal? Like, that actually, like, does that mean you pardoned Antifa members? Like, does that mean that the FBI, which is also supposed to be, like, defending Antifa, for example, the FBI that's supposed to be defending Antifa actually unironically was prosecuting Antifa, and then you as the brave, beautiful, bold president ended up you ended up pardoning Antifa? Like, how does that work? It just doesn't make any logical sense whatsoever. Okay, but here's Governor Pritzker. Big boy Pritzker says Pritzker hits back after Trump says he should be jailed. He says, "Come and get me."
The President of the United States is targeting his political opponents. I mean, that is the world that we're living in now, where he is calling out. He said he was going to jail Gavin Newsom. He says he's going to jail me. He says he's going to jail the mayor of the city of Chicago. These are people who stand against him, disagree with him, speak out about it. but literally have done nothing wrong.
Catch the latest on this story at
I want to go to Illinois now, where the governor is standing by with Jacob Soboroff, a governor who has been fighting against having federal troops come into his cities and the environs, and as a result has heard said by the President of the United States that he should be jailed. Jacob, let me throw it over to you and the governor.
Chris, thank you so much. Governor J.B. Pritzker, thanks for joining us live on MSNBC.
How are you, Jake? Good to see you.
It's good to see you as well. You know as well as I do, the President of the United States in the last 24 hours called for you to be imprisoned. I want to give you an opportunity. We've seen your reaction on social media, but I want to hear what you have to say back to the President of the United States.
Well, let's start with the idea that this is a convicted felon. I mean, think about that, who is threatening to jail me. I got to say, this guy's unhinged, he's insecure, he's a wannabe dictator, and there's one thing I really want to say to Donald Trump. If you come for my people, you come through me, so come and get me.
He has the perfect size and stature for this. Like, as a big boy, I will say, he has the perfect size and perfect stature for putting up the tough guy approach. Real heavyweight bout. The great Khan of the Midwest. Yep.
What does that mean exactly, Governor? Do you believe that he would follow through or that he'll chicken out? He basically said the same thing to Governor Gavin Newsom when I was with him at the height of the raids in the Los Angeles area. Governor Gavin Newsom is walking free on the streets of California. You think that he'll chicken out, or would he ever arrest you?
Well, you know the expression, Trump always chickens out, taco. And I got to say, he can't arrest. We've done nothing wrong here. And very importantly, it's Donald Trump that is breaching the Constitution, breaking the law. We're taking him to court, and I believe we're going to win.
Right now, in the Chicagoland area, the Texas National Guard is staging for a deployment that Governor Greg Abbott has ordered. What's the latest? Do you know where they are, what they're doing at this hour?
Well, to be clear, Donald Trump ordered it and federalized those troops, and Greg Abbott's just going along. This is the same guy, by the way, Greg Abbott, who last year complained when Joe Biden tried to call up his National Guard and actually wrote a letter, signed a letter opposing that. Now he's okay with it because why? He's a lackey of Donald Trump. So we know that the Texas National Guard has been staging in Illinois. They're not yet, as far as I understand, on the streets, but I want you to know, the federal government is not communicating with our state.
They're not talking to you about where these troops are going.
It's unconscionable. This has never happened before. They're calling out troops onto the streets of a state that doesn't want them, and they're not even telling us where they're going to go, what they're going to do. This hasn't happened, I don't think, since the Civil War.
Let me ask you about the lawsuit. You have sued to stop their deployment. You didn't sue to stop National Guard on a nationwide level. You sued to, correct me if I'm wrong, just the Texas National Guard.
Actually, no. We sued to stop him from calling out the Illinois National Guard, the Texas National Guard.
You once said you didn't care that felons are allowed to run for office because it's not like they're going to make crime legal. I'm wondering whether you would retract your statement or you think this is just a Trump issue. Yes. And also, it's not like I'm not retracting that statement. Okay. Trump is not making crime legal because he's a felon. Trump is making crime legal because he's a fascist.
And all other National Guards, because it is unconstitutional.
On the streets, even before the National Guard has made it to the streets of Illinois, you've got the Border Patrol. I was in Cicero yesterday, a 90% Latino population, and I watched as they not only pick people off the streets, but family members would come up to me and ask me where their family members were. I watched you with Rachel the other night here on MSNBC, and you were talking about how CBP has basically used the justification of the 100-mile border rule to allow the deployment here, and they're saying the border of Lake Michigan, the coast of Lake Michigan is the border. Lake Michigan, many people reached out to me and said, Lake Michigan doesn't even touch Canada. Are you thinking about suing to stop the deployment of the Border Patrol here as well?
Look, I think it's important to recognize that the Trump administration doesn't seem to respect any laws in the United States. They just do what they want to do, and they'll keep doing it unless someone stops them. Here in Illinois, we're stopping it. We're doing everything that we can to push back. And yeah, they've got armed, we're talking about automatic weapons and camouflaged, and they're not soldiers, right? These are ICE and Customs and Border Patrol agents that are roaming the streets of Chicago, in downtown Chicago. Why? It's a show. It's a show of force. And why does Donald Trump want to do that? And I've said this before, and I think it's important for people to hear it. He wants to militarize major cities across the United States, especially blue cities in blue states, because he wants us to get used to the idea of military on the streets, military troops, because there are 2026 elections. I believe that he's going to post people outside of ballot boxes and polling places, and if he needs to, in order to control those elections, he'll assume control of the ballot boxes and count the votes himself. He promised to do that. He threatened to do that back in 2020. Didn't get the chance to do it. I believe he would do it in 2026.
Do you believe we'll have free and fair elections in the United States of America during the 2026 midterms?
If we all stand up and speak out, we sure as heck will. And you see there are literally hundreds of people here who are standing up to speak out, and we've seen in the No Kings protests and others, millions of people standing up. We need more.
I asked you when I saw you the other day about if the president invokes the Insurrection Act. You said you use every tool at your disposal to stop the deployment of federal troops on the streets of Chicago and throughout your state. Are you willing to direct the state police to arrest any federal officials for what they're doing here?
Look, we don't break the law here in Illinois. I'm not going to direct our state police to break the law the way that Donald Trump directs people to break the law. What we will do is fight like heck in the courts. We have to rely upon judges. And by the way, a Trump-appointed judge made the decision on Oregon and the calling out of the California National Guard. Judges will and can do the right thing. We have to rely upon our courts. I'm not looking beyond that.
It's definitely interesting how you navigate this drama slob aimed at you, but can you keep ignoring this machine that keeps churning out all the shite all the time and hate? Yes. I can. Because there are more pressing matters. There are more pressing matters, more consequential things happening that impact the lives of millions of people. So, what can you do other than keep it pushing? Keep it fucking pushing. People will get invested in silly things, and they will do everything they can to continue investing in silly fucking things. It is what it is. There's a lot of drama for there is a lot of interest in taking out someone like myself. Yeah. Phil put this thing as the top story before the Chicago invasion. People got their priorities straight. Exactly. What are you going to do? I don't know. Maybe I'm not normal. Maybe I'm not normal for being used to it. I don't think anyone should be used to it, but it is what it is.
We have to make sure that happens. But the other thing we have to make sure that happens is we elect good people to the Congress. Because in the end, if Congress is not asking questions, holding hearings, and holding the president accountable, he will just run roughshod across our states.
What's your message, final question, to the people here of the state of Illinois, the people of the city of Chicago, as this incursion by the federal government, these troops are on the streets of your state, of this city. What do you want them to do? There's a big protest scheduled for 5:30 p.m. tonight.
Well, first, we've made sure that people know their rights and they know how to find out what their rights are, because we don't want them picked up off the streets just because they're brown or black, just because they happen to be undocumented. and have committed no crimes. Remember, he said he was going after the worst of the worst. It's not going after the worst of the worst when you're just literally stopping children who happen to be brown and asking them for papers as if, you know, they're going to have proof that they're a U.S. citizen. So first, no, you're right. Second, we want everybody to pull out their phones, an Android, an iPhone, whatever you've got, and film everything you see, because we take that to court. We also show it to the public. And it's one of the reasons that so many people are speaking up and acting up in order to fight Donald Trump, because they're seeing this is not the country that we grew up in. This is not the country that we want. And so that's very important. And then lastly, again, we got to take them to court. We got to win. It looks like we're going to do that.
For someone who has been threatened with arrest by the President of the United States in the last 24 hours, it's nice to see you out here on the street with all these people, and I'm grateful for your time.
Appreciate you,
want to talk to you. Okay,
Good to
thank
see
you. Governor J.B. Pritzker, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chris, the governor of the great state of Illinois, obviously a lot of people want to speak to him out here. This is a critical, crucial moment in this battle with the federal government over the deployment of not only troops, but these masked and armed federal agents here on the streets of Illinois. And I'm going to throw it back to you.
Well, if I can, Jacob, I want to ask you about a couple things. In our last hour, we talked about a couple of examples of things that had happened in Chicago. Well, multiple ones, but I'm thinking particularly about the Chicago Tribune photo. Somebody's videoing, which the governor just said, take videos, right? And has a weapon aimed at them. The Chicago Tribune has that picture. And then the clergyman, who it was reported, was praying, hands raised, eyes closed, and was shot multiple times with pepper bullets.
That was a crazy photo, dude. That was a crazy video and a crazy photo. Straight up. Real villain shit. Does anyone have the photo? Yeah. I feel like this photo of masked armed men pepper spraying a pastor protecting his community is going to be a defining picture of this moment in America for a long, long time. Like, what do you do? What do you do in that situation? The video of this incident is just as bad as it sounds. The priest is standing there, not doing anything remotely illegal, and without warning, a masked DHS agent on the roof shoots him on the top of the head with a pepper ball. Like, yeah, there's a Hamas pastor. Yeah, the pastor is Hamas. I mean, it's like, this shit ain't cute, man. This shit ain't cute. Look at that. He is like, I think people don't understand. I think people don't recognize that, like, that is, you could kill someone like that. You could take an eye out. You know what I mean? You could just, like, those things are not supposed to be direct impact. Like, all these munitions are supposed to be, like, shot in the vicinity. You're not supposed to be shooting it from an elevated position like this. Like, they have less than lethal munitions have actively killed people before. Yeah, every second of every day, we move closer and closer to the reality that Republicans would arrest Jesus Christ if he came back to life. Okay? Republicans will arrest Jesus Christ. Like, they'd be like, you're brown, you're a migrant, Jesus, get the hell out of here. And then they keep shooting at the people. They keep shooting at the people that are trying to render aid to the priest that's on the ground. Calling protesters and Christian shooters anti-Christian while attacking praying priests. Bass Pro Shop hat wearing child shares unfiltered thoughts on Trump. Tide is turning.
I'll keep it safe. Bro, you can talk about it, bro. I want to hear about
Is this Theo Vaughn in a baby filter? What's going on?
it.
I can say it.
Personally, my mom said, "Don't talk about Trump."
I don't care. Please tell me. Tell.
Is this AI? What
Mom?
the fuck is? What am I looking at, dude? Like, this feels fake. Why are we? What? Do children have podcasts now? Is that what's going on? Is definitely AI? Is it?
Don't get mad at me. I don't know. I don't even know what to say about Trump.
I just think he's a low life
Interesting
scumbag
person.
No, I don't think this is AI, man. This doesn't look like AI.
dick that is terrible and shouldn't be president. I
Yeah.
don't think he's. I think that he's somebody that only God is.
Because if it was AI, the logos would be like ass, Smiley World, Bass Pro Shops. Like the AI still is bad at doing logos like that, right? Feeling threatened. Yeah, this is the first time. This is the first time I felt the threat of someone taking over and taking my job. They're taking over my gerb. It's done. It's done. The kid at a OVO Drake shirt pin has to be AI. Wait, what? Why would that be fucking AI? Either this is real and Gen Alpha's coming for my job, or this is AI and AI is coming for my job in the form of fake Gen Alpha. Either way, I'm screwed. Either way, it's time. It's over.
Power from backstabbing others and stepping on people, and it's not actually valid power.
Gen Alpha is like 2 years ago, bruh. Wait, what? We moved on from Gen Alpha? There's a new gen? What's the new gen? We moved past Gen Alpha? What the fuck are we doing? Gen Beta now? What the hell? Secretary of State Marco Rubio whispers in the ear of President Donald Trump after handing him a note about the Middle East deal saying, very close. We need you to approve a Truth Social post soon so you can announce the deal first. Oh my God, the fucking priorities that we have. The goddamn priorities that we have, bro. What the fuck? Amazing. Well, at least there's a deal that's imminent, so that's good. According to Western media, it's all but confirmed that the first phase of the agreement has been approved by all parties and a ceasefire will be announced shortly. Still many unanswered questions. Again, a group of Al-Qassam fighters stormed an occupation army site today in Gaza and engaged the army in close combat in an attempt to capture a soldier. Occupation media, a number of resistance fighters succeeded in withdrawing after a raid on an occupation army site and an attempt to capture a soldier in the middle of the Gaza Strip. according to Al Aqsa TV. The attack was on the Golani Brigade, and there were reports of evacuation helicopters landing at Beilan San. This is the 8th or 9th recorded attack on IOF bases in the last couple of weeks. Al-Qassam brigades, after returning... Okay, I don't want to see if there's there might be TOS here. Al-Qassam brigades say, after returning from the battle lines, Al-Qassam fighters confirmed targeting a Zionist Merkava tank with a powerful landmine in the Al-Baradeh area around Street 10 south of Gaza City on 5/10/2025. Authorities are demolishing an apartment complex in Beersheba. So that's like 3 days ago. Authorities are demolishing an apartment complex in Beersheba that was hit with an Iranian ballistic missile in the final hours of the 12-day war. The new building had reinforced safe rooms that were destroyed in the strike, killing 4. Ansar Allah joint statement, it was obligatory for the Yemeni people to enter the battle of supporting Gaza for purely religious, moral, and humanitarian motivations. Yemen has presented over the past 2 years a unique model in supporting the Palestinian people. This photo of Kotz was posted 3 hours ago. According to the Army radio, this was located in the same area as the Al-Qassam operation earlier. The mediators in Egypt are very optimistic that a deal will be made and a ceasefire could be announced by Friday. However, some of the toughest points still have not been resolved. Why does this deal have more attention / credibility than past ceasefires, which Israel has violated? Great question. I think the reason is because every single time Israel has violated ceasefires, out of all of the different instances where Israel has violated ceasefires, there's never been this level of attention to what Israel is doing and this much anger and resentment directed towards Israel. And I think that is the reason. That is the major component here. That's what it is. The mediators in Egypt are very optimistic that a deal will be made and a ceasefire could be announced by Friday. However, some of the toughest points still haven't been resolved, and the speed at which the mediators are moving is unusual. I hope my cynicism is for nothing. Don't know how to react to this other than smashing my keyboard, is why I deleted my previous comment. Fucking insane. Barack Ravid says, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio will not participate in the foreign ministers meeting organized tomorrow by France in Paris to discuss the post-war plan for Gaza. 3 sources familiar with the details told me. A senior Israeli official told me that Israel requested through several channels from U.S. administration in the last 24 hours not to participate in the meeting, claiming that the discussions in Paris could deviate from Trump's plan. Oh, my God. And plan to end the war and harm the negotiations taking place in Egypt between Israel and Hamas. CNN on a White House official, President Trump is expected to post on the Truth Social platform soon. Another source, AFP. Washington prepares text of speech that Trump is supposed to deliver to announce reaching an agreement regarding Gaza. So that's even before Friday. That's like imminent. That could happen any moment. Spanish parliament has just approved the formal decree of their embargo on Israel, signed into law. It bans all exports of defense equipment to Israel, including jet fuel, and imports of such goods from the country. It also bans advertising products from the occupied territories. This is one of the more comprehensive BDS initiatives that has taken place in a Western European country. Okay? In a Western European country. It's actually pretty remarkable, and much respect to Spain for pulling this off. I know that a lot of people have been critical of Spain in the past for over-promising and under-delivering on this stuff. What I keep explaining to you all the time, our soldiers are on defense, not offense. About 10 fighters came out of a tunnel and attacked another IDF defense position in the central Gaza Strip. Hamas initiates the battles with IDF soldiers, not the other way around. Laughable a point to make, obviously. We already know how Israel has conducted its operations in the Gaza Strip. It is not a defensive posture. There is no defensive genocide. Okay? There is no defensive genocide. That doesn't exist. That doesn't work that way. It's fucking ridiculous. Yemeni drones on approach in the Sinai. Sirens may activate shortly, possibly another route through the Gaza envelope or headed to Ramon. In order to enter the Sinai via the Red Sea, these drones have had to have flown by the negotiations in Sharm el-Sheikh. no further than about 30 kilometers. A new Yemeni drone is approaching. First one was intercepted in the Gaza envelope. May have been headed to Ashkelon. I don't know why you're so quick to dismiss the point. Israeli occupying force never engages directly with resistance fighters offensively. They prefer engaging children. Fair. That's actually a factually accurate and correct statement. Obviously, the Israeli official there was saying that the entire posture of the IDF is always defensive, which is bullshit, right? And but you're right. Overall, they do only engage children. More wounded occupation soldiers being transferred to Beilissan via helicopters 52 minutes ago. According to Western media, it's all but confirmed that the first phase of the agreement has been approved by all parties and a ceasefire will be announced shortly. Still many unanswered questions. So it's not true. Spain's law has caveats, so the government can do whatever it wants at any moment, alleging national interest. Israel has started using remote-controlled armored vehicles because the Al-Qassam brigades keep smoking their tanks. That's crazy. Israel's military has escalated the destruction in Gaza City with remote-controlled armored personnel carriers packed with explosives, which residents say are flattening up to 300 residential units a day. Channel 4 reports several detonations in the Sabra area left homes reduced to rubble, kitchens and bedrooms blasted apart. The IDF calls the operations military necessity and says the precautions are taken. But the report notes there are civilian neighborhoods where families once lived, leaving the city now unrecognizable. Do you see recent actions by Western European nations as mostly performative? It feels too little, too late, and mostly to appease the protesters? Yes. That is what it is. It is performative. It's not bad necessarily because, like I've said over and over again, this greatly expands the permission structure of what you are allowed to say. Okay? Every step matters. Having said that, if you think this solves the problem, you're wrong, right? The goal from Western leadership is to stop you from protesting, right? It's to offer some kind of a pressure valve to make it seem as though they are abiding by the majority's wishes when discontent gets completely out of control. And that's precisely what's going on here, right? The reason why they're doing this is because they think, oh, if we just like make it seem as though we're taking action against Israel, maybe they'll shut the fuck up. Maybe they'll stop protesting. But I think what actually ends up happening is that when they do offer even a crumb in the appropriate direction, even when they offer like a little bit of a pressure valve, right? That ends up galvanizing the population into taking more action and making more demands, because there is no world where like until the genocide ends, these guys are going to stop, right? I think people are a lot smarter than we assume they are, if that makes sense.
Now, members of the Texas National Guard are at a military facility right near Chicago for legal and crowd control training. That's according to a law enforcement source.
This is the Chicago mayor responding to Trump's calls for him to be jailed.
The city of Chicago and state of Illinois are suing the Trump administration over its federalization of Guard troops. City and state officials consider it unlawful. Joining us now to discuss this further is Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. So, Mayor, we're going to get to the National Guard in just a minute. But first, President Trump this morning called for you, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, to be jailed for, quote, failing to protect ICE officers. What is your response?
Well, first of all, this president is unstable, unhinged, a double-minded individual that, quite frankly, is a threat to our democracy. And it's certainly not the first time that Donald Trump has called for the arresting of a black man unjustly. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay firm as the mayor of this amazing city, which was voted 9 years in a row the best big city in America, and we're going to defend all of Chicago.
Yeah, and to be clear, he's also calling for the governor, J.B. Pritzker, to be jailed as well. What are you hearing when it comes to the Texas National Guard troops, when they'll actually be deployed into the city, what they're actually going to be doing there?
Well, there's been no communications with my administration and the federal government. What we do know is that this president is working outside the bounds of the Constitution, and that there are National Guard from the state of Texas that are being quote unquote trained just outside of the city of Chicago. And keep in mind, these individuals do not have policing powers. They do not have arresting powers. So the judge right now in Illinois is looking at what exactly is the mission of the National Guard from the state of Texas. We know this is illegal, unconstitutional. That's already been proven in the courts in Oregon, and we fully expect the same ruling to take place here in the state of Illinois.
And the White House says that they're doing what they're allowed to do under Title 10, the law. They say that these operations are designed to protect federal facilities and officers. And there have been some protesters around Chicago that have blocked access to the ICE facility in Broadview. Does that prove that this mobilization is needed?
No. In fact, this president is working to look, from the very beginning, we always knew that sending in the federal agents was a pretext to the National Guard. His ultimate goal is to send the military into American cities, which there aren't people who are signing up to serve and protect our democracy abroad to be then unleashed on the cities that are actually raising them. What we have seen is a full escalation from these federal agents. And a man was shot and killed. Another person was shot by federal agents. Just this past weekend, they unleashed tear gas on my local police department. Over 24 police officers were subject to this type of violent escalation. The people in Chicago are very clear about our fundamental right to protest. That is a fundamental right for our democracy, and that's what we're going to continue to protect.
Right. Now, the woman that was shot, DHS has said they did that for defensive reasons. She was car ramming, but there are certainly questions surrounding that still. But when it comes to what I had mentioned, for example, protesters blocking access to federal buildings, what is your message to those protesters? I mean, do you support them blocking access?
What I've always said is that we have to peacefully assemble, and we do that nonviolently. That is how we have transformed this country. The city of Chicago is known for its ability to stand up and to resist peacefully. So of course we're not condoning any acts of violence, but that also includes that the federal government cannot unleash tear gas and shoot pepper balls at journalists for just showing up to do their job and to cover the news. This president has intentionally worked to escalate violence in the city of Chicago and cities across America. We're just simply defending our fundamental right to our democracy. This president has made it very clear he doesn't support this Constitution. And if Congress, which our framers designed for Congress and the Supreme Court and the courts to provide checks and balance, if Congress will not hold this president accountable, I will.
And what are you going to do?
Well, just this past week, I signed another executive order. We have 3 sweeping executive orders to make sure that the fundamental right to protest is intact. We're making sure that people know their rights, and all of our sister agencies and city departments are working in accordance with the local ordinance. And then now, public property that the city owns, ICE cannot prepare its weapons on school parking lots. ICE cannot prepare to disappear families in the parking lots of libraries. That's not what these public accommodations are for. We literally had a South Side neighborhood under siege with Black helicopters, Black Hawk helicopters, where individuals who were sleeping peacefully in their communities had masked, armed men stick long guns in their faces.
Ooh, good news. Interesting news. Breaking news, as a matter of fact. Hamas and Palestinian factions agree to the Gaza ceasefire framework. From our side, yes, a senior Hamas official told Drop Site News. Drop Site News is 100% the most reliable source for Hamas related matters. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens from the Trump side. We'll see what happens rather from the Israel side. Sorry, not the Trump side. I guess I said the Trump side twice. But so far, so good. If the Nobel Peace Prize is the primary motivator for Donald Trump to actually move on this, then I'll take it. An Israeli official said a Gaza deal could be reached as soon as tonight, local time. So the deal in the initial framework that they designed had a lot of components that Hamas and the Palestinian resistance movement had conceded to, right? There were a lot of things that they had said yes to, right? Technocratic National Committee being in charge of the Gaza Strip and things of that nature, a full withdrawal of Israeli troops from the Strip, things like that. However, my suspicion is that there were a lot of additional things that Israel had slapped onto it, and the Americans had slapped onto it because Israel had, redesigned the negotiation after Trump had a multilateral coalition of like Arab states and Middle Eastern states that, and even including like the French input alongside Saudi Arabia to put together this Gaza peace plan. But then Israel came in and added additional qualifiers to it. Trump actually also said, like, I'm going to be in charge of it. I don't know why he added his own name onto it somehow. And then they said, Tony Blair is obviously going to be a part of it as well. So there were parts about this deal that not just Hamas, but like no Palestinian resistance member would ever agree to, which is complete disarmament without, complete disarmament in general. So what Hamas said that I thought was really interesting and quite smart was that they would be willing to relinquish authority and dissolve as a political force. And on top of that, they would be willing to give their weapons, hand off their arms to whichever unit the Palestinian National Committee, this technocratic committee comprised of Palestinians that are democratically assigned, right? Eventually, that they would give the weapons to them, as in Palestinians would, of course, still have sovereignty because they would still have arms. They would still have a standing military of sorts, rather than completely disarm, because complete disarmament in the face of a genocide is a laughable position, right? It's utter lunacy. I mean, think about it. Like complete disarmament in the face of the Russian invasion would also be ridiculous. And this is something that I brought up when Russia was pushing for this maximalist position, right? Russia was like, oh, Ukraine has to engage in complete disarmament. That's fucking ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. So the only reason why I'm not like fully skeptical over this is because like I assume that, if I personally am not the first person to trust the United States of America or trust Israel, then I suspect that Hamas also is skeptical as well. So we shall see. It could be because, there is a level of genocide that where they just say enough is enough. Like, we can't take it anymore. We don't want more people to die. And they consider this to be the only way to end it. But as far as the genocide ending, without significant assurances that Israel will not immediately start bombing the Strip once again as soon as the prisoners of war have been released. Without significant assurances, this deal is dead in the fucking water. So, I don't know. I don't know how this works, but mediators, the source close to the negotiator said, told the Palestinian side President Donald Trump planned to personally announce a permanent ceasefire and had offered assurances that the U.S. would not permit Israel to resume the war after retrieving the Israeli captives. Except those assurances don't really mean much, right? Okay, Matt Iglesias. Wait, what? How am I Matt Iglesias? I'm saying I will believe it when I see it. Okay? I have no confidence that Israel will abide by a commitment to complete cessation of hostilities. I just don't I don't trust Israel, and I do not trust the United States of America. We have a great team over there, great negotiations, and there are unfortunately great negotiators on their side also, said Trump Wednesday. But it's something I think will happen. Got a good chance of happening. Our final negotiation is with Hamas, and it seems to be going well. Soon after he made those remarks, Secretary of State Marco Rubio walked up to Trump and handed him a sheet of paper. I was just given a note by the Secretary of State saying that we are very close to a deal in the Middle East, and they're going to need me pretty quickly, he said. Multiple sources from Hamas and other Palestinian factions have told Drop Site that their central concern in these negotiations was that handing over all Israeli captives would remove nearly all of their leverage if it did not include a complete Israeli withdrawal. Israel has, as a matter of policy, systematically violated its ceasefire agreements with Hamas and also with Lebanon. In entering into those negotiations, Hamas negotiators accepted they were engaging a high-stakes gamble. And yes, the note itself that Marco Rubio handed over to Donald Trump said, "You need to approve a Truth Social post soon so you can announce a deal first." Our priorities are so fucking cooked, man. Like, this is, if true, this is like world-changing events taking place. And the priorities of this administration are to make sure Trump is first to market with the announcement on his own personal social media platform that he had to create because he got banned off of Twitter after he did an insurrection. This is the country that we live in. I need you all to understand these are the circumstances. This is the country that we live in. So next time you see somebody that comes across as like really fucking stupid, okay, remember that like a fuck ton of people voted for this guy. A fuck ton of people openly say they voted for this. Okay? That's what they say. News Nation claims a deal has been reached and Trump might visit the region. It is remarkable that the breaking information is coming from fucking News Nation, dude. God damn, we are in such profoundly stupid times. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. News Nation. Okay. News Nation correspondent reports Israel and Hamas have reached An agreement on the first phase of Trump's Gaza deal. Okay. I'm glad that News Nation correspondent is reporting that Israel and Hamas have reached an agreement on the first phase of the Trump Gaza deal, citing a source with direct knowledge of the negotiations. Just in from the White House, on Friday morning, this is CBS News, President Trump will visit the Walter Reed Medical Center for a planned meeting and remarks to the troops. While there, President Trump will stop by for his routine yearly checkup. He will then return to the White House. President Trump is considering going to the Middle East shortly thereafter. Yeah, we already covered the Israeli military escalating his death and destruction campaign and also utilizing like drones, like or automated armored personnel carriers equipped with bombs, so they can fucking turn around and because they're getting smoked in the APCs so hard that they're using little RC car style APCs. This is a risk, but we trusted President Trump to be the guarantor of commitments made, said Musa Abu Marzouk, a senior Hamas leader, in an interview with Dropside on Monday. Had there been no commitment from the American president, we would never have agreed to take the risk because we do not trust Netanyahu or his extremist right-wing team in the current Israeli government. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure they know. I'm pretty sure they fucking know that America is also untrustworthy. But I guess for them, they just don't really have any other options, you know? I guess America is the top dog in this process, and therefore they have to abide by America's demands. The USA, Qatar, Turkey, and Egypt have provided guarantees that the genocide will end with this agreement as long as the terms are abided by. That means we can expect to see Israel desperately try to convince Trump that Hamas has violated the deal daily. Yeah. They are being smart by inflating Trump's role since they know he wants that peace prize. I mean, I think they're inflating Trump's... They're not even inflating Trump's role necessarily. Trump does have this power. Every American president has had this power. The only difference here is that they're inflating Trump's ego. They're not inflating Trump's role. They're inflating his ego. Because, I mean, they've run out of options, right? They don't have anything else. So if that's what it takes, then great. If that's what it actually takes to get to a permanent cessation of hostilities, to end this genocide, it is what it is. They did it with more comprehensive frameworks. They will do it again. I don't get your optimism. I don't know. I'm not saying that this is I am not saying that this is over. Okay? I'm not saying that this is over at all. As a matter of fact, I'm saying that Israel will most likely violate this agreement. They have never fully signed an agreement similar to this. They've only signed previous, I guess they have. They have signed a previous cessation of hostilities. Israeli officials say the agreement to end the war with Hamas will be signed Thursday, and the first group of hostages will be released on either Saturday or Sunday, according to N12. But a genocide can't just be tied off with it is what it is. No, I know. But at some point, you have to stop the hemorrhaging, right? The problem is, in the first ceasefire that they followed through on, they wouldn't allow the first phase to move on to the second phase. And the second phase was a withdrawal of troops, right? And it does seem to me like while everyone is hugging and slapping asses around there, and Hamas has responded to the deal. Yes, Hamas has said that they accept the deal. I am not so certain that this will end, and that I still believe that there will be potentially a violation from Israel. Now we know why they try to kill the negotiators. I mean, I don't know. I want to be hopeful. Five hours ago from CNN, Israel assesses Hamas may not be able to return all remaining dead hostages, sources say. Maybe they'll use that as a reason. Maybe they'll use that as a reason to be like, Hamas is violating the deal. You know? I don't know. If they do violate it, they're pushing themselves into a corner of being the ultimate pariah. I mean, have they stopped? Has that stopped them in the past? The only way this stops is if America forces Israel to stop. Ball is in Netanyahu's court, says Trita Parsi from the Quincy Institute. Trump wants a deal. Israel's numbers are plummeting within MAGA. It risks hurting Trump if the war and the U.S. support for it continues endlessly. Yet Netanyahu is very talented at destroying deals and getting the U.S. to blame the Palestinians. Well, he used to be much more talented at blaming the Palestinians. I don't think he's as talented at blaming the Palestinians now. And if this ceasefire deal falls apart once more, I suspect that a lot of people will, even more people will recognize that it's Israel violating it, no matter how they fucking try to posture as Hamas being the spoiler. I don't think that the United States will ever turn around and say, this is good, we believe Hamas, we trust Hamas, and if Israel violates the deal, they'll say, oh yeah, it was Israel that violated the deal, and we have to fucking, we have to stop Israel. That just won't happen. That has never happened historically, despite the fact that Israel has violated numerous deals with Democratic administrations, with Republican administrations. They have always blamed the Palestinians, and America has always also falsely blamed the Palestinians. Okay? That is the case. They always do that. Okay? So we shall see. Palestinian negotiators, after consultations with a range of factions, agreed to a deal that will keep Israeli forces in Gaza even after all Israeli captives are handed over to Israel. Throughout the negotiations over the past several months, Hamas has insisted it would not enter into a deal that did not include the complete withdrawal of the Israeli occupation forces. This is something they were not able to move, the source said. While the exact lines that Israeli forces will redeploy to as a part of the exchange of captives are still being worked out, Israeli forces will remain entrenched in Gaza. What is this? Hamas is a men of beauty. I have a question. Say Hamas dissolves, releases the left prisoners of war, gives up their arms, all that publicly. Israel won't be able to use them as an excuse to conduct the genocide. No. Like in the case of Ukraine, Ukraine can actually mount a significant defense. In the case of Hamas, it is an effort, but mostly symbolic as Israel is much stronger. No. It doesn't matter. You can't stop people from wanting to be free. It's just not going to happen. People will fight with their hands if they need to. As the Palestinians did initially, they fought with rocks, they fought with stones. Like there will always be people that have an undying need, a totally understandable need for freedom, emancipation. The only thing that will stop this is either the complete ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians or the dissolution of the Israeli apartheid. So A senior Hamas official told Dropsite that the Palestinian negotiators have faced an unprecedented pressure from Arab and Islamic mediators over the past 48 hours to make significant concessions and to quickly reach an agreement on the aspects of Trump's plan that address the exchange of captives, a ceasefire, and the resumption of aid. The source close to negotiators said that as a part of the agreement, aid deliveries will resume at levels consistent with the January 2025 ceasefire deal. Israel unilaterally abandoned that agreement in March when it imposed a full-spectrum blockade on Gaza, resumed its campaign of terror bombings, and subsequently unleashed a ground invasion of Gaza City in August. The source said 600 trucks of aid per day would enter Gaza under the new agreement. What the United Nations has said in the past is the minimum amount needed in Gaza. Israel released roughly 2,000 Palestinians it is holding captive in its prisons and military camps. The bulk of these will consist of Palestinians taken from Gaza after October 7 and will include all women and children. In Trump's original plan presented on September 29th, Israel would also free 250 Palestinians sentenced to life terms. There are ongoing negotiations over the exact number of Palestinians to be released and which, if any, of the most high-profile Palestinian resistance figures serving life sentences in Israel might be freed. Hamas has consistently demanded freedom for Marwan Barghouti, what a lot of people refer to as like the Palestinian Nelson Mandela. However, he is the single most popular Palestinian political leader whom Israel has sentenced to 5 life terms in 2004. And Marwan Barghouti is a more popular figure in the eyes of all Palestinians, both in the West Bank and in Gaza, than Hamas ever could be, for the record. So that's something to consider here, especially when looking at, especially looking at this from the perspective of Hamas just simply wants to remain in power. Hamas simply wants to remain in power. If they wanted to, they would never demand the release of Marwan Barghouti. They would just never do that, because someone like Marwan Barghouti actually threatens their grip of power, right? Here's Jacob Magid, U.S. Bureau Chief, Times of Israel. Hamas is committed to securing release of Marwan Barghouti as a part of the deal to end the Gaza war. Source familiar tells Times of Israel. Hamas's leadership has relayed to interlocutors that Barghouti's fate remains absolutely central to these talks, the source says. Barghouti is currently serving a life sentence in Israeli prison for planning attacks during the Second Intifada that killed 5 civilians. He has denied the charges against him while rejecting the Israeli court's jurisdiction. If you recall, Itamar Ben-Gvir went to the prison that Marwan Barghouti is being held hostage at and actually brought him out to humiliated him, or tried to humiliate him. The 66-year-old has been described as a potential successor to the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, as he has appeal among broad swaths of the Palestinian population while maintaining support for a two-state solution. Israelis, of course, say, no way. We saw what happened with Sinwar. Israeli Minister Ron Dermer, who recently co-ordered the assassination of Hamas leader Khalil al-Hayya with Netanyahu, now sits face-to-face at the negotiating table in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. That is a crazy pig. The guys on this side of the fucking table, quite literally, not even a month ago, ordered the assassination of the guys on this side of the table. Straight up. And what's really shocking, or what's really remarkable about this, is that the guys on that side of the table used to be different guys. Israel killed the other guys. So now these are the guys. Well, some of them were supposed to be on the table regardless, but isn't that fucking nuts? Yeah, just remember that next time someone tries to fucking tell you, like, Israel wanted a ceasefire. It was always Hamas that's like fucking up the bag, fucking up the ceasefire. It's like, they have killed, they've killed the immediate relatives of the people on that side of the table too, by the way. Like, straight up, annihilated their entire families. Hamas has also advocated for the release of Ahmed Sadat, General Secretary of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and Abdullah Barghouti, a senior commander of the Qassam Brigades, who was sentenced in 2003 to 67 life terms. the longest sentence ever imposed on a Palestinian by Israel. In addition to the 20 living Israeli captives, there are believed to be 28 deceased. Hamas officials have said that some of these bodies are buried under rubble of buildings or tunnels bombed by Israel or in areas currently under Israeli military control, and that it will take time to retrieve them. Hamas official told DropSite that an agreement will be made that would provide more time to recover the bodies of deceased Israeli captives. Now, this is one of the reasons why you logistically have to stop the bombing. This is something that I brought up in previous ceasefire arrangements where Israel was like, no, we don't want to stop the bombing, but you also have to give us the hostages. And everyone was like, you can't even do that. Like, how are we supposed to extract the fucking hostages when you are bombing everything, including the hostages? On Wednesday, Trump dispatched his son-in-law, oh, here we go, Jared Kushner, a special envoy Steve Witkoff, to the Egyptian resort town of Sharm el-Sheikh to try and secure a deal. The Israeli delegation is headed by Ron Dermer, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's Minister of Strategic Affairs. Trump said today, in anticipation of a deal, he would likely travel to the region, maybe Sunday. Trump had given Hamas and Israel a deadline of Friday to complete the negotiations. He is very eager for the Nobel Peace Prize, and therefore he wants the problem solved today or tomorrow so that the vote will be in his favor for receiving the Nobel Peace Prize, Abu Marzouk told DropSite. Hamas leader Khalil al-Hayya, who survived an Israeli assassination attempt in Doha, Qatar on September 9th, literally 1 month ago, is heading Hamas's negotiation team, sitting across from the guys who ordered his assassination. The top political negotiator for the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Mohammed al-Hindi, is also directly participating in the talks, as is a representative of the left-wing Party for the Liberation of Palestine. PIJ's Saraya al-Quds force is the second largest armed resistance faction in Gaza, holds an undisclosed number of Israeli captives, along with those in the custody of Hamas's Qassam brigades. Earlier on Wednesday, Ziad al-Nakale, the Secretary General of PIJ, appeared in a rare video address. The resistance is engaged in fierce negotiating battle under what is called the Trump Plan, which also carries within it the declaration that the Palestinians should completely surrender to the enemy. Even so, the resistance has shown its willingness to negotiate on the basis that there are clauses that can be dealt with positively. First among them, the prisoner exchange clause, which could be completed in the coming few days, al-Nakale said. But we must be prepared to confront the enemy's possible attempts to turn the negotiations into an entry point for the surrender of our people and our resistance. The enemy and its allies must know that we cannot submit to their terms and dictates after all the price in sacrifices that our heroic people have paid. Hamas sources have made clear to DropSite that they believe the only path to a brokered agreement to end the genocide rests with Trump. The alternative is an indefinite continuation of the armed struggle against the U.S.-backed Israeli military. There is no other deal to be taken. Either this or return to fight with full American support coupled with Arab and Islamic passivity and letdown, said the source close to the negotiators. He said that while the deal is problematic, it contains some terms that Hamas and other Palestinian factions pushed for in their response to Trump, including deferring major issues that would alter the future of Gaza and Palestine itself. No surrender, no disarming, no mass exile, but most of all, a permanent end to the war to be announced by Trump. When Hamas offered its official response to Trump's 20-point plan last Friday, the movement's leadership took the position that it only had a mandate to enter into a deal on issues directly related to the Gaza war, but it asserted that negotiations on the bulk of Trump's proposal, which contains sweeping terms that will impact the future governance of Gaza, including demilitarizing and disarming Gaza and the deployment of foreign troops, would require the involvement of all Palestinian factions, not just Hamas. All of these issues, including Israel's demand that Hamas and other Palestinian resistance groups surrender their weapons in Gaza, will be fully demilitarized, will be deferred to future negotiations. So that is... it seems like Hamas is saying yes to the first phase, which is just the complete release of all of the prisoners of war and perhaps not just the prisoners of war, but also the killed Israelis as well. What makes you think that Trump is the actual person pushing Israel to the table? I don't trust Trump and I don't trust Israel. I do trust the resistance forces in terms of like knowing what's knowing what's best for them, right? And therefore I assume that they're seeing something different in the way that this has in the way that this has been conducted, and that is the reason why they're conceding to the first phase without getting assurances, or maybe they did get assurances for the second phase. If we are to use the terminology that was utilized in the previous negotiations, right? I'm literally reading this article right now. Chatters, you are sending me the Twitter thread from Jeremy Scahill. Weak assumption is not real, and the U.S. have reneged on deals plenty of times during the 2 years of genocide. I don't think you guys are understanding what I am saying, okay? You are misunderstanding what I am saying. I'm not saying I trust Israel or I trust America to abide by this deal. I'm saying that I'm assuming that the Palestinian resistance leadership has seen something different from at least the American side that gives them more confidence to abide by, more confidence to say yes to the first phase of this ceasefire negotiation. This does not mean that Israel will not turn around and violate it as they have done so in prior ceasefire negotiations, either ceasefire negotiations that they never actually implemented or even ceasefire negotiations that they did implement and then didn't follow on and reneged and continued bombing Palestinians. I suspect that there is something similar here as well. I suspect, judging by what Israel has done in the past, that this is how they will operate, that they will, somehow find a way to fucking turn around and blame this on Hamas again and then continue bombing once they extract all the hostages, because the hostages were seen as like a political hurdle that they must clear, right? That's what I think. Has Hamas been in direct contact with Trump for the latest negotiations? I seems so, yeah. The next round of negotiations will be very tricky, but going back to the genocide will not be easy, even though it's probable, said the source close to the Palestinian negotiators. The internal calculus among the lead negotiators, he said, was the cost-benefit analysis would favor accepting it. The next negotiations must be conducted in a very smart way. Perhaps the reason why they're doing it is because of what Israel states, which is that the idea that they have consistently pummeled Gaza and it killed far too many people, and therefore Hamas's calculation here is like they can't take it anymore. They can't. And that's the reason why they're conceding to everything. Maybe that's the reason. However, there's no assurances that Israel will stop bombing regardless, so... Anyway. Scahill, Hamas knew the only path to a brokered agreement to end the genocide rested with Trump. There is no other deal to be taken, either this or return to the fight with full American support coupled with Arab and Islamic passivity and letdown, said the source. I mean, but that has been the case. That has been the fucking case. Why do you keep saying Google Jeremy Scahill? How come when you look up Jeremy Scahill on Google it says Premium Bandai as his name? What are you saying? I don't know, man. What the fuck is going on in this chat today? Breaking from Trump. He is finally announced it. I am very proud to announce that Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase of our peace plan. This means that all the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, everlasting peace. All parties will be treated fairly. This is a great day for the Arab and Muslim world, Israel, all surrounding nations, and the United States of America, and we thank the mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey who work with us to make this historic and unprecedented event happen. Blessed are the peacemakers. Yeah, also, Hamas did technically beat Donald Trump to the announcement by revealing this information to drop site. But, you know. That's neither here nor there. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Please read previous message. Palestinian here. Remind chat not to infantilize our armed resistance as they're fully aware and have decades of experience about what Israel's goals and tactics are, as well as the United States. I'm sure they're fully prepared in the case that Israel blows up these negotiations as well. Do not forgive. We have been dealing with these ethnic supremacists for over 77 years. Yes, but that's the only reason why I said I don't have any confidence in Israel. I don't have any confidence in America, but I do have confidence in the leaders of the resistance movement making the correct calculation. They recognize that it's a gamble, but if they're taking this approach, if they're agreeing to this decision, then very clearly, this is, this is probably there's more confidence
from Washington, D.C.
on their
Alan,
side.
So we're
somehow.
all waiting on tenterhooks for news of this, and news that Trump has now posted on his Truth social media saying we have a deal. What are you seeing and hearing there at the White House?
This has been building, particularly over the last couple of hours, when Donald Trump, in a meeting at the White House, said he just stepped away from a call with his team that were in Egypt in Sharm el-Sheikh, and he was encouraged by the progress that had been made and thought there would be an announcement soon. Talked about heading to the Middle East at the weekend. That may now be brought forward. It appears that the outline of a deal has been done. Donald Trump, on his Truth social platform, has, just in the last couple of minutes, said, I'm very proud to announce that Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase of our peace plan. This means that all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable and everlasting peace. All parties will be treated fairly. This is a great day for the Arab and Muslim world, Israel, all surrounding nations, and the United States of America. And we want to thank mediators from Qatar, Egypt and Turkey who worked with us to make this historic and unprecedented event happen. Blessed are the peacemakers. President Donald J. Trump. So after hours of speculation that this was going to happen, that we were edging closer, that there was more optimism than there has been at any point in the last 2 years, it appears that Donald Trump and his 20-point plan and the pressure that he has exerted, not just on Hamas and on Israel, but on others in the region, appears to have delivered a peace deal which should mean an end to the war on Gaza.
Yeah, and Alan, obviously the executive word here, or phrase, being the first phase of the peace plan. Are any more details emerging about what parts of Trump's 20-point plan they have a deal on? Because it's unlikely, as you say, that everything's been agreed to.
Well, most of the details, of course, will still be in Sharm el-Sheikh. Donald Trump will have been given the details of what has actually happened. Nothing has been made public from Washington, D.C., but it's clear that there was...
What we will find out, it's going to take time until we know. It's going to take time until we know if this is this is conclusive. It's going to take some time. What I mean by that is where we need to see how Israel operates after the hostages are released. I could totally see Israel just taking all the hostages and then continuing its bombing, refusing to actually release the Palestinian hostages that they've taken, and then, you know, they'll just come up with a bullshit reason as to how Donald Trump actually violated this deal, and that and the United States will go along with it, and they'll say that's right. This is what happened. I can see that being the situation.
Nothing new happened in Gaza. The offensive continued, the bombings continued, and the deaths continued. Now there is an outline of a peace deal. The pressure will be on Israel to stop doing what they have been doing in Gaza for the last 2 years and stop the offensive, which has claimed more than 65,000 lives.
Yeah, Alan, and Trump says that he will head to the Middle East this weekend. How much pressure did that put on Hamas and Israel, and indeed the negotiators, to get this deal across the line?
Well, I don't think there was that much pressure from the president. I think that was always there. And certainly there was a consensus among the countries who were represented in the talks in Sharm el-Sheikh, excuse me, and the wider community, that a deal had to be done and agreed quite quickly. Donald Trump was talking about possibly flying out on Saturday night or Sunday. That then
who
changed
now
with a
is in
statement
Ireland,
from the White House in the
but
last
he's
couple
a
of
sports
hours,
commentator
saying
from
that
Data
he would
of the
have
Law.
an annual medical on Friday, and sometime
Celebrating
after that,
this
very
decision, which
short
gives me more
order was the
confidence as
phrase
well.
that was used, he would head to the Middle East. So that suggested that it would be at some point on Friday. Now that a deal has been done, that everyone is in Egypt, there's every possibility that the president will head to the Middle East much sooner than Friday morning, because, of course, he's very keen to be seen to be the driving force behind this. And to a large degree, he has been. No one was talking about peace talks. The Israelis had killed negotiators from Hamas, both in Tehran and also attempted to do that in Doha. There was a concern that everything was kind of locked. Donald Trump then had a meeting with senior officials from Muslim nations and Middle East countries at the United Nations General Assembly. He said that would perhaps be his most important meeting. And from that came the outline of this 20-point plan, which he officially unveiled on September the 29th when Benjamin Netanyahu was back at the White House. So it appears that there has been enough negotiation for the US president to announce that phase one has been agreed. And of course, this is now all about sequencing. And we've seen that before in a number of peace processes around the world. My personal experience is in Northern Ireland that if you do this, then we do that. And when you do this, we'll follow with that. So that has all got to be agreed. So the first phase seems to be in place. What happens next will maybe be subject to further negotiation, but it appears that Donald Trump has delivered what he said he would deliver very quickly after his election way back in January, and that is a ceasefire in the war on Gaza.
Alan, just a final thought to you before you go, and obviously we'll come back to you throughout the night. There is even talk, perhaps, of Trump visiting Gaza itself. It's not confirmed yet. This is just something that's being reported. If that did happen, though, Alan, it would be pretty much unprecedented, wouldn't it?
It certainly would. It would need a great deal of a huge security operation. I'm not entirely sure that the Secret Service, who protect Donald Trump, would be keen on that idea. He would go in with the Israeli defense.
They're going to give a Nobel Peace Prize to Hamas after all of this. Trump is going to bomb the Nobel Peace Prize committee.
Excuse me. That might not be the optics, but then Donald Trump has never been too much concerned about optics that may be read a different way from everyone else. It would be a huge logistical and security operation, although it is possible. While foreign journalists have not been allowed in Gaza, the Israelis have made accommodation for those that they think will help put their side of the story, and allowed the journalists in under a huge security cordon. So it's possible that that could be expanded and delivered by Donald Trump. And there may be a welcome for Donald Trump from the Palestinian side, because after 2 years of constant war, a US president seems to have found...
I'm reading from other sources as well, from Hakan Fidan, the Turkish minister who was also involved in these peace talks, right? He says the Gaza plan includes many details, but our priority now is to start the ceasefire and release the prisoners. Netanyahu always has an alternative plan to disrupt the negotiations, but I do not think he has much room to maneuver this time. Agreement on a ceasefire in Gaza will allow the start of exchange operations and the expansion of the entry of humanitarian aid. I don't know. I don't know if that is the case. Netanyahu says, with God's help, we will bring them all home after Trump announces first phase of Israel-Hamas deal. These are the first words that have come from Benjamin Netanyahu on the deal. I think the sticky point on this is who gets to control the Gaza Strip. That's the sticky point. Is it Palestinians, or is it going to be Palestinians, or is it going to be Tony Blair and Donald Trump, even if we're getting real crazy with it, right? Because Donald Trump wants it to be Donald Trump and Tony fucking Blair, which is ridiculous, right? It's completely unacceptable. Especially, I mean, it's completely unacceptable. We'll see.
Negotiations going on, very strong one to get to this point where the announcement made by, or the post made by Donald Trump about reaching an agreement between Hamas and Israel. But at least for phase one, which is the handing over the captives and then the withdrawal to an agreed upon line as a first step, a preliminary step for further negotiations and further agreements. It is just, I'm sure if we talk to people now, the reaction would be very, very excited, very happy it happened. At least they are distancing away from the anxiety that had engulfed all of their feelings throughout the day and hope for what was going to happen. The level of anxiety is less, and the sense that we are going in the right direction, at least for now. And we're going to wait until we talk to people. So we'll see what's going to happen in the coming hours.
Yeah, Hani, we still have a long way to go, as this is just phase one of Trump's peace plan. I mean, this must be pretty emotional for you. You've been covering this story now for 2 years. With many people close to starving because Israel's siege and war on the Strip, many with nowhere to live, what are people's immediate needs on the ground now, Hani?
It will be definitely the sufficient free flow of aid, because people are still living through famine. And the past few days, it has started to be more aggressive in Gaza as the Israeli military extended the offensive and it prevented the entry of food. It shut down and blocked completely the northern crossing, leaving people at a very difficult position. Prices were started to skyrocket once again. Depletion in the market, stalls were empty, reminding us of the past 3 months of the enforced starvation and dehydration, to the point where the IPC report announced that there was a famine going on, and famine has been confirmed there. People are still living the byproducts of this across the Strip here in central area. Anywhere you go, you walk in the market, in the street, you will find items, you will find the products, but these are not necessarily what people need to survive. We talk about fish produced that are not available. We talk about sources of protein and vitamins that are not available. So one thing to start with is the free flow of humanitarian, commercial aid, food supplies, water supplies.
Brother, you said, I hope they hunt down Yasser Abu Shabaab when this is all over. I'm going to keep it very real with you. I think there is a higher likelihood that Israel by force makes Yasser Abu Shabaab the head of whatever like fake military that exists, and they'll put people like Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib in charge of like the peace peace commission, like people that work for like the Atlantic Council, and like and the son of Hamas guy will be like leading the Gaza Peace Committee. It's fucking ridiculous.
Comes to hazardous when it comes to safety, very dangerous for them, but they had no other choice. For them, it was better than sleeping on the streets or the pavement. So these are the conditions that people are waiting for to happen and to improve. Remember, on the first phase of the ceasefire, the Israeli military deliberately blocked the entry of tents and other infrastructure and elements needed to build proper shelters, including the entry of mobile homes that was prevented by the Israeli military. So this time people are more hopeful that these are the priorities. Particularly, we are going near to a winter season, and soon enough you will find a lot of people are searching desperately for a proper shelter from the cold weather, from the rain, and from everything that is could be affecting their livelihood and their safety. These are the important things right now for people. But the most important element right now is that you gradually regain that sense of safety. You can walk around the block, you walk on the street, not worried about these unprotected falling bombs. Because as of this moment, I can tell you, at least in the area where I'm at, there's no drone buzzing in the background. I'm not sure about Gaza City, but here I'm not.
Oh, yeah, I saw this. Actually, a couple days ago, 5 prominent members of the Yasser Abu-Shabaab gang turned themselves into resistance. Israel refused to include the ISIS link to gang into the IDF tracking unit and then informed them in the case this truce goes through that they will not protect the criminal gang. Oh, that's interesting.
Hearing any, and definitely not
destruction. It must seem really strange now that the silence must be deafening, Hani.
It's unusually quiet, to be honest with you. For the past 731 days, it became part of the daily routine, daily life. I know it's wrong to say this. It shows how much psychologically we've been damaged by this war machine, by the genocidal acts, that a quieter night is unusual for all of us here, because right away you think...
There is more information coming out of Drop Site only a minute ago from the Qatar side that was also involved in the deal making here. Let me pull that up really quickly. Hamas has also released a statement that like the release of Barghouti is essential. I covered that already. Marwan Barghouti, for those of you who don't know. And new from Drop Site, Qatar's foreign ministry announced that mediators reached an agreement on all the provisions and implementation mechanisms of the first phase of the Gaza ceasefire deal. Unlike Trump's announcement, Qatar's statement explicitly says the agreement will lead to ending the war alongside the release of Israeli and Palestinian captives and the entry of aid. The details will be announced later, spokesperson for Qatar's foreign ministry says. I mean, it seems hopeful, and we do definitely need a little bit of hope.
Remind our viewers who are just joining us here on Al Jazeera again of the dire, the disastrous humanitarian situation in Gaza during the war and the amount of aid.
Hamas has released an additional statement after Donald Trump's release of the Truth Social, his Truth Social post. Hamas has released an additional statement that says, after responsible and serious negotiations conducted by the movement and the Palestinian resistance factions aiming to reach a ceasefire to stop the extermination war against our Palestinian people and the withdrawal of the occupation from the Gaza Strip, the Islamic resistance movement, Hamas, announces reaching an agreement to end the war on Gaza, the withdrawal of the occupation from it, the entry of aid and the exchange of prisoners. We call on Trump, the guarantor countries of the agreement, and various Arab, Islamic, and international parties to obligate the occupation government to fully implement the agreement's entitlements and not allow it to renege or delay the application of what has been agreed upon. We salute our great people in the Gaza Strip, Jerusalem, the West Bank, inside and outside the homeland, who recorded unprecedented stances of dignity, heroism, and honor, and confronted the fascist occupation projects targeting them and their national rights. These great sacrifices and stances that foiled the Israeli occupation's plans for subjugation and displacement. We affirm that the sacrifices of our people will not be in vain and that we will remain committed to the pledge, and we will not abandon our people's national rights until freedom, independence, and self-determination are achieved. For those of you who always were duped early on in the aftermath of October 7, that Hamas actually has in its 1988 charter, even before they like fully formed as a political movement and a political organization, that they wanted to purge all the Jews from the land of Israel. Hamas, since I believe 2017, has fully fleshed out a new charter that actually abides by a two-state solution as long as there is full-blown sovereignty for the Palestinian population. Obviously, a big part of the deal, a big part of achieving full-blown sovereignty would require having a standing military, and also unlimited pathways for trade
the impact of,
in and out of the Gaza Strip.
Malnutrition that has created irreversible damage that for people who suffer from malnutrition now inside hospitals, even if food is available, they need much better care now, much more high-level intervention, medical intervention, in order to survive these conditions. And we talk about the children who might have problems when it comes to physical growth or intellectual growth. All of these things need to be addressed immediately in order to save the society. Without this, we're going to be seeing more decline over the coming months, but unless that is addressed properly.
Hani, let me just get a final thought to you. I know we'll be talking to you throughout the night, of course. Gaza has faced utter destruction. I mean, most of the Strip is now unlivable as we're looking at these pictures of the destruction we're talking to you. How do people go about returning to their lives and their livelihoods? What are the challenges they'll now face on the ground, Hani?
Darren, one of the biggest challenges we happen to be speaking to people today about this is it's not just to have been experiencing this massive psychological damage, that non-stop attacks and the trauma that keeps evolving in each passing day, but also the fact that they're losing parts of their history, part of their memories, part of where they grew up. And, when I walk sometimes in the street, I don't just see those gray shades of the rubble and the ruins. My mind always try to imagine that these were colorful, people were laughing here, people gather at these corners of the streets or inside these little shops or behind the walls where families gather around dining tables. That does not exist anymore. So it's not just the physical destruction that was so heavy on people, but also the psychological level, particularly those who lost family members, and they happen to be the only survivors after these attacks. They are the only ones finding now all of their family members were killed. All of this together has a very difficult impact on people at rebuilding shattered lives. And when we say shattered life, it's literally shattered, because not only family been scattered across the Strip, but they're gone missing. They were killed. They've been in hospitals for a long time. They people for months now, 2 years exactly. Few of the families managed to be together on a dining table, but everybody else.
Oh my God!
The Strip, either because they lost someone or the family happened to be.
Oh fuck! Predictably, following a lull over the last few days, a large wave of strikes now by the Israeli Air Force against Gaza City, with a ceasefire agreement to go into effect roughly 10 hours at 12. Oh. How many children will Israel slaughter up until the last second? This is how Israel operates, by the way. And we know this because there have been many ceasefires that have taken place. This is, weirdly enough, this is not in an incredibly twisted way. Israel's intensifying bombing campaigns actually does mean a ceasefire is imminent. Because that's how they fucking operate. They've done this with the Iranian ceasefire. They've done this with the Lebanon ceasefire, which, by the way, they still bomb Lebanon. Like, they bombed Lebanon and killed American citizens like a couple months ago. This is when Israel starts intensifying its bombing campaign, that means a fucking ceasefire is coming. It is so fucked up. But that is how they operate. No, they're not trying to force Hamas' response to undermine the process. This is just how they always work. This is how they've always done it. Every single time. And we have tracked every single one of these ceasefires that took place. Short term, long term, doesn't matter. And in every single circumstance, Israel has always done this. Right until the last moment they can, they will try to get as many kills as they possibly can. And right now, in the Strip, Palestinians are out in the streets fucking celebrating because they think, you know, that this ceasefire will finally be complete, that they believe that it's actually going to happen. So I could see them just unleashing on, in a last act of cruelty, unleashing upon a civilian population that is going outside for the first time ever, and with the hopes that maybe tomorrow there won't be fucking drones overhead. Senior American official says to Barak Ravid, the war in Gaza has ended. The hostages will be released in 72 hours after the Israeli cabinet approves the agreement. The assessment is that this will happen at the latest on Monday. Didn't they do this with the last temporary ceasefire? Yes, they did. They did this in Lebanon too. They did this with Iran. They always do this shit, okay? How much they can get away with is entirely dependent on what kind of a military deterrent the opposition has, for the record. And the only reason why they were forced to stop with Iran was America, because America said no more. Trump literally said he made the planes turn around. He said he made the planes fucking turn around. They were trying to do a last-second bombing campaign again. And a big part of the reason why he made the planes turn around wasn't because, like, he really loves Iran or something. It's because Iranian missiles had unironically eroded the defenses of Israel. We found out after the fact, but the suspicion was there. Something I also speculated on was that Israel and America was actually running out of their munition stock, and at a quite a faster pace than they initially suspected. They were also having a hard time intercepting certain missiles. This is precisely the real reason why they fucking stopped. Any news on allowing in international journalists? I mean, we're not at that stage yet. We'll get there. But the stage that we're in currently is hopefully the bombing ends.
Who died of starvation as a result of Israel's siege. So you had all of these policies that built up the international pressure on Israel. But each time there was this growing international pressure, something else came up. There was a war with Hezbollah. There was a war with Iran. There were strikes in Yemen. There were strikes in Syria. All of this was in the last 2 years, and we've been reporting on it constantly. But the international pressure on the Israelis did not wane.
Okay, the Abu Shabab thing is pretty funny. Abu Shabab, who is the head of who is a drug trafficker and an ISIS affiliate, who was in Palestinian prison until Israel broke him out, and then used him as the popular forces, the one that has that famous AI-made symbol, has officially revealed that he has no control or no protection for his own troops. Abu Shabab says, we asked the IDF to integrate us into the army, but they told us they couldn't. Also informed by the officers that the army wouldn't be able to protect them as it had been during the war, because any military action to protect them would be considered a violation of the existing agreement. RIP Bozo to Yasser Abu Shabab. Every single thing that Israel said that Hamas was doing, those motherfuckers were doing with Israel's permission and with Israel's aerial support, okay? Stealing aid, selling it at an incredibly high markup, straight up overtaking convoys of humanitarian aid. Every single thing that Israel claimed Hamas was doing, Yasser Abu Shabab and his popular forces were doing. They were operating out of the red zone in Rafah in an area where it's kill on sight. If you are a Palestinian in that area, the Israeli government assassinates you. Okay, no questions asked. The only Palestinians that were allowed to operate in that area and run around with their guns was Yasser Abu Shabab's gang, the popular forces. How dare you say something about such an amazing man, despite the fact that he's illiterate? He's an article writer for big newspapers. That's true. Dropped out of second grade, I believe, has a second grade education, is not literate in Arabic, but was capable of writing op-eds for the Wall Street Journal, famously. Yasser Abu Shabab. I already read this. Can you please explain why we aren't acting like this isn't another pressure valve so libs will shut up and they can keep bombing? The only reason why I'm saying that is because of this. Look, this is the reason, because Hamas isn't saying that. Like, they see something different. They are involved in the talks. They are just as skeptical as I am they are just as skeptical as I am about Israel and America. I still suspect that the ceasefire deal will look exactly like the January one, because like even the phrases that they are using here, phase 1, phase 2, identical, right? It's fucking identical. They're literally saying, oh, just release the remaining hostages and then we'll get into phase 2 where we do permanent withdrawal. Leftists will never stop talking over brown people. No, that's not what this is. That's not what this is. I do suspect that I've already told you, I suspect that this will look like the previous ceasefires where like they get the hostages out and then they immediately start bombing, and they can use two different reasons. Israel will most likely, if I'm being like highly skeptical of this deal, okay, the only thing that gives me confidence here is that the militia movements, the resistance movements have agreed, right? But if I were to see this deal fall apart, it would absolutely obviously be on the Israeli side, but the deal would fall apart on the basis of Israel, one, claiming that Hamas did not give all the hostages back, especially the ones who have been killed, right? They'll say, oh, they couldn't recover all the dead hostages, so that's a violation of the deal. And then two, they'll say Hamas is not giving up their arms. Those, I think, will be the two things that people will, like Israel will use to undermine the ceasefire negotiations and then continue blowing shit up. At least that's precisely what has taken place in the past. So I have no reason to believe anything different will take place now. But as I have repeated over and over again, the only thing that gives me confidence here is clearly the fact that the resistance movement is in agreement. They're seeing something that we are not. And I don't know if they're doing this calculation because they're like, enough is enough, they have nothing left. Or if they're doing this calculation because they do think that the American deal is sincere.
I'll take a few questions.
Netanyahu releases a statement in Hebrew. Let's take a look. Prime Minister Netanyahu, unofficial translation for Hebrew below. A great day for Israel. Tomorrow I will convene the government to approve the agreement and bring all of our beloved hostages home. I extend my gratitude to the brave IDF soldiers and all the security forces whose courage and sacrifice have brought us to this day. I offer my heartfelt thanks to President Trump and his team for their dedication to the sacred mission of freeing our hostages. With God's help, together we will continue to achieve all our goals and enhance peace with our neighbors. I mean, I don't get it. He could have done this at any point. This doesn't make sense. He could have released all the hostages at any point. Hamas literally on October 10th said that they would do a full release of hostages for the hostages that Israel has. And also if Israel doesn't enter the Gaza Strip. So October 10th, 2023, by the way. So that's what I'm saying. Why now? I don't know. Maybe Trump made the secret boss call. Or maybe either Trump made the secret boss call or Israel will violate this and they have a side deal, a side agreement where they will be allowed to violate this again. Let's take a look at this guy's an Israeli negotiator.
This is a great day for Israel, but you know the devil's in the detail. We're still waiting details of what exactly has been agreed. But let me ask you, what does this mean for Israel and in particular the families of the captives?
Well, one absolutely has to hope that this is going to be seen through to implementation. Of course, monumentous for those being held who are Israeli, for their families, who had largely given up that their government gave a damn, to be honest. And of course, for the people in Gaza who faced daily atrocities, killings, war crimes, starvation, and indeed for the Palestinian families and for those being held in Israeli prisons who will now see freedom. But that depends first of all, on this initial arrangement being implemented. But Darren, we are not on our first rodeo here, and if history is any guide, and just judging by what Netanyahu said already that contradicts what is in the deal, and depending on what he tells his coalition allies, is he going to be saying, for instance, to Ben Gvir and Smotrich, you can dislike this, maybe you vote against, maybe you even quit, but don't bring down the government? Because, and this is really important, and I think those Israelis who are hoping this comes to an end will know that Netanyahu has reneged on these deals in the past and may well be looking for the first opportunity to be able to resume hostilities when he can in Gaza. In the meantime, one should absolutely expect that the destruction, the displacement, the killing in the West Bank will continue. We saw Ben Gvir on Al-Aqsa today, and one should also assume that whatever the initial arrangement, whatever the initial line of Israeli military withdrawal ends up being, that is where it will end. Because I think once the hostages are returned, one should fully expect that Israel will not withdraw further. One should fully expect that Israel will go back to playing this game of how can we make it as hard as possible for the international aid, humanitarian assistance so desperately needed to get into Gaza. And we will be in this game of stop, start. Will Israel try and use these armed militias that it has supported in Gaza to cause mayhem? So I think the first thing is, can we get this initial phase over the line? But then everyone should absolutely expect that this is going to be an extremely bumpy road, apparently with no guarantees.
Yeah, and of course, after 2 years of war, Daniel, many Israelis argue that this could have all been achieved some time ago. And of course, Netanyahu, as you say, has wriggled out of all previous attempts to get a ceasefire.
Well, he has, and we know that this is something that could have been brought to an end so much earlier. We don't know if it is now being brought to an end. And one of the crucial questions is, what happens next? Because when a genocide has been committed. If that is then paused, one doesn't normally say, that's fantastic, business as usual, everyone treat the perpetrators of that genocide as if nothing had happened. So we have to insist that accountability should be on the agenda. Netanyahu has an ICC arrest warrant against his name. When it comes to any possibility of rebuilding in Gaza, one should ask the question,
isn't this guy a former, he's a former Israeli negotiator, right?
That destruction, cause that destruction.
Am I crazy? Is he not?
To be paying compensation for their assets to be gone after in order to be able to pay for that. Should it be obvious that Gulf states, for instance, are going to have to put their hands in their pocket? I don't think they were the ones doing that destruction in Gaza. And then the much bigger question, which is the inherent instability of a situation. The unlikelihood, although we want to be optimistic tonight, Darren, the unlikelihood that you will actually see stability as long as you have a situation of ongoing occupation and apartheid is the choice between genocide and apartheid. Palestinians won't have their self-determination. The Trump 20 points set up some colonial economic governance structure for Gaza, but they don't actually come to terms and come to grips with this occupation and apartheid, with Palestinian self-determination. And as long as that is not addressed, then you will have the obliteration of Gaza, and you will still have a reality of Palestinians denied their basic rights, which can never be a recipe for security. So everyone is going to have to reassess, press a reset, and look at what we are left with in this situation. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, that's an important point you make, Daniel. I mean, some of the big sticking points for Israel will be when do Israeli troops start withdrawing, and of course to where those lines, and also to what extent does Hamas agree to disarm, and also of course the names of Palestinian prisoners to be released. Those, of course, big points for Israel. How much then has Israel really conceded to get this deal done?
Well, let's see the details, as you suggest, Darren. I think the key point here is that Netanyahu didn't want to end this at all. And in that respect, one can expect him to perhaps try and make sure that there is still an Israeli military presence in Gaza. Remember, he has told us that the Israeli military will stay in Gaza, that there will be no Palestinian governance. So this is where things are going to be tested.
He won't even let Abbas run it, dude. And Abbas is a part of the Israeli security apparatus.
Actually, and I think we can expect Israeli military operations, violations of the sovereignty of other states to continue in Syria, in Lebanon, probably not where you are now, Darren, after the commitment to the President of the United States, but elsewhere in the region, and certainly in the occupied West Bank. So I think Netanyahu will try and sell a narrative. I didn't concede. Look what I've got. And I think Israeli society will slowly brush itself down and look at this and say, was it worth it? Perhaps it hasn't happened yet, but perhaps there will be an acknowledgement of what has been done. Unfortunately, consent around genocide has been manufactured in Israeli society. And I think what one has to question elsewhere is, will one see the media go in? Not your courageous reporters who've been there all along, wearing those vests that say press that really have afforded them no protection, sometimes the opposite. But will you see the rest of the world's media go in? And will we see that some of what has changed in terms of global Palestine, in terms of the pressure that has ramped up from civil society, from ordinary people to hold Israel to account, will that now
what I have
dissipate? Or is that going to continue?
That like once the dust is settled, people's opinions of Israel will get even worse.
Its usual modus operandi of impunity and of carrying on with its endless prevention of Palestinian rights. But I doubt that, actually. I think this desire to hold Israel to account, which is necessary if there's ever going to be peace, I think that will continue, especially, as I say, as some of the mainstream media that has been so negligent in doing its job hasn't had people there, hasn't covered this enough, may now think, okay, we should do our job. We're going to have access to Gaza. And we'll see, unfortunately, I fear, we'll see the enormity, for those who weren't aware of it yet, of the destruction, the death, and the cruelty that has been inflicted on the Palestinian population there.
All right, Daniel Levy there, president of the US Middle East Project. For now, Daniel, I'm sure we'll come back to you later on in the morning, but for now, thank you very much.
Thank you, Darren.
Well, Hamas officials have also released a statement. It says the Islamic Resistance Movement announces the conclusion of an agreement to end the war on Gaza, ensure the withdrawal of the occupation, allow the entry of aid, and facilitate prisoner exchange. We call on President Trump, the states guaranteeing the agreement, and all Arab, Islamic and international parties to hold the occupation government accountable to fully implement the agreement and prevent any evasion or delay in executing its commitments. Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has released statements on X focused on the captives held in Gaza. He says, with God's help, we will bring them all home. I will convene the government tomorrow to approve the agreement and bring all our precious captives home. All right, well, Omar Rahman is a fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs, and he joins us live from Washington, D.C. Omar, always good to have you with us here on Al Jazeera. So Trump now says we have a deal. How much pressure then was Hamas, Israel, and indeed the negotiators under to get this deal across the line, especially with Trump saying he was going to fly to Egypt this weekend?
Good to be with you, Darren. I think all sides were under a lot of pressure. I certainly think the Israelis and Netanyahu weren't interested in this deal. They were hoping that Hamas would reject. And Hamas played it well, issuing that smart, well-crafted statement, accepting the deal, but with some caveats. And they were, in something that was quite different than in the past. I think they were backed up by those Arab and Muslim states that had helped negotiate the initial proposal in terms of needing clarification, expressing some frustration and anger that the terms of the agreement that they had made on the sidelines of the UN had been changed so substantially by Netanyahu and then just announced by the Trump administration. So I think when they went back to the table, there was that pressure, including on Trump himself. And I think that's also something that's been different than in the past. That Trump, because of actually the blunder, really, of the Israelis to strike Qatar, and the outpouring of anger that came from the United States partners in the Middle East, especially from the Gulf, who Donald Trump holds in quite high regard, I think that put him on the back foot and made him change his tune and kind of understand that some recompense was necessary to placate those countries. And one of the demands they made was that Donald Trump take this ceasefire in Gaza seriously, work with them to come up with a proposal. And obviously, Hamas is under a tremendous amount of pressure. And I think they understand that at the moment, even though the agreement that was released was a hard pill to swallow, and these are obviously early days, this is breaking news, we don't know the details that were finally agreed upon, but what was announced by Trump and Netanyahu was a horrible deal. But at the end of the day, something needed to give in order to just seize an opportunity to end the slaughter, the starvation in Gaza and end this genocide. And that came through in that statement that the priority number one is ending the suffering of those people in Gaza.
Yeah, Omar, that's an important point you make, because it's the mechanisms for the deal which are significant to ending the war, aren't they? The big issues here, the ceasefire timeline, of course, the withdrawal of Israeli forces and the exchange of prisoners. We still don't know much about the details yet, do we?
No, I mean, all we've heard are, the Qataris have made their statement that a deal was agreed to. Obviously, Trump made his statement on Truth Social. The Israelis have made a statement as well, but the details themselves have not been released. But the details have essentially been on the table for quite some time. Yes, they're negotiating over the terms of this 20-point proposal, which were left extremely vague with no timelines for withdrawal. Even the map that was released was, quite not a detailed one. So there were a lot of things to be worked out and ironed out. And I think obviously Netanyahu didn't want those details in there because the more vague it is, the more leeway Israel has to establish the framework and do what it wants to do ultimately. But we know that the major sticking points in the past in terms of ceasefire have been the terms of an Israeli military withdrawal and whether that would be in full or in part. And Netanyahu in this agreement wanted it in part and a permanent Israeli presence there, or at least one in which he could dictate the terms of that. And Hamas has always sought a full withdrawal of Israel. And there was also the issue of the terms of and the nature of Palestinian governance in the future of Gaza, which was a sticking point, and also of the future of Hamas and its disarmament, and whether Hamas would live on inside of the Gaza Strip. So those are some of the things. But I think one thing that we should take note of is that everything Israel has to do can be reversed, right? So like the withdrawal, they can leave Gaza and they can come back in tomorrow. Releasing even prisoners, Palestinian prisoners and captives, they can rearrest, and they've done that many times in the past. So these things, everything Israel does can be reversed. Whereas Hamas, once it releases those hostages, they're gone forever. Once it gives up its guns, it's going to have a very hard time getting those back. And so this is the kind of fundamental underlying nature of the sticking points, that there's no guarantee, and there's a reliance on the United States to deliver Israel and hold it accountable and hold it to the terms of the agreement. And we've never really seen that before. Donald Trump has been less than reliable in terms of these negotiations. We saw in January, there was an agreement in place. We got through phase one, which released many hostages. And then when it came to phase two, in which Israel would have to start withdrawing its military from the West Bank, boom, they go in there and violate the agreement, and Trump goes along with it. And then we saw in the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran over the nuclear agreement, again, the U.S. played a role in kind of subterfuge and allowing the Israelis the element of surprise to go and attack Iran. So less than reliable there from Trump, but there's no real alternative here. If you want to stop the genocide, what other way is there to stop it? And Hamas knows that. It really has very few cards to play.
All right, Omar Rahman, fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. Omar, always good to have you with us at times like this. We'll no doubt come back to you throughout the night, but for now, thank you.
I just think...
Well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson of Qatar, Dr. Majid Al-Ansari, has released
the
a
more
statement.
I look at this deal...
The mediators announced that
the more I look at this deal, the more I look at the outline, the more I look at the broader points, the more I see the concessions that Hamas agreed to, the more I suspect that this was a position that they were forced into because they had no other options. I know there's a quote from the Palestinian negotiation team. I know, I read it. A source close to the Palestinian negotiation team tells Dropsite the agreement includes a permanent end to the war to be announced by Trump. He acknowledged the deal is problematic, but it contains some terms that Hamas and other Palestinian factions pushed for in their response to Trump, including deferring major issues that would alter the future of Gaza and Palestine itself. No surrender, no disarming, no mass exile, but most of all, a permanent end to the war to be announced by Trump, he noted. I think we covered this already, but I suspect that this is I hope that there is something that they've gotten out of the Trump administration that actually makes sense in terms of full-blown assurances, and it's not simply a matter of we have no other options and we can't sit here and allow more Palestinians to be fucking ruthlessly and mercilessly slaughtered in the interim because we just have no more willingness to fight. You know what I mean? But I don't understand how this would be in any way, shape, or form remotely different than the previous ceasefire deal. We, like you're one of them? What do you mean? What did I say? We are all anti-genocide. I assume you are also a part of the anti-genocide contingency. Maybe you're not. I don't know. It's hard not to feel jaded. How many previous ceasefires that we thought we had, though? Like, this one makes us different. The only thing I am saying here that is different is like Hamas's interpretation of events. They're saying that they trust the administration to do right. That's it. That's the only difference here.
Which is that Netanyahu is totally dependent on Trump.
But I still think, I still suspect it's a way to PR the genocide.
Did I say totally? Totally dependent on Trump. Which means Trump does not advise Netanyahu. He does not suggest and propose to Netanyahu. He orders Netanyahu. He orders Netanyahu what to do, because without Trump, Netanyahu will disappear from his political career. And I think part of the reason why this is a bit surprising how fast this deal was reached. It is true, as I said earlier this evening, that it is a deal about names and maps. It's not really a deal about much more than that. It's names of hostages, or rather prisoners, and maps as to where the Israeli forces will redeploy. So it is relatively easy than the bigger 20-point plan. And yes, the fact that it happened in such a short time.
2 years since Hamas attack on October 7, former Israeli negotiator Daniel Levy says there has been an irreversible shift in public perception of Israel. On Trump's peace plan, he told Anna Koch, it feels like a proposition to impose a colonial structure on Palestinians. So maybe the only outside pressure here is for Trump to manage the public relations of Israel, to manage the public relations of Israel's genocide. It's not here to stop Israel's genocide. For that to be the goal, obviously Donald Trump would have to care about Palestinians. Donald Trump does not care about Palestinians. Donald Trump doesn't care about anybody. Donald Trump only cares about himself. And Israel too, but, because it has a close personal financial benefit to himself. He's transactional. He's narcissistic. And therefore, the only thing I can see here is that he is trying to at least manage the PR of this genocide by being like, oh, we're done. No more war. No more war. And then they just basically legalize the permanent occupation and continue to slowly but surely engage in ethnic cleansing. Benjamin Netanyahu's obvious goals here are the Rafah plan. The Rafah plan is the one where they take all the Palestinians into a concentration camp in Rafah, and then ethnically cleanse them from the land completely. There is a way to potentially take the Rafah plan and merge it with the Tony Blair Gaza Riviera plan. Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu just spoke with U.S. President Donald Trump. The two had a very moving and warm conversation and congratulated each other on the historic achievement in signing the agreement to release all the hostages. Bro, I don't understand. This is such a Trumpian thing, And I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu is doing the same thing that Trump does, in the sense that Trump does this thing all the time where he just breaks something permanently. He bricks something permanently, only to then fucking turn around and be like, well, see, I'm not breaking it any further. Don't you think you should credit me for your salvation? And it's like, well, you broke it, right? And Netanyahu is doing the exact same thing here. And I don't understand how people don't see it. It's like they're congratulating one another for the brave initiative that they took to end their genocide. These are the two belligerent occupiers that have been conducting a genocide of the Palestinians. So they're like, finally, guys, we fucking did it. We did it. Aren't we great? They're just, popping champagne and shit. And it's like, okay, you could have done this at any point. You could have done this at any point. I don't know. I can't help but feel like a part of this straight up is because a part of this hinges on the Nobel Peace Prize Committee announcement. I'm not even kidding. I think it's delusional. I think the notion that like they deserve a peace prize for this is so fucking insane. And I think that would be a major fuck you to everyone with a brain, everyone with eyes, everyone with ears. It would be such a fuck you if they were like, Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, sir, here is a peace prize for you. Here's a Nobel Peace Prize for you for all your continued work in ending the genocide, which you began and started and continued to do. Damned if they do, damned if they don't. You're just constantly complaining. Brother, sister, the emperor, what can I do here? Should you not be complaining? If you're not complaining, if you're not frustrated, you're not paying attention. You know? I just don't understand it. They try their best, but it's hard to PR your way around mass murder. Why are the pro-Israel people so bad at their PR game, says Tim Pool. Here is Tim Pool trying to get a piece of that $7,000 to pop. $7,000 a pop from Israel. He's like, please pick me, sir.
Invited Trump, because now when Trump comes in and visits and he gives a certain leverage and certain support to local, to regional players. And I think that's what they want. And that's why everyone else is getting involved in this process that Trump is leading. But as I said again, the point of this 20-point plan is to achieve Israel's.
Yeah. According to Israel Khan, Hebrew channel correspondent, today the war ends with an agreement. Everyone here was expecting an image of Hamas surrender and submission. The image we saw today, I don't think resembles that. Yeah, there's gonna be people, especially in Israeli society, which range from Hitler, which is the moderate position in Israeli society, to Super Hitler, which is the center-right position in Israeli society, to Itamar Ben-Gvir, also known as Omega Hitler, right? So there's varying degrees of Hitler. So obviously there's going to be people that are frustrated with this, right? Like there will be the Bibists, the Benjamin Netanyahu supporters that will probably try to play a role in the PR of this deal to be like, no, you don't understand. Like we've completely dominated Hamas. Like we actually got all of the, we got all of our wishes. We got it all. But on behalf of the Los Angeles Dog Safety and Protection Center, you will be under custody in 24 hours. Oh, brother. Okay, man. Yeah. I respect that they got at least a little creative with it. Yeah, it's true. That is a good joke. It's funny to think. It's funny to think that like the fucking ASPCA is gonna come to my house, knock down my door, and be like, "Hey, we're taking the best taken care of dog in the motherfucking history of the United States of America. We're taking him away from the mansion that she lives in, and we're putting her in a fucking kill shelter." Bro, just saw this clip of you shocking her dog for getting up, you piece of shit. Okay. All right. One day at a time. The dog weirdos are coming at you before Israel and the U.S. government? No, the dog weirdos are half the time people who love the current U.S. government and certainly love Israel. It is not an accident. It's all the same folks. There are, of course, people, considering how bad the clip looks, I totally understand why there's like random people who love dogs. I'm a dog lover myself. Random people who see that and they go, oh my God, especially with the negative framing. And think that this is like a horrifying incident. Okay. And this showcases abuse. Having said that, it's primarily being pushed by, suspiciously, it's not being pushed by people who have been around me or Kaya, weirdly enough, and instead has been pushed by people who have developed a parasocial hatred towards me over the internet. Is your dog in a cage right now? You put your dog in a cage? No, my dog is with my mom. They keep saying your dog is a boy, like you can tell they don't know shit. I know. A lot of Twitter liberals are also spreading it, teaming up with the neo-Nazis, literally. I mean, that makes sense. There's a lot of people who fucking despise me on the internet. Many of them, if there is one thing that I would say unifies all of them, it's their hatred of the left and maybe even their love for Israel. I have to admit, if I were you and my friends didn't immediately come to my defense over this, I would be questioning their friendship, honestly. I'm sure people have already talked about it. But I also, guys, you know how this goes. There has been a sea of hatred, and the smear campaigns never really end. Sometimes it goes overboard, and other times it quiets down until the next wave. Okay? It is what it is. And I understand why it is difficult for people to come out and be like, y'all are fucking crazy. I've been around this dog. She is well loved. Anyway, I will not be continuing this line of discussion any further.
Blessed are the peacemakers. Well, these are the latest scenes in the southern city of Khan Yunis in Gaza. Palestinians have heard the news and have taken to the streets to celebrate after 2 years of genocide. Let's just hear what's happening there in Khan Yunis. All right, let's bring back in Alan Fisher. Alan, as we were watching scenes of jubilation there in Khan Yunis from people in Gaza receiving news of this deal, for those viewers who are just joining us here, Alan, this all came out on Trump's social media post, Truth Social. Just remind us again what happened and how the news emerged.
It's clear that the Americans wanted to make sure that if there was a ceasefire deal announced, it was going to be announced by Donald Trump. And they would say that's only fair because things had really been locked up. There was no sign of any progress until Donald Trump presented his 20-point plan on the 29th of September after a meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House. You'll remember that the Israelis had targeted negotiators from Hamas in the past, including attacking them and killing them in Tehran, and also the attack in Doha in Qatar. So Donald Trump stepped forward to negotiate this plan. He had a meeting with Arab and Muslim leaders at the United Nations General Assembly last month, and then the meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. At the White House today, he went into a meeting which was to talk about something else. But before he started that meeting, he said he'd been speaking to his team who were in Sharm el-Sheikh. That is Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, former Middle East envoy, and Steve Witkoff, who has been his envoy to the Middle East since he moved back into the White House in January, and said that there were signs that things were going well, and he himself was putting together a plan to travel to the Middle East, perhaps on Saturday night, perhaps on Sunday. Things were going that well. It appears that things accelerated quite quickly because about 90 minutes later, Marco Rubio, who's the Secretary of State and also the National Security Advisor, appeared with a note at the side of Donald Trump and handed it to him to approve a statement on his own social media platform, Truth Social, that a deal had been reached. He had to approve this message. So that suggested that by that stage, the deal was done. Donald Trump took a couple of more questions and then disappeared. Short time later, we got the announcement that there has been a deal for the first phase of the peace deal. Now, there's been a lot of praise for Donald Trump on social media in the last hour or so, many people pointing out how jammed up all the negotiations were. But by putting pressure on Israel and also speaking to the likes of Egypt and Qatar, he managed to put pressure on Hamas as well. And when they gathered in Sharm el-Sheikh, it was clear that Donald Trump wanted a peace deal done. And he's delivered. It's there in the first phase. Now, there's a lot of ground still to cover, a lot of things still to become clear. But for the time being, at least, it appears that Donald Trump has managed to do what Joe Biden failed to do, which was deliver a ceasefire in Gaza. He promised to do it sooner than this, but he's managed to deliver it nonetheless.
Yeah, Alan, let's just, if we can, marry up the domestic and political dynamics that are going on. As we're talking to you, we're seeing those live pictures from Khan Yunis of Gazans celebrating, of course, at news of the deal. I mean, Trump, of course, Alan, has his eyes on the Nobel Peace Prize. How is the Gaza deal playing out for him politically, particularly at a time when he has his own domestic crisis of the US government shutdown?
Well, it would be hard to argue against a peace deal, particularly as many people, including Democrats, have described what is happening in Gaza as a genocide and wanted to see the end of it. So it's hard to argue against that. Will it influence the Nobel Committee this year? Well, unlikely. They're making their announcements this week, so it is unlikely that it's probably too late for Donald Trump to be considered for any prize this year, even though he says he's ended 7 wars, which is a dubious claim at best. But this will be popular. He's delivered what he said he would do. And certainly will be a cause of celebration among Republicans and also among Donald Trump supporters themselves, who believe that only he could have negotiated this deal. And there is perhaps some truth to that, as you've been hearing from Marwan.
Why would you get a peace prize for being a part of a genocide? I mean, you're a part of a genocide, and then you are responsible for seemingly ending it. A lot of these like Western chauvinists are going to look at that and be like, well, close enough. I don't know if this work, but does he actually deserve it? Fuck no, obviously not. I mean, he did the genocide. It's like giving Hitler a Nobel Peace Prize for killing Hitler. It's like giving the Confederates a peace prize for losing. You know what I mean? It's just a ridiculous proposition. Wow, great work, Hitler. Thank you for killing yourself. You are the real savior of the German nation and all the other countries that you fucking invaded. Like, but then again, I have no confidence in the infallibility of the institutions, specifically the Nobel Peace Prize. So it means nothing. It means very little.
Deal. I remember that Bill Clinton in Northern Ireland flew in to Belfast during the time of the Good Friday Agreement and used pressure on both sides.
Nobel Peace Prize Committee made their decision on Monday from nominations by January 31st. Maybe they nominated Trump then.
But he used his own personal charm and his political contacts to push that through. Donald Trump was always likely to go when a deal had been done by the people that he'd assigned to negotiate the deal. And so there was talk about flying out perhaps on Saturday night, Sunday morning. Some people would suggest he wanted to go on Saturday night after his traditional round of golf. And then we heard from the press office in the last couple of hours that he'll have his annual medical on Friday, and the intention was that he would fly to the Middle East shortly after that. Now, the White House has, in the last half hour, called what we call a lid. That means there'll be nothing more from the president this evening, so he may well go on to Truth Social. We'll keep an eye on that, obviously, but there'll be nothing coming through the press office or from the White House. It may well be that at the moment, behind the doors of the White House,
so they're just going to keep bombing like crazy.
To the Middle East, first thing in
I just want to know why the Trump admin presented such a reasonable plan this time. Why the sudden shift compared to previous plans, which were always super pro-Israel and essentially non-starters for Hamas? No, they didn't. They did present the same fucking non-starter for Hamas proposal. The only difference in this instance is that Hamas at least agreed to the conditions. That's it. That's the only difference.
Well, there's always the talk of, well, there's a deal in the offing, it's about to be signed. But as we've learned over the last 2 years, particularly when I've reported from the Middle East and from here on this, there's no deal until there's a deal. Until the names are on the paper, nothing's happened. But of course, it's all about sequencing. It's about you do this, then we do that. If you pull back to there, we'll do that. And there could be concerns that the Israelis have agreed to pull back to a certain distance, and you know that that will be monitored very closely. And the Israelis have previous, when it comes to making an agreement and then breaching it. And we've seen that in Gaza itself, but also in southern Lebanon, just in the last few months. And so there will be a concern. So I'm sure the negotiators who are there, particularly for the Middle East and Muslim countries, will want to make sure that every step of this is marked, monitored and assessed at each and every single step. Because as you say, peace deals can fall apart very quickly. It is the old Reagan line of trust but verify, and that is exactly what they'll be hoping that they do. But from Donald Trump's statement when he said both sides will be treated fairly, you can guarantee that those who have talked Hamas into making sure that this was a deal that they could sign will be holding Donald Trump to those exact words.
All right, Al Jazeera's Alan Fisher live for us there in Washington. Alan, no doubt will...
Oh, my God. Evan Hill over at Open Source and Visual Forensics Investigations, open at Washington Post, reports new. This is from LH Reports and a guy who previously worked at Forensic Architecture. New. Since October 2023, the IDF spokesperson unit has released dozens of 3D animations illustrating alleged Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iranian sites. The style is unmistakable. Satellite zoom-ins, black and white wireframes, and red textured houses. A new visual language of war. Fascinating work here tracing how the IDF recycled 3D assets from a cyberpunk sci-fi art project, the Scottish Maritime Museum, and elsewhere to populate its widely seen models of supposed enemy locations in Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran. One of the most infamous, the alleged underground Hamas command center at Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City, used to justify an unprecedented assault on the biggest medical center in Gaza, was actually an animation that the IDF had used the previous year, saying at the time it was a tunnel beneath a UN school. What? You mean to tell me that these guys were fucking doing such a piss poor job that they were reusing assets? That it wasn't actually a real schematic? It wasn't actually real schematics of the undisputable Hamas tunnels under the fucking, under the Al-Shifa hospital? I thought there was a command center. Wow. How do they not realize they would be caught for this? Oh, right. They know and they don't care. Exactly. Exactly. They do not give a shit. You're telling me Israel lied? Okay, dude. Yeah. Remember the gold vault under the vault full of gold under a Lebanese hospital? And they forgot that Lebanon isn't Gaza. And you have Western reporters who can just like knock on the door of the hospital. Which, by the way, if there was a gold vault under the under any hospital, that still doesn't give Israel the right to blow up the hospital, mind you. But they wanted to do that. And then Western media just knocked on the door and was like, can we see your vaults? There, Israel says there's gold, Hezbollah gold. And they were like, okay, sure. Take a look. It is alarming, once again, that not a single fucking person held Israel to account after this. They didn't turn around and go, hey, by the way, what's up with this shit? You guys claimed that there were like, you know, miles and miles of tunnels under all of these like key infrastructure that you blew up, and you never showed miles and miles of tunnels that were in operation. With Al-Shifa, they showed the tunnels that they had built under the Al-Shifa hospital when Israel was in control over the strip. Okay? They also showed personally that those fucking tunnels were actually, the remaining tunnels were blocked. There was no direct entry point. Unless they poured concrete while there was a fucking genocide going on, it would make no goddamn sense, would it? But remember how many people fucking yelled at me when the Al-Ahli hospital was bombed. And I said, this is 100% Israel. Very unlikely that it's anybody else, especially considering that Israel had bombed that hospital 2 days prior. Little known fact, the Al-Ahli hospital was hit with an artillery shell 2 days prior to the courtyard explosion. 2 days prior. And all of the major media, just like myself, said, BBC, everybody else said, yeah, this is most likely Israel. Of course, Israel blows up hospitals all the time. They have done so in the past. And what's really interesting is that they all turned around and apologized when Israel did this like bullshit ass, like, no, it was actually a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket. I promise. Tariq Abash, before I resigned, John Feiner was the guy who said to me and others that we had credible intelligence there was a Hamas military base in Al-Shifa Hospital days before Israel's incursion that led to the deaths of premature babies in incubators. Even if that intelligence was right, it absolutely wasn't. Remember the ridiculous Israeli walkthrough video as evidence. You still don't have a right to kill babies. But it was so evident that this purported intelligence was bullshit that Jeff Bezos' Washington Post published a takedown investigation of the claims. The damage was done, and it was too late. Not just for those babies, but for the dozens of future military actions on hospitals and schools that Israel would commit. Taking countless more lives. I am all for people recognizing that we need to shift our policy on Israel-Palestine, but if you spent nearly a year and a half with the power to do so and instead made excuses for allowing a genocide, especially when you can't even take the time in your word salad to admit your role and responsibility in getting the U.S., getting us to where we are today. Anyway, feel free to read for yourself and decide if John cares about Palestinian lives or about how the policies he supported have undermined American interests, our national security, and our global credibility. Maybe someday when Democrats have influence to stop war crimes, they'll use it. Yeah, this is after John Feiner wrote that article on Politico, the op-ed piece, where he said, we serve the Biden admin. It's time to impose conditions it's time to impose conditional aid to Israel. Impose conditions on the aid to Israel. Remember when they first blew up the Al Ahly courtyard and the international media initially suspected that it was obviously Israel because they'd blown up the hospital 2 days prior to the courtyard explosion. And then they fucking turned around and said it was an Islamic Jihad rocket. It was a Hamas rocket, or it was actually an intercepted rocket that fell in the courtyard and had this like massive explosion. Ridiculous things, ridiculous claims. And that was enough for all of the international media organizations to turn around and apologize to Israel. And then Israel took that and literally took that confidence and basically blew up every other hospital. Every single fucking hospital in the Strip has been attacked by Israel directly. Every single one. At the time, motherfuckers were saying, Hasan, how dare you say Israel would strike a hospital? Israel would never strike a hospital. This is part of the reason why it's very difficult to trust what Israel says. You must wait to see what Israel does. Speaking of mistrust in our mainstream media institutions, breaking news, CNN's Van Jones is among 16 mainstream journals, including 2 New York Times reporters, serving as mentors in a new journalism fellowship explicitly created to help Israel win its information war. Drop site Sharif Abdul Quddus reports that Jackie Karch, who launched the fellowship after October 7, said it was her way to shift the narrative in Israel's favor, citing a call to fight on the battlegrounds of academia, law, business, media as inspiration. Karch has praised the IDF as the most moral army in the world and dismissed Gaza's casualty figures. New York Times mentors include former Jerusalem bureau chief Judy Radorin and Sharon Otterman, who covers campus protests. The fellowship claims to be resolutely nonpartisan, though its founder has never expressed sympathy for the tens of thousands of Palestinians killed. Including 20,000 children in what UN officials and a vast majority of genocide scholars characterize as genocide. Incredible stuff. I mean, it's true that Zionism is nonpartisan in the U.S., yes, unfortunately it is. There is a bipartisan consensus on Zionism in the United States. Okay? There's a clarification to that post from Dropsite. Hold on, let me fix the gray bars again, and then I'll read that. The clarification reads as follows. Not all 16 mentors are journalists. Quddus writes in his story for Dropsite that the fellowship has attracted 16 scholars and journalists from several mainstream publications to serve as mentors, including the Atlantic, Spectrum News, The Spectator, Ynet, Times of Israel, and 2 journalists at the New York Times. Yeah. There is no other country on the planet that gets to do this kind of shit. Like openly, at the behest of a foreign nation, openly dominate American discourse like this. They don't hide it. They don't shelter you from the truth, or they just straight up say it as it is. They say, we're doing this. Anyway, on that note, I am once again tired. And therefore, this will be the end of my broadcast for today. I will, of course, be live tomorrow talking to David Adler, who actually was recently released after being kidnapped by the Israeli government. David Adler is one of the members of Progressive International. I will be talking to him specifically about his experiences tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time, about being apprehended, about going on the Gaza Sumud flotilla. He's the co-general coordinator of Progressive International, someone I've spoken to quite a bit. He is actually originally a Los Angelino. Now I believe he lives somewhere in Europe, but wonderful person. And he will talk about his experiences being brutalized by the Israeli state for the crime of trying to penetrate the illegal
just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll debate view with soon. You wait. Sha-ba-da, sha-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll be nameless king soon. You wait. Oh shit, he already put. Oh wow. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll stop with that break soon. You wait. You wait.